If anybody has an answer to the topic, y'all can request up. I need to know, where did the white man, the Asian man, and the Arab man come from? And why do they share DNA with multiple different animals? Oh, I'm just trying to grasp where did these people come from? They don't share our genetics. They only showed up 6,000 years ago. Does anybody have an answer? We got 5.6 to 5.8 billion people on the planet that doesn't belong on the planet naturally. That's a problem. On top of that, they're medically evaluating our children, psychologically evaluating our children, and educating our children. Why is it that so-called black people, why are we allowing a whole nother species to educate our children? We were fine before we came into contact with these people. But after we came into contact and integrated with these people, now we look at our own reflections as a threat. We're abandoning all responsibilities when it comes to our species. And that's a big problem. Nothing else in nature abandons its responsibilities. So why are we? And does it have anything to do with these species that's on the planet that's coaching our children? But like I said, if anybody knows how to answer this topic, where did they come from? If anybody has any type of information, feel free to request up. Whether you think it's God, Allah, Yahweh, Satan, I don't care what you think. Let's talk about it. Abundance and gratitude, Billy.
How's it going?
How's it going? So where did they come from?
I know we didn't come from no monkeys. I know that.
And can I ask what your race is? Shout out Dizzle. What's up, Dizzle?
I'm
But
black.
you're black?
Yeah.
All right, so can I ask, where did the white man, the Asian man, and the Arab man come from?
God made them, and
Okay, not a problem. So God made them, right?
yeah, we
So
ain't
my
come from no
question to you
monkeys.
is, brother, so as so-called black people, we possess no animal DNA, but these other groups of people that so-called God made, they possess animal DNA. Why is that?
Well, I don't know.
See, it has you thinking, right? So my thing is, we are allowing this species that shares animal DNA to actually educate and raise our own children. Because if you look at so-called black households, we only maintain the child. We don't raise our own children. So why are we letting this other species raise our children? Because if you see our children, they want to chase a dollar instead of worry about the own um perseverance of their own species. You feel what I'm saying? That's a extreme problem, because when you look inside of nature, nothing else in nature abandons its responsibility. But as so-called black people, we have abandoned all responsibility ever since we came into contact with these people. So my question to you is, why would God create something that would infringe its ways upon another species, and it has did us no good?
See, I think the problem is because you look you like you watch videos of like people in Africa when they first come into contact with white people, all of a sudden they start getting all these sicknesses and stuff
Right.
because they're eating their food. And it's like, I don't think we're supposed to be in contact with these people in the first place.
100% agreed. But if we wasn't supposed to be in contact with them, why did God create them?
See, um, in the Bible it says we're the real Hebrews, right? And
Okay.
it said, you know, that we were supposed to go through some hardships,
Because we broke the
but
covenant, right?
yeah,
Okay, so not a problem. So you believe what the Hebrew Israelites believe. That's not a problem. So my thing is, so God created these people to punish us for breaking the covenant, right? We got our punishment. We was enslaved by all these people for over 2,000 years, right? My thing is, so after all the enslavement, after the punishment, why are we not better today?
um, I don't know, but I think what we need to do is just, you know, we gotta like re-isolate because we don't benefit from being around these people. Yeah, you see
100%.
it all the time. If we eat their food, we get sick. All these illnesses that everybody else has, we're not supposed to have them. Because if we just, eat our own food, we're not going to get sick.
Right.
All these illnesses like diabetes and all this other stuff that comes from eating food that we're not supposed to be eating.
Right, but the thing is though, why are these people the thing is we're still in what you would call mental slavery, right? So my thing is, like you said, God created these people to punish us. It's like we went through the punishment, right? But today, when you look at us, we was more connected with each other spiritually during slavery. But after we got out of slavery and we started integrating with these people, now we have this spiritual disconnection from one another.
That's the Jim Crow right there.
That was the
Right.
division that was made by the hierarchy and the agenda that was made upon the people through the oppression, through, ignorance, the spell of ignorance, the spell of the dragon. That's the spell of the people. When we put it on ourselves, we told ourselves that, hey, we chose our mission to remember, but a lot of people were not voluntarily here to tap out of that spell. You know what I'm saying? A lot of individuals that stand out like the like-minded people were placed in a place that the universe put itself to help people organize that percentage. A lot of people are not gonna make it. Even our own people are not our own people. You know what I'm saying? It's no division through black and white, but the separation through gray and black is just the separation through the light that people don't see through their own perception of life within their own spirit. So a lot of people
D
lost their.
can we go to the topic? Where did these people come from though?
You talking about the white folks?
Nah, not just white people. The white man, the Asian man, and the Arab man.
Oh, them they came from the same people as us. When I say us, it's because when it happened, I got the holy tablets. They were talking about the Caucasoids that came from the mountains, and what happened was when they mixed out with the immigrants that came over here by Egypt, they had mixed out with these Hindu-looking people you'll call Aboriginals. And what happened
Did they
was
look
when they
like
mixed
us
up,
though?
yeah, yeah, it's us, the Aboriginals. But when they mixed out with us, it became the Hindu people, and the Hindu people is the six Etherian people.
But how did they get on the planet though? That's what I'm saying. You're saying that we mixed in with these Caucasoids. How did the Caucasoids get on the planet?
That's the deepest level of comprehension. I heard that some people tell the story that not just the Adam and Eve was just people that came on here, the Adamites, you'll say. Some people said that these beings were mixed out by certain beings that came out of the underground world. So these beings been here before us, but at the same time they didn't been here that longer than us. You know what I'm saying?
So you think the Asian, Arab, and white man been here?
Yes, but the way
That's not
people,
true though, because you got to look at science. Science says they don't go past 6 to 8 thousand years ago.
yeah, 6,000 years, facts, facts. But I'm
Is that
saying
so?
like they
So
been
we've
here
been here
means
for
that their
quite some
genetics
time.
been
So
here.
how is that? How have they been here though?
The genetics been here, but the physical form of them wasn't here. So they got our part of our DNA from us.
Okay, how did they do that?
How did they do that? They mixed out. They said that the atom was an atomite that came from a project that happened in Mars, where these beings became, they did this project where they were trying to make us, right? When they made us the supreme beings, these beings were in the caves, but these beings that were mixed out, made by these other beings, they called the Coneheads people. You know what I'm talking about? The Teros. They were mixed up by the terror. It mixed up by a lot of beings that came on this earth. So they're not really nothing. You get what I'm saying? They were mixed. You see how they showing on this picture right here? I got this picture in my phone, but it makes sense when you look at the Teros.
See,
They're
you're saying that. Okay, my
no,
thing
we're not the
is they're
Anunnaki, bro.
spliced with multiple different types of animals. All these different types of
Right,
animals are inside of their genetics.
right,
My thing is half of the animals that they share DNA with aren't even natural to the planet. So
right.
it doesn't make sense how you're saying that we mix with them. How are we going to mix with something that wasn't even here?
No, I'm not saying we mixed with them. They try to mix with us. They raped some of our
That's
people.
the thing. How did they get here though, brother?
That's the thing we gotta ask ourselves though, because we have to look deeper than history. You know what I'm saying? The mystery that been played on our eyes. We got to
Right.
see
So
deeper than that. Like,
that's why we go to genetics.
right? They genetics is most percentage of fungus and all that little yeast and all that stuff. So it makes me think they're not really nothing but like I can't explain it because I got the book. I had read this book that they was talking about on the holy tablets. They were saying that these beings were like around the time where the ice age was around. They were like kind of like you'll say like we are mammals, but the mammals that I'm talking about is they had longer teeth. They had like
Who
serpent
who
teeth.
who is a mammal though, brother?
Them.
Right. So
All the other races except the aboriginals are mammals.
right. So the question, the topic was where did they come from? Not that like before
Mm-hmm.
they were on the planet. How did they get on the planet? That's the question. So do you not
Do
know?
offspring, offspring do travel. Like you said, genetics. Genetics play a long role through a lot of creation that was already on this earth. But we think that a lot of the stuff that was on this earth was placed here. What happened if it created itself through a certain vibration? You know what I'm saying? I can't really explain
The
it just the
thing
way I
is,
see it.
how could they create the okay, so you said they created themselves, but
Hmm.
then you got to get into the animals that they share genetic makeup with.
Right?
I don't see these animals possessing any type of intelligence to come together to for them to create themselves into existence. Because we don't see the chimpanzee displaying any type of intelligence when it comes to extracting its own genetic information and coming together with
Hmm.
the cow, chicken, fruit fly,
Right?
yeast. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh, that's all
Mouse.
I was telling you. That's all I was trying to explain. Like on Mars, the project that happened with the Adamites. When they made us, they made these beings.
We
Like
would who made us, brother?
these beings that they call like I think they call them Inkies. They call them Inkies, not the Anunnaki, bro. I don't believe in that Anunnaki theory where they told us that these beings came down here and the great mother split her chromosomes and all the other stuff. She did, but that was like down here on the earth. But I feel like deep down when they made them beings, them beast, you'll say the beast, they did some certain things where they was messing with projects to make slaves. When they made the slaves, they made a man, but the man they made was a beast. And he came out crazy as hell.
Right. So how did my thing is who created us? Because you're saying so
Mhm.
Inky created so-called black people.
Yes, and then the brother
How did he create us?
he created us through the mother, and he created us throughout the sperm, because they had certain things they have to manipulate the energies throughout the chromosomes, where they didn't have to really do integrating, like basically like they didn't have to hold a sexual contact with each other, because
Right.
half of
So
these
the thing
beings.
is, when you get into Inky and Enlil, they
Hmm.
have animalistic features, and if
Right.
they created us with themselves, why
Hmm.
don't so-called black people have no animal DNA?
That makes sense. What happened we do though? We just didn't
But when
discover
you
that
get
part
into
of us.
genetics, we don't. We have antigens, but we do
But you
not
know
have
about
no
the
type of
supreme
animal
beings? They
DNA.
tell you about that. They said that the what do you call them? They call them the supreme beings. They were made through what, Homo sapien. So that means we still a Homo atheist in some way. We still got some type of Homo chromosome within our body. That's within the woman that made us. So she split the chromosome. Without the split, that's what made us not the part of the animal instinct. You get what I'm saying? So if we would have kept the whole chromosome, we probably would have been just like them niggas right here on this picture. Crazy as hell. But I feel like, hear me out, I feel like they start manipulating the energies in a certain DNA, or you say DEA, the acid in our body, in our
Right. So
nucleic
so
acid.
you think we have DEA?
Yeah.
All right. So if we have DEA, brother, how was we created with animal DNA? That don't make any sense because when you get
They
into look,
manipulated it.
that's
It's a
etheric
revolution.
when that's etheric acid, right? So what
Right.
is ether? Ether, that's
It's
what you
gas.
see within the universe, right?
It's light. Right.
Right.
I
So
feel what you're saying.
that's the energy that's within the universe.
Oh, okay, okay. You kind of opened the spectrum in my head, so it made me think like out the box. So deep down, I feel like the slavery mindset they put upon the people again is like the Anunnaki beings, right? That's why I stopped looking at them as idols and worshipers and shit like that. So I heard put on a thought in my head that made me think, like, people said that supposedly like they were trying to get us to look at each other as slaves again, because think about it. They said that Enki and Lil, they came together, they made these beings, they became insensible, they did some things they wasn't supposed to do, just like Adam and Eve. They ate from the forbidden fruit. The forbidden fruit is the mind, that's the spirit, that's the lustfulness they had, did. And what happened was, when they wasn't doing the mission, what the beings wanted to do is grab a lot of gold out of the water, out of the masses. What happened was they wiped them out. But what happened with that is, because I feel like deep down, like I said, the Adamites, that's supposedly us in some way. The Adamites was the first projects of us that they made, supposedly, that didn't go out right, because a lot of them beings were not really fully developed mentally, to the point their capacity, the mind wasn't like, you
So
know.
when they created the first prototypes, they were so-called black people, but
uh
they weren't all the way there in the head.
Right. They said it
That don't
themselves. They
make no
said that
sense,
they
brother.
were.
I'm gonna be completely honest.
Some they not like, hear me out. Some they said they had said that, about the great scientists. They say he supposedly, when he came down here too, when he was mad about what happened to his family, he supposedly became this mad scientist. When he became the mad scientist, he started manipulating energies and certain type of physics and shit like that to change the world. But the world was not changing the way he wanted to. So he changed some type of perspective, where he was going to create some type of thing to destroy the people. And what he did was he did it. He made these beings, and that's one thing that people don't realize. It's our people that did it to us in some way. You supposedly, though, some type of creature or celestial being that came down here that looked just like us in some way and form, that did the same thing to us because it was mad against us. It was our own people. You gotta look like this. You gotta look at it deeper than this. We got a whole bunch of families, spiritual families. You got a whole bunch of Yusuf. How can you say the universal family, right? The whole universal family is a connection. And what happened was, on the good side or the bad side, it was a lot of people that was trying to conquer things, take over things, just like what happened when we have it on the earth right now. But it was other beings trying to do that. So what happened was, they made certain projects, certain things to help them operate on that level, to help them get what they wanted on this earth. But the thing is, when they was making certain projects they made was not always successful. That's why they kept doing it, kept doing it. They kept using. They even had a project they made by Yakub, that he used some of the women in Ethiopia, supposedly his tribe, and he used certain women's selective of women to change the color of the baby, so they could become pure white.
See, the thing with that is, bro, You're saying okay, so Yakub for one, Yakub means subplanter. That wasn't an actual person.
right?
So with the whole Yakub thing of so basically you're saying these people came from albinos. That's what you getting at, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
come from
that's what I
Africa.
said.
Okay.
That's what I kept
Hold
telling you.
on,
None
hold
of
on.
I
I'm
that
gonna
try to
get to
tell
you,
you
Gene.
that.
Hold on. But the thing is,
stuff
even
going on.
albinos still hold on. Even albinos still have neuromelanin. And if you know anything about splicing, in order to all right, I'm gonna drop you. You can come
Who the
back up
fuck?
after you can't control your tongue. But the thing with albinos, they still produce neuromelanin, right? And
Right.
neuromelanin is condensed sunlight and it can condense sunlight. So when you get into genetic splicing on how the character Yakub or whatever, you feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In order to actually change genetics, you would actually have to splice into the cell. But with us, so-called black people, because we possess neuromelanin, you cannot splice into our cells because you have to use UV light in order to cut the cell. But with us, our melanin automatically just absorbs it.
Right. But
So
what
that
happened
story
if they
wouldn't
were their
necessarily make
body
sense.
genetics were weaker, so they could do that? It was easier for it to be tampered
No,
with. You
that's
know
what
what I'm
I'm saying.
saying?
The albino has neuromelanin though. So you can't splice their cells either. That's just one of the 48 shades that the so-called black woman can manifest.
Right, Eve. I feel what you're saying. Facts. So yeah, it gets deep, man. It's an uncomprehension that our minds can't really grasp onto yet, because it's a lot of information that's been developed within the revolution of life that we cannot really take in right now. We learning it. We learning it by this being in our own bodies and learning the metaphysical knowledge that been given to us through our cosmic records. You know what I'm saying? We just got to tap in and ask ourselves them questions. We all had a cosmic web of the information is out there, but it gets deeper than that. That's why I say a lot of us got to go tap into our own heritage and find our own answers, because certain things that we go back into, we can find the answer to that puzzle or that mystery that plays out in the world. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that shit is not in no book. Like, I don't believe in all that Yakub shit. You putting me on by telling me what Yakub was. It makes sense.
Right.
So a
So
lot of
I
these
would
things are
say
etheric. They're etheric. They're not really physical form things. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Yeah.
So I would say definitely look a little bit more into genetics and not just history. You feel what I'm saying? So
Facts.
I would definitely say look into you. Definitely study thyself because
Facts.
when you look at our genetics can't be tampered with. You feel what I'm saying? As far
Right.
as extracting information or putting any type of information in.
Mm-hmm.
So most of those older stories kind of stem from the fact that these people came from us, but when you look at
Yeah,
genetics, it's
facts.
kind of impossible. So I do want to get to the other people up here, but you can stay up here and I might just circle back and we can
Yeah, I have a
discuss it a
question
little
for
bit
him
more.
though, D. Uh, bro, you're not indigenous to America. I don't know who's telling y'all this. Like
We're
you
not
guys,
indigenous. That's not the
Ho-
word. We are aboriginal.
Hold
no, y'all
on,
not.
Gene. Hold on,
Y'all none of
Gene.
that. Y'all are from Africans. Yeah.
Hold on, Gene.
That's the original
All
people.
right,
Hey, you
hold
little
on, hold on,
bitch.
hold on. So my thing is, we're gonna stay on topic.
Well, I'm just reminding y'all come from Africans, motherfucker. You're not Indian. You're not native. You're none of that shit. You're
And where
you're
did you come
African.
from, Gene?
None of that
I
shit.
am
We
indigenous.
don't have no
I'm
nationality, bro.
actually American
Hold on, no,
Indian,
I
bro. You're
got.
not.
Hey, where did you come from, Gene?
I come from America. This is the
Right. So
Western
why?
Hemisphere.
Okay, that's completely fine. Why do you have multiple different types of animals inside of your genetics?
I don't,
Exactly.
motherfucker. I'm 100% Indian. What are you talking about?
I'm
Exactly. You're a
100%
five
Indian.
dollar Indian.
My,
You're
don't let
still
my profile
considered
picture fool you,
you're still
bro.
considered a complex cell organism. So why do
Nah,
you
I'm
have all
brown,
these
bro.
different
My
types
hair
of
is straight.
animals?
I'm a real Indian. I come
You
from
either
Aztecs.
Mongoloid, Caucasoid.
Hold on.
Nah, we
Bro,
come
you
from
got
Hey,
plank
Aztecs,
we
here.
bro.
talk. Hey. I got this. I'm gonna get to y'all. Hold on. So, Gene, I just want to ask, where did the so-called white man, Asian man, and Arab man come from?
I'm none of that. I'm indigenous, bro. This is about my race. I'm
I
Native
mean,
American.
you phenotypically present as those people down there. You have the same hair as those people,
I don't look like a fucking
and you
Samoan.
still have the animal DNA. So I'm gonna ask you, where did y'all people come from?
All right, I told you we come from these lands.
Where
You
did
want to
y'all
believe
people come from? Because you didn't
from
exist prior to
America? What the
6 to 8 thousand years ago, which is a scientific fact.
bro? Our language goes back 10,000 years, longer than your
So
black
no. I
African
don't want to
language
play
and
the
all that shit.
semantics. Let's not play on the words. Answer the question, or I'm gonna drop you. It's that simple.
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna drop myself. How's that,
All
asshole?
right. Go ahead, Kate.
Man, peace, peace, family.
Abundance.
Hilarious.
Peace, peace.
So am I answering the topic?
Yeah.
Um, so like bro was saying, I'm just pretty much, I mean, I was just listening, but I'm just pretty much, elaborating. So,
Mhm.
um, so there was, genetic splicing programs, on Lamu, which is now called Mars. Um, the Garden of Eden was also a laboratory. So these beings right here that are presented on the screen, the Caucasoids, Mongoloids, whatever you want to call them, they come from some of them were spliced, genetically spliced, through the brown and the black germ cell of the Hindu beings. Um, and some of them were brought here by different, like you were talking about the animals, right? That they're spliced with. Nothing. A lot of beings, creatures were actually brought here to this planet. Just like the pyramids. Some pyramids were brought here. Some of them were built here, like the miles and stuff. But some pyramids were actually brought here because they were actually brought here and influenced by the Taros. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, some of these beings were brought from different star constellations. Like some of the Caucasoids were genetically spliced on the island of Patmos. Um, One second, hold on, 1 second.
That's what I was trying to tell you. Like, yeah, the Hindus, all of them were mixed out. Like that man that came in here talking about he was the indigenous and all that stuff. Half of them were mixed out. He talking about my hair was all long and straight. The straight hair is not real. That's fur. That's flanky
Right.
hair.
So the only thing with that is though, is that you're saying that it's because people were mixing. That's how they got into existence. But
Right?
you can't create a whole nother species from two so-called black people procreating, because at one point in time it was only just so-called black people on the planet.
I
Mhm.
So
agree.
if we can only create each other, how did these people get here? Because it wasn't just
What
us
happened
mixing,
if
because they didn't
they
exist.
used what happened if they used a woman? You gotta look at it like this. What happened if they used a woman and then they had a whole different celestial being that came and integrated with the woman to help their offspring. You know what I'm saying? We gotta look at it like this. The woman is the main gate of the portal or the cortex. If she could create anything, she's Adam and Eve, then she could create everything that came out of her spectrum of light. What that means? That means she created aliens and created certain things that was not here. You know what I'm saying? White man was created through a black woman. You supposedly say, and the Caucasoids were made out of the motherfucking lands of the earth, and then not just that, they were made out of motherfucking different breeds of other fucking beings and shit like that that integrated with each other. And then what happened was when they did that, they had other beings that did projects to split the chromosome to see if they could change certain things or characteristics of the person or the being that they was trying to create. And so them creations became out, kind of dumbed down. Some of them came out a little retarded. Some came out real, with a little bit of capacity. That's why I said a lot of this stuff comes deeper than that. A woman created things that we might not comprehend, that we could not see. You know what I'm saying? If like I can't make this example. How can I make an example? You see how them Hindus be out there, and this is not to be funny. You see how the Hindus be out there having, intercourse with animals. Do they play a lot of role? It makes a lot of sense that half of these people be breeding with animals. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So my
These
thing is,
beings are
why
breeding with
would
other things.
the mother of life, aka the so-called black woman, why would she lay down with another species? Because like I said, in
It's a lot
order
of
for
questions
these,
that would never be answered,
right,
bro.
hold on. So in order for these species to come about, you're saying it's through breeding, and it might be another species that intervene, right? My thing is, why would the so-called black woman breed with something with animal DNA? She can't even do it with, she has to get the Rogam shot today to even lay down with other races of people. So how was
Mm.
she doing that yesterday?
What happened if she got molested, raped, or something? It can happen, bro.
Right. Hey,
These beings were
everyone in
not
the chat.
thinking
Hey,
like how we
you can't
thinking.
say
They were
that
thinking
word
in
up
a
on here.
different. They were
But
thinking in a malevolent way, bro.
Right. So you're still not grasping what I'm saying though, because this you got to look at the Rogam shot. What it does
Uh-huh.
is when the black woman takes it, it allows her to procreate with another race. Because if she didn't
Oh,
get the Rogam shot, then
oh, I
her
know you're talking about.
her
What the fuck?
her lymphatic system would actually destroy the child because it's
Yeah.
not natural
She
to
got a
the
body.
womb.
She got a certain
Yeah,
what do you
it's
call it?
and the
She got
woman
a certain germ in her body that the virus.
anti-spermicides.
Right. So how is she doing it with any
Yeah,
other type of
you
species
making sense,
outside of her
bro.
own
I feel what you're
people?
saying now. It clicked in my head. I had to rehear it a few times. Now I see what you're saying.
That's why we here though. We here to each one teach one.
Cause somebody
So,
did tell me that though. They said a white woman, cannot hold a black baby, cause she will die. She'll literally go out and fall out trying to hold the baby because the baby too powerful for her body, and the body's system is not comprehended to do that. You get what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
her body is not holding the full cosmo energy that we hold within our stomach. So if her body was to try to hold a 9 month baby, it can hold, but then she'll have all these health problems trying to push that baby out. She'll have all these
I'm
problems,
referring to the so-called black woman though.
right?
Not saying that it can't happen to
Now I'm
any
just making
other
an
woman,
example off
but
of
with
looking
any
at the
other woman, you
comparisons.
got to understand that you get 95% of your genetic material from the mother.
Right.
So no matter if a black man tries to sleep with a so-called white woman, she won't have that many complications because she's using 95% of her genetic material to actually construct the child. Now with the
she's
so-called black
immortalized.
woman,
Mm.
when the reason she has to get a Rogam shot, like I said, is because her body views that baby as a threat to the body because
Right.
it's not natural.
It's not compatible. Facts.
Yep.
Right. So you were saying that a different species came down and procreated with the so-called black woman. That's how we got all these other people. My question is, if she can't even procreate with the offspring, how was she procreating with that species without
You
her
got to go
body
back
viewing
deeper,
it as a
man.
threat?
You gotta look deeper than the back, like back in. Like you can't look at the surface of what happens now when a black woman does it, but I'm talking about looking back then.
I
The
mean,
technology back
genetically,
then it
she's
wasn't
the same as
comprehended.
she was. Like all
Yeah,
so-called black women are replicas of the very first so-called black woman.
facts.
So
I feel what you're
we
saying.
can't just say that.
The only thing that's different is dormant. Things are dormant. Some things may
Hmm.
not work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like
As
we
much as it
definitely
used
have
to, but
dormant
like
DNA.
bro said, it is the exact same. Like the soul, it's like you take water out, put it in the cup. It doesn't make it water. It doesn't make it not the same
Different.
substance. Substance. You
Yeah.
feel me? So the woman, the primordial all is the
Hmm.
primordial all. That's El Kalahum, right? You know what
Right.
I'm saying? So it's
Mother, Father,
everything is
Infinite,
connected.
Holy
So
Trinity.
like bro was saying, like the see what happened was, like I said, that's why we get into epigenetics, genome processes, alchemy, transmutation, things like that, because once you understand everything is literally is splicing. Everything
Hmm.
is spliced. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? We all have this planet in specific has 24,000 genomes. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So we're all mixed with like you said, but as far as these beings right here, to go back to the topic, these beings were literally spliced. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
Right.
and and, and the being who was splicing them, this was already prophesized.
Hmm.
This was prophesized 8,400 years before it even happened.
But that made me think though, like, what happened if the woman is so more? Because they said the woman's brain is more bigger than the man's brain, so that means that she got more capacity and more power, willpower to do anything more than you think you can comprehend through your brain. So that makes me think and question what happened. Like I said, just to sum it back up, what happened if she did mix with other things, and what happened not just because you said she got the shot. What happened is she could manipulate her own body more than you think she can to do certain things to do that.
See, you're trying
If
to
you
go
know
off
your
of
body,
what
you can
ifs though,
create your
brother. That's
body.
the
If you the
thing.
creator, that means you could create anything inside the body regardless of what your body told. Like it's like saying you manipulating your body. That's
Right,
like
but
saying you can manipulate your
you keep
DNA.
going off of what ifs, brother. I need scientific facts because
But
according
scientific
to
facts is not
science,
always facts. That's a
species
theory, bro.
cannot mix with species.
You got to
That's
go deeper
always
than that, bro.
that's
It's
the
an
law.
expansion you got to
So
go
no
through.
matter what, if you're saying that the so-called black woman changed her genetic code
Uh-huh.
in order to actually procreate, with other species, it don't really make sense because why would the so-called black woman sit here and try to procreate with something that's not her? She actually gave 2.8% of her chromosome in order to
Bro,
create the so-called black man, right?
do
So
you
if
know what
she,
happens
she
on this
created the
earth? A
black
lot of
man for
shit.
a purpose, so why is she going out to try to procreate with other species? That makes no sense because look at
Exactly.
nature for an example. Nothing
But
in nature tries to procreate outside of itself. So
Facts.
why are you saying that the so-called black woman somehow just all of a sudden starting to do it? That don't make sense.
you gotta look at it like this. Whatever happened on this earth, a lot of shit was made and done. A lot of shit was doing like a lot of these beings they came down here did deals with other things. Just like they did deals with this certain federal government things, they do deals with certain people on this earth. Like the Dogon tribe, that's an example. The Dogon tribe, there was a whole ritual they did where they sacrificed certain lambs and certain things to keep their woman from getting raped by these certain beings. They came out the water,
Oh, the
get
F
their
one, bro.
offspring.
You can't say that word on here.
Say what?
You got to say grape or something like that. You can't say that word on
Oh,
here.
yeah, yeah. What happened was when they did that to the woman, boom, they tried to put off their offspring to keep themselves from dying off, their genetics from dying off. So how is that not possible? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like you got to go fuck the science because science is nothing but a theory, bro.
I
And
think it's
theories
a
is not
change
gonna
in
That
get you nowhere
science
perspective.
is
To
because
be
not just
honest,
a theory though.
theories are not
You okay?
explained or
Let me
comprehended
give
because
you an
it's
example.
not
They
proven. It's
can
not proven.
listen. Okay, so how do we understand how the heart functions?
The heart functions through its own. It's its own fucking
No, how
brain.
how do we understand it though?
How you understand it?
Yeah,
You
go ahead.
study
Go
it.
ahead,
You
Skywatcher. Go ahead.
study it. You could study certain things, but doesn't mean that everything you.
Okay, my bad, y'all. Abundance to the panel and to the host and to the chat. I was just trying to make sure that we be mindful. The host just lost his entire page with like 20,000 followers because niggas want to say the DIE word and shit like that. So please, y'all, please say unalive. Please say the right TikTok words because that was a lot of work lost because they give you strikes and all of that adds up and they can just take your whole page away. So let's make sure we're using TikTok friendly words. I just wanted to insert my opinion on the topic. Where did they come from? A petri dish, introgression and hybridization. They are not conducive to the planet. You cannot splice a cell coated in neuromelanin. So I just got in here. I hope nobody is on the panel saying that the black woman can be spliced or hinting to that because that is non-factual. That's something that cannot be done. That's it. Thank you.
it's true. That's
Abundance.
facts. One thing, real fast, to elaborate on what the goddess just said. The mito, if you understand what the mitochondrial gene is, that is the XXX chromosome. That the mitochondrial gene fuels and immortalizes well, not immortalizes, but it gives fuel and energy to every cell in the body. So without your cell as or organism, everything evolutionizes. Nothing would be able to work. So that's just a different perspective to look at it from.
Abundance. So D, I want to go back to what you were saying. Like, okay, so the thing is, you were saying that the so-called black woman, she changed her genetic code in order to procreate outside of her species. So the only problem with that, and you're saying F the science and all that, it don't make sense because we seeded nature here, right? So nature's our biggest teacher. And if we don't see anything natural in nature trying to procreate outside of itself, then why would the so-called black woman, the mother of life throughout the cosmos, try to do that? And we was at a higher frequency back then. You feel what I'm
Facts.
saying? So why would she try to do that? That don't make any type of sense.
Now, we're not saying that there weren't scientists. The brightest scientists were literally the goddesses. So, I mean, like I said, they reign supreme first over anybody's cipher. So, they are the cipher. You know what I'm saying? So, I do agree. I agree. You know what I'm saying with what you're saying, God.
Abundance. So D, you can go ahead and respond, but it's just not adding up what you're saying.
I feel what you're saying. Like that's why I say if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's why I tell myself like learning is a better way to learn because sometimes even though we might can't comprehend what's happening, how this is work, and then as soon as we get a certain information, we agree on it because it sounds valid. Sometimes we got to go out the theory of that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Think out deeper than that, because the woman can do certain multiple dimensional things that we think we cannot do, or she cannot do. You know what I'm saying? If she could do certain things like on this earth, you don't think that she could do deeper things than just making a baby, bro? That's why I said it goes deep, because they show you. I wouldn't say all movies like that movie theory shit, but I was watching this. My bad words, but I was watching this show called Evil, and what happened was the woman, something happened where she did this ritual where they kind of did some type of, you'll say, DNA alchemy thing, where they used blood and they did the spear word, to mix out to help her, something like basically try to mix out some type of offspring in her body. And what happened was they put the blood in her arm and something. And what happened was after like a week or two, she started having these weird stomach problems and all that other stuff. But it made me think, even though it wasn't no black woman, it made me think they put a white woman on there, and it kind of made me think like, what happened if she could do that though? What happened if not the black woman couldn't do that and change her stuff? What happened if the white lady could do that and really create a beast inside of her? You know what I'm saying? Like she could create these beings like the one that we showing right now, the X chromosome, the chimpanzee, the mice, all this stuff like that. What happened if she's closer to the animal, you know, chromosome or DNA, that she can manipulate her DNA to create another thing or kind? You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
I feel like
So
the
if
black
the
people
if
can
the
do that.
white woman or whoever can do that, that's cool. But where did she come from though? We trying to get to the how did these people get on the planet though?
Skywatcher, she proved the point. She put it right there. She said that basically they came from us. They came from us,
She
but
never
not
said
really.
they came from us.
She said they was genetically spliced and
Mm.
in a petri dish on the island of Patmos.
Mm. That's like
I
basically
just
talking
said
about.
that they came from a petri dish. Just everybody just speak their own frequency, please.
Dang, why y'all coming here hostile? But okay, yeah, my bad. That's what I was trying to say though.
It's just you put words in my mouth, and I wasn't saying that because it's a lot of ways you can take this, and you have to be very clear. That's why the host is having this live, because a lot of people will say a bunch of nothing. I'm not
Hmm.
saying y'all are, but we're very specific in this room.
Right.
Ashe. By the way, anybody who's not, familiar with my page, go type in. I spread all types of esoteric, metaphysical information on my channel, my page as well. So, very, very tapped in. Much abundance, love, gratitude for everybody. Much love to the goddesses, definitely my Nubian, my Nubian Natharu, Netaru goddesses, and peace to the Nubian gods, man. I'm finna go ahead and get out of here. I gotta run to the store. But peace and much love, family, for inviting me to tap in and tune into the frequency, the vibration. It's always appreciated.
Shit.
No problem, abundance, brother.
Much love, y'all. Looking forward to tapping in with y'all more. Like I said, Soul Tribe, Star Family, we all here to work on one accord. At the end of the day, no matter what, no matter where you're getting your knowledge from, you just understand it's all Akashic. Akashic, which is a Sanskrit word for ether. We are etheric beings, and we all vibrate on the etheric network. So, Ashe, much love.
Abundance. Go ahead, creeper.
But yeah, that's what I was saying. Like everybody have this theory, supposedly we could call it right now, a theory of where did these people came from. What happened if everybody doesn't have that true information, and somebody told us the wrong shit, and we question the same shit that we should already know? You know what I'm saying? If we already been here that long, you know what I'm saying?
Right. That's why you get the information for yourself though.
Right. That's why I stopped going off of like what I wouldn't say our community of people, but just the selective people that put themselves in that mindset where they feel like they have this godly like man that came down here and created everybody and shit, like, in one image. That's what keep everybody thinking that some type of man gonna come out here and save us. But it's really the person in us that's gonna save ourselves from out of this, this prism, you'll say. That's why I tell people it's not even about where they came from, who they are, and what their role is. They already playing their role. Their role is to destroy everything in their environment and this they self. And what we're here to do is rebuild each other up and uplift each other so we can become a union again, so we can procreate our real reality back into this existence, more than just the racial or the genetic thing. That's why I say a lot of this genetic thing, it gets deeper than that. That's why I said DNA. I would say, is it called DNA? I would say DNA memory or some type of, I forgot what it's called, where your body could stimulate at a certain height, and they could remember certain information that you already have within your blood, or because the blood holds information. So I tell people, like, a lot of these beings, like I said, you'll say, came from somewhere, and I wonder where. But I feel like deep down, we gotta figure that out by just figuring out where we came from mostly. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if we find out more about where we came from, we know we came from this earth, but more places from this, just not just the earth, outside of this, celestial embodiment. I feel like deep down, we got to get deeper than that. We got to see where we really, 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 really originated from. You know what I'm saying? Where we really came from, instead of just looking at it, oh, these beings came down here and they did this and they did that. These beings ain't doing nothing no more. That's the thing we gotta realize. They never did as much as they did to us. You know what I'm saying? The only thing they did to us is make us pollute our own selves to think that they were enemies. And then not just that, their hierarchy people that's over them, they made them slaves too. They look just like us. So it makes me think the ignorance that we have still
Who looks just like us?
The imposters that did it to the people in some way. You know what I'm saying? It's not just white versus black, or you're supposed to say, people call it. It's not that. It's people against us. You know what I'm saying? And the people that's against us is not God's children, it's the devil's children. And the devil's children don't always look like white, black, brown, yellow. They sometimes look just like you. You know what I'm saying? So people got to get deeper than that. Like,
So that's
it's not about where they came from, what they
it is
did.
though, because genetics, the base word of genetics is gene, which means origin. So when you explore genetics,
Facts.
it will tell you exactly where these people come from. And when we're talking about so-called God, which is the black woman, that's the carrier of the totipidum stem cell. Everybody that stems from her, everybody that stems from the totipidum stem cell is conducive to the entire cosmos. Like,
Right.
Earth is in the cosmos, so we can't just talk about Earth. You see what I'm saying? Earth is just one of our homes. So genetics will tell you everything that you need to know about who a group of people is. You're right, and it's not about race, right? Which is theoretical and was created to keep us from the truth, which is genetics.
Right. That's why I say this role that we play is a role of illusion, still pure illusion, because the illusion
Who's your
is,
God though? Like when you say God and the devil, like can you elaborate?
when I say God and the devil, I don't think God and the devil is some entity that was physical. I think it's spirit. It's spiritual. It's energy, but it's not a physical energy that you could touch. You could do it. It's action. It's will. It's some type of force that you hold within your own spirit. The positive force, the negative force. The positive force is God. The negative force is the devil. And then you put it together, it's wholeness. You know what I'm saying? So people gotta go and look at the poles of the body. You got a negative side of the pole of the body. You got a positive side of the pole of the body. The middle part is the center of the origin. That's the origin of the woman, right? She the whole fire of the serpent. You know what I'm saying? She created us to come into that, not just the information that comes to us, but the projection of the existence that was came here to create itself back again on the earth. She didn't want us to look at how many things that was happening on the earth. She wanted us to find ourselves, to come back and we could figure each other out throughout the information that we really hold within our cosmos. You'll say, like the cosmic web, you'll say. She wanted us to remember us, not just what they did to us, because what they did to us is nothing but just injustice, and that's why I said we're gonna get justice back, because the justice that's coming back is truth and a harmony that has to come back into this earth, the balance that have to come back, the division that have to be pushed out of the force that been put into the life that been giving us the ignorance to think that we have to go against black and white. It's no such thing as black and white, because even the white people are the same people. And when I say they're the same people, it means they hold the same color spectrum in some type of way. They hold a certain type of melanin that we still hold in us. So that means they still have a hold of our people in them, but they're not us.
That's
You know what
not
I'm saying?
true at all, though, brother.
All of them are not us. That's what I'm saying. Not all.
No, none of them are us. Like everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA, and we don't even have the same type of melanin as them.
I'm not telling like that. We're not talking about physical. We get caught up in that physical shit. We gonna keep being ignorant. I'm talking about spiritually.
Right. So, are
Everybody don't
you
hold a
referring
soul
to the
that's
soul?
white either. Let me tell you this. Everybody that's white, supposedly you'll say, don't always hold a soul. So the ones that selectively do hold a soul, they're
Oh,
still us.
can
You
I
get what I'm
ask you
saying?
what is the soul?
The soul is the mass of your whole consciousness. It's the whole body itself. It's not really the physical form of the body. It's the etheric form of the body.
Okay.
It's just your spirit. It's your gas form of your spirit. This is crazy. I was watching
So,
Evil,
do
right?
you know the etymology of soul?
Put me on.
All right. So, for one, the soul is the sun,
Mm.
right? So you're saying that a select few of these people possess neuromelanin, because neuromelanin is literally just condensed sunlight. It's the soul. So my thing is, if these
Mm.
people don't possess the same melanin as us, how is it possible for them to possess neuromelanin, or what we call the soul?
I'm gonna just say it in my opinion. I don't think
Not,
that still
it's not
count a whole.
opinion.
It
I want to
holds a
go off
certain
of
amount of
facts, though.
information in some way. Like you're not wrong, but you still gotta open up a little bit of more expansion. Like you don't think that these people. And this is the thing I had to learn too, and I was in that ignorant too. I was thinking, oh, white people, oh, black people, oh, Indian people, oh, this and that. All that shit is ignorant. Let me tell you this. I seen a white man whiter than my ass go in the sun and cut grass and he do this shit. And he
Okay,
lives in
because the
Louisiana.
ozone layer is still here, but the ozone layer
Yeah,
is
I know
being
that.
removed, though. You're
But
saying you
it been
know that,
removed.
right?
You still
So,
kind of
you're
delayed, my
saying you know
brother.
that. Do you know that the ozone layer is being removed?
Yeah, you been
Okay,
delayed
so
though.
when the ozone layer is being removed, what do you think is going to happen to the people that don't possess
They gonna burst
neuromelanin?
up. They gonna bubble up. They gonna blister up. I get
Right.
that.
So why why
Trust me,
why why
brother.
even
I've been
bring
there.
that why even bring that up, though, about them cutting grass in the sun? Yeah, the ozone layer is still here and they're still having complications even though the ozone layer is protecting them. So how is it that a select few is the same as so-called black people when everybody that shares that suit possesses animal DNA? All of them do.
Nothing goes above genetics. Nothing goes above your origin. So I'm interested to see how we can just, because we're not talking about race in here. We're talking about speciation, which is talking about your origin, where you come from. So I get what he's trying to say about it's not about race, which is absolutely correct, but species is who you are.
I look at monkeys. If they're part of a monkey and if they're part of a mice, do you like you gotta comprehend what I'm saying? If they're part of a monkey, 98%, look at that. 92%. Add that up in your head. Look at the comment right before we look at the species. Look at the comment that I'm trying to give y'all to think on. If a mice could go outside with no problem being in the heat, if a monkey could be in the sun with no problem being in the heat, and even though these people do hold a certain type of split where their body cannot really take in too much of the UV ray lights and they start turning red, I get that part. That means they still got some type of melanin lack in their body to still survive in some way.
Like,
Brother,
what do
you
you
realize
mean?
they have fur, right?
Yeah, but not all of them have
Right. So
fur.
is it the
Not all of them
melanin
have
that's
fur, my
protecting
brother.
the animals, or is it the fur?
Say it again.
Is it the melanin that protects the animals, or is it the fur?
Both. Low key is both, my brother. if you want to say it for real, it's both, really.
So do you know anything about pheomelanin?
Put me on.
Nah, I want you to put me on because you're saying it's both. You must have some type of understanding. So go ahead. Let me know.
Yeah, because you gotta realize melanin plays a whole its whole protection. It's like it's
Right.
like its
Like
own
I said,
memory.
it's 5 different types of melanin, brother. They don't all do
Yeah,
the
it
same
holds its
thing.
own
So
creating its
what
own
does
memory.
pheomelanin do? Because all these other people outside of us share, they all have pheomelanin. So what does pheomelanin do?
I'm asking you, bro. I'm not being ignorant. Like that's why I said we
Nah, don't
going.
ask me.
That's
You
not that's
said
not
that it
really fair
protects.
though. Yeah, you can't just come to his panel and say and tell him that he's basically wrong or that he's missing something and then not be able to
I'm not
explain your
saying you
point.
wrong. That's all I
No, I'm
said.
not
I'm just
saying
going
that
off.
you're saying that he's wrong. I'm just saying you're saying
I'm
that
just
he
speaking an
needs to
open
go.
opinion. You know what I'm saying? That's what I
I
said.
know. And the host is basically explaining that the only melanin that is conducive to this planet is there's only one out of the five.
Right.
Right. So the melanin that you're talking about acts as a solar panel on their skin.
Mm-hmm.
Helps to protect, but it is not. It is what you're looking at is pseudomelanism. It's
Mm.
not neuromelanin. It's not melanin that actually biosynthesizes the radiation that
So
the
it's
sun
not
is giving
touching nothing.
off.
It's deflecting off. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's not. It's pseudomelanin, and you can look into pseudomelanism.
Yeah, like I'm not telling
Pheomelanin
you
and
you
you
wrong or
melanin
nothing. I'm just
are
telling
both
like we going off our
Hey,
pseudomelanin,
own
hey,
so they are
don't
understanding.
talk over
non-conducive
while
to
people
this
talking,
planet.
B.
So that's what I'm saying. In order for you to be conducive to the planet and conducive to the cosmos, you would need neuromelanin.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about the sun in the flesh here. So if these niggas have monkey melanin, is the monkey we're talking about, is that a prokaryotic monkey? Or what kind of monkey? It's not just monkey. You got to know the function of the organisms and their origin. That's what I'm saying. We can't just bypass that.
Mm.
So I was just trying to get to Sun Heat because Sun Heat was saying that genetics is not origin, which gene is the base word of genetics, which is what I said was origin. I was just trying to see what he was talking about.
Yeah, go ahead, Sun Heat, and then after Sun Heat, I want to get to Carol.
Yeah, genes are a result of substances building up, molecular structure. Then it builds into a gene,
Mm.
and then from the gene it goes into the process of amino acids, proteins, so forth and so on. Yeah, so it's something behind what's called the gene. It's something that builds up to the gene.
So when we're talking about origin, the base word is what I was talking about. The base
I
word
get,
of
I get it,
genetics
I get
is
it.
gene, which means origin, and that is something that everybody can look up. I'm just saying that in order for us to know who's who, we have to explore genetic composition, genomes, genetics, biological, physiological, and anatomical differences between people so we can know who's actually who. That's
Right.
how that's how we're able to know who's gonna actually make this shift.
Mm.
Pseudomelanin is not gonna help you make a shift when the ozone layer is being removed. That's why the Asians are having issues reproducing right now because they're sterile due to UVC ground level radiation. Dravidians are also being knocked out off the grid, and
Divine woman.
everybody else outside of the so-called black race, outside of the so-called black species, everything that is eukaryotic, plants, insects, animals are all being removed because of UVC radiation that's been ground level since 2015.
I got a theory for y'all.
That's why they trying to mix in with us.
Really, and I see
Hold
it
up.
day by.
Nah, just let them two talk. They having a conversation. Let's not cut nobody off.
That's cool.
Go ahead, Sun Heat.
I thought she was finished with me. But I got a question for you though. You say prokaryote and eukaryote. What's the difference?
Go. You got to go look that up.
I'm talking to Skywalker.
I can tell you the difference between the function of the cells, but can I know the reason why you're asking?
I want to know what's the difference between a prokaryote and a eukaryote.
Prokaryotic is a unicellular organism, which means that it's a self-functioning organism, and a eukaryotic organism or cell is a multicellular organism, which means that there is different types of genetic material that is communicating through one nucleus. They are complex cell organisms. So it is multiple things that is functioning the cell, which the single cells make up the organism. So anything that is multicellular or spliced and here through introgression is non-conducive to the planet.
All right, go ahead, Carol.
Um, Hi everybody.
Abundance.
Yes, I just want to say you guys are doing a really good job. I've learned a lot since I started to listen to, to you guys. My contribution is, it just occurred to me just the other day. I was starting to think about the Chinese zodiac. You know, they have all these animals. They have the monkey, they have the rat, the pig, and so forth. And then it got me thinking, maybe they knew something, that most of all these animals, they are, present in this human genome or non-human genomes in humans. I don't know what you guys think about that.
About the whole Chinese zodiac.
Yes, they got like, I was just thinking about it and I started thinking, I haven't done so much research on it, but then there's all these animals are there, like the dog, the pig, the monkey, the rat, the ox. And I'm thinking this is maybe something to do with, from where they came from, like ancestors or something.
Yeah, that could be a possibility. I never really thought about that, to be honest with you.
Yes, I thought it was really funny. So I looked at it and it's like, yeah, you even have like, so in the ox, you probably have people with some cow gene in their blood or something. And then you have also this retroviruses. Yeah, so I just thought that was just interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Now that you said that, that does kind of make sense. I never really thought about it, to be honest. But abundance and gratitude for that, though.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ginner.
Yeah, hey, how's it going? Janier here. But I agree with what she's saying about the animal genetics. Cause you asked where do they come from? They come from us and animal genetics. Just like the previous humans, you got the Neanderthals and Homo this, Homo erectus, Homo that. Those are all different splices of where they come from.
Okay. How can you splice neuromelanin?
You can't splice neuromelanin. You can add it to things. Like you can that's added to their genetics, basically. They don't. The majority of their genetics is animal genetics, primate genetics. So you can't really splice neuromelanin. You can add it to make things hybrid almost. You can hybridize it.
Hybridization is how introgression is done, which is any type of genetic modification. So in order for them to have neuromelanin in them, that means that they would have had to splice into our cells, grab it, and introgress the genes to be able to have RDEA.
Yeah, no, they don't have neuromelanin. I agree with that. They don't. What they don't have is that melanin that can absorb the solar radiation. So yeah, I agree. They don't have any melanin. They have melanin, but it's not what we have. We have more so carbonized. That's the neuromelanin, and it actually converts solar radiation. There's
They have us in them though.
yeah, they come from us. That's what I was saying. Through mixing, through us mixing our genetics with animal genetics, like the primate and the Neanderthal over time. That's why you have a Caucasian that comes from an Asian, hence the term Caucasian, and they come from so-called Dravidians before that, or what you call Hindus. That's why they have the darker skin. They have more melanin. They can withstand more, sunlight, more so than the Asian and the Caucasian. What's gonna come out eventually, and what's gonna be known is that we're a whole different species altogether. That's why how we look vastly different on the outside is because we're vastly different on the inside. They don't have an origin for us, actually. They can't trace back our origin on this planet. They don't know how old we are. They could trace their origin, hence the Darwin evolution theory, and they know that they come from animals.
Still trying to figure out how they came from us. If we mixed with them to get them, how did they come from us though? Because the Cubanos, the Italians, those are hybrids. So they would have had to mix with so-called us and so-called them. That's the newest species on the planet. But he's talking about all of them. Where did YT people, Dravidian, where did your Asian who predates the Caucasian, like what is everyone's origin? Because the hybrid, that's obvious.
They will all be considered the human race. We're not a part of that human race. We're not a part of that created race. So that's the Asian, Caucasian, and the so-called East Indian. They're all one species, really. That's why they have they have fur. That's not even hair. We only people really have hair. They have fur. So I'm saying that they come from animals, but we were the original scientists and experimenters and GMO. Everything you see them doing now, we have been doing. That's why you got all these different species of animals and stuff like that. Even going back to the so-called dinosaurs.
Asking where did white people come from?
Asians. That's why they're called Caucasian.
How did the Asian man get here? That's what we're asking.
From us creating a human race out of the primate, out of the monkey, and other animal genetics, like the dog the jackal as well. That's why Caucasians are so vicious. They have more.
We splice these people, and that's the reason why we're here.
Yes, we did that. Yes. That was us.
We didn't splice these people.
I'm telling you, we created these people.
Yeah, I'm saying, bro. They don't want to know the truth, bro, because I got the...
Hold on, I get back to you, D. Hold on.
But yeah, we created the human race. That's why they're recessive versions of us. That's why we have the dominant genetics. So you can splice.
So this is what I'm asking. Like, we did not splice these people. There is no need for us to splice. There's already ancient texts that already say that they were the original slave race.
But where did they get the mitochondria DNA from? Where did they get the mitochondria DNA from?
Don't overtalk me because I didn't overtalk you.
I'm just asking a question.
They were spliced here on this planet, and they're not the only ones, but that doesn't mean that we did it. We're not the only intelligent life forms here. And there's also extraterrestrials that were spliced here, but they were not spliced by us.
And do you know these extraterrestrials? You've seen them yourself?
I just want to talk to D. Like, D, you couldn't even tell us what the fuck the soul was or melanin. Now I'm finna get on your ass. Because you telling me I don't know, but then you're asking me and the host questions and not even knowing simple shit. So I don't have to show nobody a fucking source about nothing. We're talking about genetics. So what does eukaryotic mean? Truly seeded nucleus. So I'm asking, who seeded the nucleus there? It couldn't have been us, bro. It couldn't have been us. Do you know how many of us we would have to unalive in order for it to create them when you can't even splice ourselves and introgress the genes? That's why that doesn't make sense. So now you got to tell me who created the primate, who created the dog, who created the cat, who created the zebrafish, because this is all within their genome. And all of that had to be created first, along with insects, along with plants, along with all of that. That does not mean that we did it. There's no reason for us to do anything like that.
So are you familiar with the reptilian brain? The reptilian core that all pretty much every living being has?
Yes.
Okay, so that would mean that all of these genetics, these animals on the planet come from the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs were originally the first animals on the planet, the reptilians, the reptiles. So every animal you see here is just literally a splice. You can splice. They do it all the time. They're they're lesser versions of the reptiles, of the dinosaurs. That's why we all have that reptilian brainstem.
The name, they can call your heart a foot. It doesn't matter. That doesn't change the function. The name of it doesn't really matter. The lower part of your brain that doesn't mean that we all come from reptiles, bro. Just because they named it that. Is there an apple in your throat just because they call it Adam's apple? No. So we talk about the function of the organ, and we can look at the neurological differences between us and them, and we can still tell that that shit was seeded there, and it was not seeded by us based off of everything that we know and how we move as a species. You got to know your people. There's no way that we would split for what? Why would we
create
need
a
to
working
create
class,
don't fucking overtalk me.
to create a
Out of
slavery.
respect, bro.
That's it.
You're over talking me, and I'm not doing that to you. So just have respect, because over talking will get the live taken down. So we did not truly seed their nucleus, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so in Kemet, are you familiar with Kemet or any of our ancient societies?
Ancient Kemet was 4,000 years ago. That's not that ancient. There was no mixing before the 12th dynasty.
Okay, so even ancient America, America's the oldest society. So we were here in ancient America as well. We were all over the world in the ancient
So
time.
according to who?
According to our lineage and according to the sculpture,
Lineage or genetics? Because now I'm finna overtalk you since that's what you was doing to me. So
you're
according
fine.
to lineage or genetics? Because lineage is just telling me about a weak ass family tree. That's not telling me about your origin and where you come from, your genetic composition, and if you're conducive to the
So
planet.
use the statues and the hieroglyphs and the
So
scriptures.
the petroglyphs
Anything
say
we
that
put all of
there
that
was a
in,
slave race created to mine gold. We're the
right?
golden race. So then why the fuck would we create them to mine us, bro?
Why is it so far fetched for you to think that we are
Answer
that
the question.
extraterrestrial race?
Answer the question though, because I
Why
know
is it
my
so far
genetic
fetched?
composition. That's why it's hard for me to believe that. I know everything that we've done and what we're composed of. So we are based off of what the stars are. We're composed of the same thing: hydrogen, helium, oxygen, nitrogen, and whatever the last one is. Hydrogen, right? Hydrogen, oxygen, helium, nitrogen, and carbon. My bad. Yeah. So that translates to us being compassionate beings. Number one. Why would we need to create a race to mine us
Because
when
look at
we're
us now.
already
We
the
don't want to work
gold? We're
now.
already the gold. Why are we
Because
creating
we didn't
somebody
want to
to
work.
mine us when
It's
we don't need
simple. The
work
simple
for
answer is
who and what though?
the
Work
simple
for
answer
who
is
when
we
the
didn't
earth
want
is
to
giving
do
us
the work no
everything? Why
more.
would we need someone to mine us? Why would we
Listen,
create somebody to
listen. I'm
mine
trying to
us?
answer your
No, no,
question.
no, 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 no,
I
no.
agree with
Answer
you.
my question. Why would we need to create a species that is going to unalive everything on the fucking planet, including us, because we don't want to work? When there's nothing to do besides just be and match the vibration of the planet.
So we don't need to get the resources to live here. You don't have to plant and harvest things so you can eat.
That's not
Or
the earth
go,
gives that off.
or
You're just
because
helping her. That is work. So you mean to tell me
yeah. So I'm
we gave
answering your
all of that
question.
up to work for a white man?
We didn't
How
know
do we
that they.
know that?
Well,
Okay,
listen.
so
We
here's
didn't
the
know
thing.
that they would.
When it
We
comes
were
to the Dogon people, how did they know to set up their civilization where they set it up?
like you said, the stars. They were able to
Okay, so
communicate with
because
the
they are
stars
what? They are what?
because
And
they
what
are
and what did and what did
extraterrestrial
their
race.
artifacts in Shaka Zulu say? What was his whole thing about? Being connected to what's the star? I'm gonna need to know how deep you actually went into that. What's the star that they were connected to?
Education don't make you
What's the
intelligent, but I'll
star
tell you,
that they
it's
were
serious.
connected
It's
to?
the
Because
Sirius
fuck
star,
education, because they
Sky.
didn't teach us
The
this in
Sirius
school.
sky, the sky, the
So
Sirius,
what?
the Sirius. I just told
Serious?
you.
Which one? Serious who?
Either major or minor. There's only two.
No, no. So you don't even, so you know, as far back as your history is just ancient Kemet 4,000 years ago, bro?
No, my history goes back to the oldest here
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
America.
Your
And
history,
and
you're fucking with
and you could
history,
look
which
at
is
the
his story.
statues and you could
See, you're fucking with history, which is his story, and me, the host, the co-host, we do genetics, which is her story, which is
we
talking
could go off
about
genes as well.
who
That's
comes
fine.
from her.
Because
Yeah,
there's
so tell
dominant
me how,
genetics and there's
so thank
recessive
you.
genetics.
So thank you for that, Jenner. How do they have us and them? How do you get the genetic material out of our cells and introgress the genes to where they now have us and them?
The same way they're doing it today, where they're taking
You
embryos,
put a
they're
cell
taking
that is
eggs and
coated in
embryos.
neuromelanin, then how do you splice a cell that is coated in neuromelanin?
You could take dominant genetics
How
and
do
make
you
them
splice
recessive.
a cell that is coated in neuromelanin? There's only one answer. So if it's not that, then
You can't splice it. All you
okay.
could do is mix it. You can mix it though. You can add it to
How do
things.
they
Sky,
have
you can
us
add
and
it
them? If you can't grab it, then how can you fertilize? How do they have us and them?
physically. They did it. You know how you give birth?
How?
You know how you have
How?
sex?
Because
Through
your
sex and
phenotype is
birth.
connected to your genotype.
Through sex and through birth.
So,
The same
then
way
how do they physically have us but not genetically? When your phenotype is expressing what's in your
no,
genetics.
they didn't have us. We had them. You all were the mothers
Well,
first.
okay, I'm done. I'm done. You're switching up. I'm done.
You emotional. You being emotional, honestly.
You're not understanding what she was saying. That's the thing. You keep saying that we are mixing. How the hell are we mixing with something that wasn't even here? And don't
They
say
got
that we
them.
was mixing with animals because
We
we
was
come from the
though. That's how you
that
got
don't
all
make no
these
sense. We
animals.
come from the cosmos though. So how are we mixing with animals?
Because
Knowing that
if
we're
we come
cosmic
from the
beings.
highest point, we could do anything on a lower
Okay, can I
level.
ask you a question, brother? Was we at a higher frequency back then?
Yes,
Okay, we're at the lowest frequency right now that we can actually take. So why the fuck are we not procreating with animals right now?
they are. We don't have to. They
You just
still
said
have
that we
animal
procreated
genetics.
with animals in order to actually create this species because you said we were mixing, right? So
They
if we
put
weren't doing it at our highest frequency, why aren't we doing it now?
because we came to our lowest frequency and we don't have to do that no more.
You don't make any
We're at
sense.
the point.
That
We're at the
literally
point.
doesn't make any sense at all because if we're at a higher frequency, wouldn't we be more intelligent?
We are more intelligent. We're the most
Was we
intelligent on
more
the planet.
intelligent back then when we was at a higher frequency? Yes or no?
Yes,
So
yes.
why the
We've
hell
always
would
been
we be
intelligent.
mixing with a species that's not even us? And I already explained to D
Because
that
like I was trying to
we
tell
can't
her,
even. I
even
already
in the
explained that we can't even mix
we
with other
created a
species.
slave race mixing our genetics with animal genetics. That's
Okay,
the
how do we? So did we? Okay, did we procreate with animals? Because you said we mixing, and you already said you can't splice neuromelanin, so it couldn't have been from genetic splicing. So therefore, was we procreating with animals?
we use the so-called black woman's womb. That's where the mitochondria DNA comes
Who
from.
is we, brother?
Those beings that create that y'all keep talking about that came from the
Oh, no, no,
cosmos.
no, 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 no. You said that we created them. Now you're trying to
Exactly.
say that it's some
I'm
beings. That's
saying we're
why
those
I'm
beings.
yeah.
I'm
So
making a
then say it.
connection. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
say
help y'all
it.
make the
So
connection. We
say
are
how do
those
we
beings.
slice them though? That's what we're
We
asking you. Because you're telling us that we did it, but you're not explaining how and
Okay,
why.
let me tell you how. When we came here, there were we projected the dinosaurs here as well. After we got rid of the dinosaurs, we used the leftover dinosaur genetic, just this whole petri dish of a planet, like everything came out of the water. We used that spliced that watered down dinosaur genetic and got the animals. That's where the primates come out of the water. That's where all the monkeys and all them started coming out. So they were already on the planet when we got here. So when we got here, we used their genetics and it was put into the black woman's womb, the so-called black woman. That's how they got the mitochondria DNA. So yes, we mixed our seed, our womb with animal genetic. We just used her womb to carry it.
Okay, but as you see
And
today,
she gave birth to the first human that
but
way.
as you see today, when the so-called black woman tries to procreate outside of her species, she needs a ROGAM shot. So if we was at a higher frequency yesterday, it doesn't make sense to me how we was doing that or how we was even in the mindset to even try to do something like that.
That's why I say our ancestors did certain things that we cannot comprehend now because our origin play a long, long,
We
long
the
story.
ancestors, bro. We the ancestors. Every
Yeah,
so-called
that's
black
what I'm
man and
saying.
woman is a replication of the very first woman.
Yeah, I
So
knew
we
what you
were
were
not.
saying. I'm
So
saying
here's
in
the
general.
thing. This is the lowest frequency that our anatomy can take.
Hmm.
Why the fuck are there not people that look like me splicing shit today then? If this is the lowest, the absolute lowest frequency that our anatomy can take,
Hmm.
why isn't splicing the number one thing being talked about in our community?
Actually, I
Because we
heard
stopped learning from ourselves.
exactly, but I learned this
We
too
started
though.
following.
I learned this. I heard that somebody was talking about it in on TikTok. Some man was like explaining that he said that they had a lot of people. I forgot where area that was. I know it's not in Mexico. It's somewhere. I forgot where it was at. But he was saying basically like they had a lot of black women getting kidnapped recently. This is not old. This is some new stuff recently, and they've been forcing them to do something with their eggs. You get what I'm saying? So it's happening. This is not you, because you're not forced to do it. You know, you're not doing it in your free will, but it's other people that's getting
So no,
taken out
our
of their.
women and our children are being snatched for their totipotent stem
That's what
cells
I'm saying.
because
Facts.
again, when we're but listen to me though.
Hmm.
When they're performing introgression, they are not hybridizing or introgressing our genes with anyone because you can't. That's what we trying to tell y'all.
Mm.
What they're using our totipotent stem cells for is to spark the experiment. It's not, you can't, they can't do it.
Hmm.
The only way you can splice into anything is by cutting into it with UV light. Neuromelanin, again, is the only molecule that can condense sunlight and is condensed sunlight. How do you splice light with light? You
Oh,
can't. It's just going to
oh,
absorb
okay.
itself just like a black hole. So that's what we're
Now
saying.
you
We're
explain
just
it like
asking
that,
y'all because y'all are
divine
coming
woman.
up
It
here
makes
saying that
sense.
our women, our children, our men can be spliced,
Hmm.
which is a very hard bar.
Right.
So you're going to have to be
Well,
able to explain that shit. You know what I'm
I
saying?
now the way
Wait
you
your
break it down
turn,
like that,
Jenner.
now I get what you're saying. It
But
makes
that's
so
what I'm
much
saying.
sense
How
now.
were you able to tell him before I even got here that he was wrong and you didn't even know how to splice a cell?
Right. Now I see what
That's
you're
fucked
saying.
up. And that's misinformation.
Uh-huh.
And that shit can get his life taken down. Misinformation be the number one thing for why lives get taken down. That's the number one. Over talking and misinformation.
Wait, they take you down now for over talking?
They've been doing it since they created the app.
Dang, that's why.
That's why it's important to watch what you say. And
Yeah.
that's why we're very specific with a conversation about speciation.
Right. I feel what you're saying. That makes sense though. When you said like light, I can't explain the way I was thinking that when you were saying that, what I'm saying, like the black hole and stuff. It made me think about the Pink Floyd album cover when he had the black pyramid or the black, triangle, and he had like the rainbow spectrum come out of it, the light, visible light, and all that stuff like that. That makes you it makes you think that the only color they could go through it is a dual light. You get what I'm saying? And that dual light is like, I forgot what it's called. Damn. Somebody explained it to me. It was somebody had explained it to me. I forgot what it's called. Where it is like a deflection off the light, but the like blackness is all color, so it could go into its hue without damage. I forgot what it's called, bro. Somebody had told me this. It was so good though, because when I learned that, what you said is about saying about how light can't break light and stuff like that. It makes sense, because how can you break light if it absorbs light? How can you even take that and break it down if it absorbs light? Just like we take the sun atoms and ions and protons and electrons, all that, and it breaks down to our body and becomes one with our body and give us information. How can it be broke down the way to manipulate it? You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes sense the way you were saying it. It made me think different on some type of, perspective of that, because I heard people were saying like when the sun bursts out CMEs, closed domestic ejections, you'll say closed domestic ejections, when they come out, they have to hit like real hard on the top of the firmament to come through. You know what I'm saying? It got to really burst out the sun at a speed of light just to hit the hue of the firmament to come through our, the ozone layer. You get what I'm saying? So it made me think what happened if not just the ozone layer that's falling apart, but everybody that's like, you know how they were talking about in February? Well, it was February. I think it was February. I forgot what day it was. They was talking about supposedly that the planets align, right? It made me think, since everything is not external, it's internal. What happened if the planets already aligned within our body, or you'll say our higher dimensional levels of consciousness that's within our body? You'll say the cosmic workers. What happened if it aligned within our body and our DEA stimulated a certain light within it, and it densed out and it turned into information that burst into the back of our pituitary gland to give us certain dark. I can't really explain what I'm trying to come from, but I know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. They trying to tell us that supposedly the planets aligned, but then they said the ozone layer is supposedly fading away. But it been fading away since 2020 something, when the pandemic, and you say the COVID shit happened. And when they try to keep people in isolation, I had told people this too a while back when the spring equinox came, and it happened in 2021 and 2022, one of them. A big shift happened where the sun really became in its highest peak. The sun is at its highest peak right now. When the sun, I'm in Texas, so when the sun comes out, when it really comes out, it be hot as fuck, but it don't be hot where it hurts your body and make you feel some way. It hits the skin like sun kiss, right? It makes me think that if they already polluting the sky, keeping it from being bright, the ozone layer been fell off this motherfucker. You get what I'm saying? It been fell off, but we think that it's still on top of us, surfacing. But the whole time, if we was to take all the pollution out the sky and see the real sky, what happened if everything already is planned out, it already played out right now, but we can't see it because they isolating us in this big ass prism, you'll say the earth, to keep us from seeing what's really happening internally and externally outside of us. You know what I'm saying?
No.
It made me think, bro, they don't want us to know that the sun ready at its highest peak, because we got 13 months and 28 days of the cycle of the woman and the moon. What happened if the other cycle of the sun been ready playing its part for its solar cycle peak? You know what I'm saying? We at the peak of the sun, but they don't want to tell us that. They rather tell us, oh, the sun is at its they basically be trying to tell people like, oh, is the climate change happening now again? Or is another climate changing? There's no such thing as climate change. So how can we not say that the sun already came to its highest peak, but we're not getting the full effect because they keep playing all this stuff in the sky? You know what I'm saying? So it made me think, bro, what happened if it's snowing where you at? This is supposed to be snowing in Texas.
I do want to get to the next person though.
No, you good?
All right, go ahead, Six Dad.
Yeah. So I just got a question. I don't know a lot about, genetics and stuff, bro. I ain't no expert, so don't black people also have a bunch of shared animal DNA?
And how did you come to that conclusion?
That's scientific research.
Who's scientific?
I didn't do the research, if that's what you asking me.
Oh, so you came up here just to ask a question with no type of knowledge?
Did you perform genetic research and find that black people have no shared animal DNA?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
There's no science experiment that says we have any genetics from animal DNA. There's no science.
There's no really.
There's no
Literally,
research.
the last time you were up here, your name was six something else, and then you gave us that whole long drawn out thing about how you were in nature and you stumbled across. No, it was 9, right? Yeah, he was 9 God or some dumbass shit like that, and we told him about the number 9, and then you changed it to 6 Dad, which is crazy. You in here with that name today, like y'all really be trying to play ether, bro. Like y'all don't see us on the panel.
Bro,
So again, we explained to you that black people don't produce animal proteins and we don't have any animal DNA. We have antigens that surround our cells, but we are not the producers of the protein. Now, because y'all semen was toxic as fuck and wiped out 2 continents plus other countries alone, with venereal disease and excuse me for lack of better verbiage, but toxic semen, this is how we know we're not the same species, because if we were the same species, that would not happen. Red blood cell hemolysis, hemolytic disease, zoonotic disease would not take place if we were all the same species. So, according to genetics and genetic research, and to what the CDC just dropped the other day about the vaccine schedule, F1 in the chat, my bad. No, we have the presence of antigens, but we are not producing animal proteins, or else we would smell like y'all when we got wet.
Can you cite a source that says black people have no shared animal DNA?
I don't have to cite sources.
So
I
you're
don't
just
have to cite a
asserting it?
source for that, because I literally just told you what an
You're just
antigen
asserting
is.
it.
That it is in that it surrounds our cells, but we are not. That's something that you can go Google, nigga. We on
Yeah,
TikTok.
I have Googled
This is
it.
for people. First of all, the host wants to know, where did you come from? So you coming up here asking us questions is getting us off topic. The host wants to know where your people came from.
Literally on topic. I'm asking you a question. Since you guys are supposed experts, right, you should be able to tell me. And the host said he himself has done scientific research that finds that black people have no shared animal DNA. I'd like to see your research, bro. Since you've done it.
The scientific research goes as follows. So-called black people are prokaryotic organisms that all of their cells function off of neuromelanin. Okay, that's what makes us different from you. So we are not the same organism as you. Okay, that's first. Understand, we're not the
I
same.
have neuromelanin too.
You don't. Are you producing it at birth when you're born?
Yeah, at 1 year old, yes.
You're born with your pineal glands calcified. So are you born producing neuromelanin in high amounts to where it would affect your integumentary system to where you would be black as me? No, so you're producing pheomelanin. I'm not even gonna really waste my time because I already, you know what I'm saying, talked to this nigga before for like 3 hours.
You've never talked to me. I've never been
here. Hey Six, I'll give you some
Yeah,
research. You can
I just wanted to say your neurons are not just in your brain; they're all over your body. You see what I'm saying? They're called sensory neurons, and they're all filled with neuromelanin.
Here's some research.
So that's
some research you can see for yourself, Six.
Why
do you have animal?
Yeah, that's that condensed sunlight.
I don't care.
That's that brain pigmentation. Yeah. What are you talking about?
You have a handicap. You can literally.
Can I ask him a simple question?
That's why it's called neuro, meaning brain melanin. It's brain pigmentation. White people have it too.
Can I ask you a question?
What?
Why do y'all have fur and we don't?
If you believe in evolution, it's because we come from a colder climate and you come from a warmer climate.
Now that makes zero sense.
Are you serious?
Because every animal on the planet has fur.
Oh, really? Alligators have fur?
That's a reptile. It's not an animal. It's not the same. That's a reptile.
I said the reptiles have fur?
Reptiles, say again?
Do birds have fur?
Birds have feathers. No, that's not fur.
Right. So every animal
has fur then,
huh?
Huh?
So every animal doesn't have fur. What about elephants? Do elephants have fur?
The thing is, you can't find so-called black people's hair in nature, but I can find your hair all throughout multiple different types of animals.
What is that? It doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it does mean it. You just said evolution, right?
I'm not even
You're saying our hair changed into animal hair because you said our hair changed into animal hair because we went into colder climates. Why don't we see any other animals that share my type of hair?
I didn't call your hair animal hair or my hair animal hair.
You're saying the evolution. So you're saying that so-called black people went into a colder climate and our hair follicles changed, right? So why do we not see any type of animals that share black people's type of hair? Why is that? If you believe in like evolution.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, I just had a real world example of how y'all's field of vision is literally completely different than us. Why am I at the grocery store and a lady the whole time we was on mute is going back and forth with us about not getting in a parking spot when there's a parking spot open next to her? She was like, "What parking spot?" We pointed in unison, like she's like, "Oh, I didn't even see that." Like, field of vision is way more narrow than ours. Way more narrow than ours. That is a genetic difference. All right, facts.
He still didn't answer the question on why they got fur and we don't.
He said he don't know. So
Bro, I
I mean,
told you
you're
I'm not a
bringing up
genetic
evolution, you're
expert.
bringing up
I
all
said,
this other shit, but you can't answer the question. You just wanted to come up here
bro,
and try to. You
is
just
that
wanted to
like your
come up here
biggest
and
slam
spread
dunk? Are you
misinformation, saying that so-called black people have animal DNA, but you can't
Why do
prove
you,
it.
why do you get
can't
fleas,
prove
ticks,
it?
and
You want me to
lice
give you a
and we
picture?
don't?
You do.
Get fleas, ticks, and lice and we don't.
Black people absolutely can get lice. What
But
are you
ain't a
talking
Homo
about?
sapien still kind of like a then there split version of a monkey in a way?
Yeah, black people have just as much shared monkey
Homo
DNA as
sapien.
white
What is a
people.
Homo sapien? I'm
So-called black
asking.
people
What
have
do we
Bro,
have to show
y'all
for it?
got the thin lips and pale skin. We don't have thin lips and pale skin. We actually got lips.
Okay,
What
Six
the
Dad. What do
fuck
we
does
have
that
to show
even have
for it?
to?
Because we can obviously see that your people share features with animals. What features does so-called black people share with
The
animals?
same features white people do.
No, that's not true at all. Let's stop the
Yeah.
bullshit.
Do you
So
have
what features
thumbs?
do we share?
Do you have
I
thumbs?
mean, cut the bullshit, bro. What
Do you,
features do we share?
None.
do you have thumbs?
We share
Do
more in
you?
common with the
Nigga
rep.
said, "Do you have thumbs?" Stop
Do you
the,
have
bro. Stop
thumbs?
the
We
bullshit,
share
bro.
more in
Do you have
common with the
thumbs?
reptiles than animals. So,
Bro,
hey, Six,
Monkeys have thumbs too. There you go. There's a shared animal characteristic. You have thumbs.
bro. These complex cell organisms, y'all different, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Move on to
The
the next
argument was
subject. Like he's not even adding anything to the
Yeah.
conversation. We
Go
asked you
go
what.
ahead, Sun Heat.
you guys are just a
You can't tell us. You can't tell us
Where
one
you?
animal that so-called black people phenotypically represent. Like, so we can
I
tell
just
you
told you they
we
share
could
just.
we could tell you
You're gonna
multiple
keep muting me
animals
because
that
you're
you
wrong.
phenotypically look like. You see what I'm saying? So this is based off of
Why?
We can
genetics.
tell you that your melanin is the same type of melanin that a dog, a cat, a zebrafish, a monkey that you're trying to compare us to, which you actually share genetic information with. Like that's the thing. So again, I'm gonna tell you again, there are no proteins, animal proteins produced by so-called black people. We have antigens, which is a foreign substance that sits around our cells and oppresses us on a cellular level. We are also feeding nanoparasites, and antigens are the biggest reason why we don't know who we are today and why we think we're the same species as you. Your blood types is for breeding purposes only, which is the reason why when y'all procreate with each other, y'all like to get blood tests first because y'all are incomplete dominant amongst each other. Y'all aren't even the same species.
Yep, and
So it's like you want us to be the same species as you, but you probably not the same species as your mom, dad, or whoever you laying down with. And that's a genetic fact. It's called incomplete dominance. This is
Utter not.
they did the first blood transfusion with a sheep. You see what I'm saying? And that's what y'all share the closest blood type with sheep's. And this is
aka
facts.
recessive genetics. Recessive.
People can't give black people blood.
No thank you.
Duh.
so
No
again,
thank you.
Duh.
when it comes to blood
You
types and
guys
blood
change.
tests, it's referring to the type of antigens and the amount that you have. When so-called black people eat according to their genetic makeup, they reduce the amount of antigens that is present in their blood. So again, once we all get on one accord of doing what we're supposed to do and stop feeding our neuromelanin like a eukaryotic organism, then we wouldn't even be having this discussion no more. That does not mean that we're producing the same animal proteins as you.
Okay, so if black
So
people,
again, so again, let's answer the question, where did your people come from? I'm gonna help you out. We found y'all in the caves, but y'all also don't share any biological identification to those caves. So again, where did you come from? Just answer that, and then the host wants to move on to the next guest.
it's just straight pseudoscience, bro. Like this is nonsense.
Your
So are
whole
you not gonna
Western
answer the
science
question?
was built off of
Utter
pseudoscience.
nonsense.
Would you like for me to put a source on the board right now to explain
Let
how
me
the
guess.
entire
You gonna hit me with the we was
Western
kangs and shit?
medicine
We
is
was
built off
kangs
of
and shit, dog.
pseudoscience? You have pseudomelanin.
Yeah.
Bro,
You're
why
pseudo
is
here. You were created and truly seeded into reality, and all you can do is laugh.
Every time scientists get
because it's
together
nonsense, bro.
every
It's
time
actually
scientists
funny.
get together to talk about melanin, they talk about your melanin as pseudomelanin. This is facts. They write it in their books as pheomelanin is
Bro,
pseudomelanin.
no, they don't.
Especially y'all melanin because y'all are spliced from multiple animals. You see what I'm saying? A lion has more respect on this planet than y'all. A ant does. You see what I'm saying? A bee does. They do more for the planet than y'all. Y'all just let off sulfur dioxide, which actually disrupts the atmosphere and disrupts the ecosystem.
Yeah, abundance. Go ahead, Sun Heat.
Yeah, so much was said, man. I was trying to catch the what before Six Dad got on, but D was going in for a minute. I was trying to catch what was happening before that. How you say your name? Jenar?
Yeah,
How you say
it's Janir.
Janair? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hearing something what you were saying. But earlier I asked about the prokaryote and the eukaryote, right? Listen, there'd be a lot of lives, right? This is a pretty good one, you know. And I've been on Skywalkers before. So my thing is I don't like to argue. It's not about a debate. Once you present the facts, you know, I see why people ask for sources and things of that nature. You know, it really like cancels or negates. You know, people gonna have their opinions. You know, they're gonna have their feelings and things of that nature. You know, but the facts is where we should be able to have a common ground because facts are objective, they're not subjective, right? Our feelings are subjective. If we don't agree with something, then we want to dismiss it and say, oh no, that's wrong or whatever. But to be on these platforms and to be in these type of conversations, there should be a level of reasoning because we're talking information of a not the typical, you know, it's like I would say a higher caliber of conversation, right? And this is very important stuff, you know, to be able to identify yourself on the cellular level and then to go further to the etheric level. There are a lot of theories. I'll say that. There are a lot of theories based upon Western civilization and its attempt to try to answer questions in nature that they have been searching for quite some time. We come from people and civilizations or cultures that had this information. We had this type of knowledge and we lost it due to other groups coming along and, you know, intermixturing and things of that nature. So we lost the information. And now is the time for this information to be reclaimed so that we can reclaim who we are. But in that process, we go through all of the.
Where did these
You got a
people
question?
come
Go
from?
ahead.
Yeah, where did these people come from? I just want to stay on topic and not, you know what I'm saying? Because there's other people that want to speak, so I just want to stay on topic so we can get to the other people.
I got a question, and it's still about the.
I'll circle back to you, D.
It's an amalgamation. It's not one complete. It's not no one direct answer. It's a. You know, like when the sister said
From
the
the
incomplete
research
dominant.
and the information that you gained, how did these people get on the planet?
It's through different processes. It's a long story. You know. Evolution is part of it. There's some experimentation that's a part of it. You know, it all depends on which time period are
But
you
brother,
talking about.
no, it doesn't depend on the time period. But I have a question for you though, because you know how you asked me about the eukaryotic and prokaryotic. Now, in order for you to know how splicing, gene editing, and speciation works, you have to know the two cellular functions. So my question is, how do you know about this topic if you didn't know the two cells that exist?
No, I do know about it. I know about the two. I know about the prokaryote and the eukaryote. I know about it. I just wanted your understanding or comprehension of it. That's all.
Okay, so how did the eukaryotic cell get here?
So there's something called archaea in bacteria, right?
Mm-hmm.
These substances, they existed in the waters or the oceans of this planet for a very, very long time, right? There was a period of time when these bacteria or these archaea, they were prokaryotes. They were. Over time, as the these substances, these gases, these molecules, carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, and others, they group up and they form other substances, right? And then this is the process and how the cells were building as far as prokaryotes is concerned. The difference between a prokaryote and a eukaryote is one is a nucleated cell and the other isn't. Prokaryotes don't have a nucleus. Eukaryotes do, right? And in the nucleus of the cell is where the how to say this, as far as a eukaryote is concerned, is where the DNA is located. It's like say like a computer, right? You got the motherboard, and then on the motherboard you have what's called the CPU, the central processing unit, right? And that central processing unit is basically like the brain for the whole motherboard. Well, in a eukaryote cell, that nucleus is where the motherboard, the central processing unit for the cell is located, which is where the DNA is located, as far as the eukaryote is concerned. On the prokaryote, it's a different situation because it doesn't have a nucleus. So now with the through the development of these life forms in the waters, right? You have what was called or referred to as asexual, right? The whole process of meiosis and mitosis, cell division, right? In order to procreate and to what's the word? Basically populate for these life forms to populate. There was a period of time when these bacterias they actually were in a symbiotic state with the eukaryotic cell, and it became a host within the eukaryotic cell. I'm drawing this whole thing. Like, see, I can go all the way back from the sun. We know because y'all talking about the sun, us being soul people, sun people, right? From the sun itself, this sun is a process of 554 million tons of hydrogen burning that creates 550 million tons of helium. The extra 4 million are the sunspots that are exploding on the sun. But before that even happened, right, there had to be a dust cloud. And this dust cloud coagulated and formulated within space to create the process for the sun, that fusion or that spark to take place, for it to grow.
My bad, brother. So are we talking about the eukaryotic cell or who?
In regards to what?
Yeah, we're asking like, where did the eukaryotic cell come
So
from?
you said
Like, are you explaining the creation story for eukaryotic?
the when after the sun exploded and shot off the satellites into space, right? These orbs or these satellites, they spinning, they're revolving, they cool down. As the planets or these satellites were settling in their own orbits, they begin to develop in their own orbits. Different substances, different matters were forming on each of the orbs, right? So this planet in particular, it became a water planet. And as a water planet, the substances, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen, right? When these substances come together, they form different, say like carbon and hydrogen. That forms a methane gas. Nitrogen and hydrogen forms ammonia. These type of substances are the precursors to the bacterias, the fungi, the archaea, all of the different cell life forms that were in the waters of this planet. The earlier planet, when the planet was first formed. As these cellular life forms were developing and evolving in the waters, you got your prokaryotes, and then the eukaryotes came along. The eukaryote, as a nucleated cell, it developed along its path, and the prokaryote with the non-nucleated cell developed along its path. which are pretty much prokaryotes today
I
today are really
I just have a question. Are you saying okay? So I ain't gonna lie, everybody in the chat is confused, and I am too, because you're talking. You named 4 out of the 5 gases that so-called black people, or excuse me, biochemical substances that we're composed of. So
that's all
maybe
life form
not
on the planet.
right. They are sulfur and ammonia based. So they don't biologically identify
Sulfur,
the
sulfur, sulfur,
cosmos or
sulfur,
the star or planets. Every planet turns
sulfur.
into a star. So it sounds like you almost like was talking about the Big Bang.
No. Sulfur is a substance that developed later. That's a combination of other elements coming together to form sulfur. Sulfur is like what 12 on the element chart. It's further down. It's not the first elements. You go from hydrogen, helium, boron, lithium, carbon, oxygen.
How do
Those are
you
the
get
early elements.
sulfur and ammonia based people from those
No, no, no,
chemicals?
no. Nitrogen and hydrogen together forms the gas ammonia. This is the early planet. This is when the planet was going through its early stages. This was a very hot and very dense environment, along with the
Talking about the beginning of, you're
created
talking
vapor
about the
rings. Then
creation of the universe. You're saying that the
no, this
eukaryotic
planet,
cell.
this planet, when the sun shot off
I know exactly how this planet was created. Like I can break it down in 7 steps. I would have been done by now. But what the host is asking is, where did the
so
eukaryotic
there
cell come from? And it's wild. It's wild because there's no scientist or historian on this planet that can tell you where the eukaryotic cell came from, which is the reason
the
why what the
eukaryote is a
host has
nucleated
on the
cell.
screen is the #1 question in the world every single day.
A
So
And
eukaryote is a
I'm
nucleated
really,
cell.
you know what I'm saying, like befuddled that you know what I'm saying, answering this.
And the number one rule in nature, and all scientists know this, is that that which is natural will never change unless something unnatural takes place to it. So prokaryotic cells never split through meiosis or mitosis. That's eukaryotic cells. So-called black
No,
people,
no, no,
prokaryotic
no. When
cells,
we talk,
our cells split through binary
can I
fission,
ask you a
just like
question?
the sun.
Can I ask you a question?
Go
What is
ahead.
algae?
What is what?
Algae.
What is algae?
Yeah, algae. What is that?
It's a seaweed made up of bions,
Okay.
made up of microorganisms called bions.
That
Okay.
it's also
What
prokaryotic depending on which one we're talking about.
Yeah, but you're asking me about
what is
algae.
fungi?
You're asking me, hold on, brother. You're asking me about all these things when
No,
again the
not all.
host.
That was one question, brother. One
Yeah,
question.
I got you.
Don't
I
allow.
got
Don't
you.
exaggerate. Don't exaggerate.
Right. I'm just saying because you've been saying all these things that is misinformation. So that's why I'm
No.
including that as well.
So you can look this up. A eukaryote is a nucleated cell.
Yeah,
A
it is.
prokaryote is a non-nucleated cell.
Right. So
Right. I got you.
I
I
asked you
got
a question
right.
and I said, where did the eukaryotic cell come from?
And I
And
just
you just
explained
got
it to
into
you.
a whole bunch of
It came
nothing.
out
I'm
the
sorry.
No. It's not a
Facts.
whole bunch of nothingness because you got to understand the building blocks of life. And the building blocks of life starts with chemistry, right?
Okay.
These chemicals come together through by way of you got fission, you got nuclear fission, right? This we talking chemistry now, right?
Okay. Simplify it. How did the eukaryotic cell organism get on the planet?
Surely they didn't come here through fission when that's the splitting of atoms.
Yeah, and you telling us about the what's happening about you basically told us the Big Bang theory about our how our species
That's
live
not
in
a
a
theory.
hold on
That's not a theory.
you basically just told us how our species live in a cycle and we never unalive due to quantum physics and mechanics. That's what you were just explaining. But the thing is though is that we are not the same as these people and they don't come from us. They were grafted by from different animals to be here. Not even that long ago. 6 to 7,000 years ago. What you're talking about is eons and eons ago, when we used to be here. Only us. So you're getting your timeline
So
mixed up. This
so
is why I say
let
when
me
you're
ask you
talking
this.
about
Let me ask you this.
prokaryotic cells,
Let
eukaryotic
me ask
cells,
you this.
you might know the little basics, but you don't
No,
understand the
Nah,
let me
nah,
ask
function
you
I
of it.
don't
this,
want no
which
more
is
questions, son. Because it's two other people on here that wants
okay.
to
But
speak.
let me
You see what
just
I'm
close,
saying?
please. Just let me just
Respectfully.
say this. Let me respond. Just let me reply, and then I'll let go.
All right, make it short though. Make it short. Go ahead. Go ahead, son. He make it short though.
I got a
All
question.
right, go ahead, KMT.
My bad.
Thank you, bro. Um, oh, before I start, brother, I have this question. Do you like think? Do you believe about the process or explanation of concerning the Big Bang?
Are you asking, do I understand the Big Bang?
Do you accept the theory?
All theories are have truth in them. It's universal law. All lies have to have truth in it. You see what I'm saying? Because to know it's a lie, that means that there's a truth that exists to that lie. So they have to tell you the truth in these books, in these science books, and all of these things. And when they tell you about the Big Bang theory and you see the steps, it's the same thing that happens inside of a so-called black woman during the gestation period. So that's when we start to see as above, so below happen in real life. And we start to see that this shit is really happening.
I see.
I got a question.
Okay.
Why?
Oh,
Why? I'm not even trying to be on some random stuff. This is my biggest question on the same subject. Why is we mainly worried about their genetics? You know what I'm saying? Why we not studying our genetics more
But
than where they?
before
My bad.
anybody answers that, brother, I just want you to think on why it matters real quick and give me your answer.
I know partially why it matters. It matters because it's certain things they doing that their mission was a 6,000 year curse that they had to keep their agenda going for a certain amount of time to eventually the universal law that the universe always have that they will eventually have to be put out of place and we will take place back in our seats. You're saying. So I know partial why, but that's still not the true reason why I feel like that's the reason why we should be studying why they're here. We know why they're here. They're here to destroy us. They're here to keep us oppressed. But that's not the real reason why we should
Now
be.
we're not asking why they're here. We
Mhm.
saying where did they come from?
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to see. Like, I'm not saying it to throw it off the subject. I'm just saying why it's so important to know where did they come from, how did they get here. You know what I'm saying? If they're not important, if they're not here for the
Do you
true mission of
see
Earth.
okay, do you see the conditions that our people as a collective are in today?
Right? But they're not the main enemy though. That's the thing. We can't. I'm not saying I'm gonna stick up for them, but I had to get out of that ignorant level of thinking that is white people doing destructive things. That's all I'm trying to tell you. Like when I was telling Skywatcher, I was telling her like it's not about the genetics really, it's about the energy. That's why I said we all the same spiritually, but not the same physically, genetically. I get
it's
that
about the
part.
genetic,
We are
brother.
not the
It's all
same.
about genetic. We are not the same.
No, when I say
When
we're the
talking about
same,
genetic,
it's energy wise. Energy. Everybody got
no,
energy. So that's the only thing that keeps us whole. But the separation, division is the color or the culture, or what you want to call it, of people.
Now what separates
That's
us
the
is
separation.
genetic.
That's the
no,
division.
bro. That's not true. That's not true.
We don't even have the same energy. We
So
But I'm saying we
I
hold energy in general. Like that's what keeps us connected. But everybody energy is not the same. You're right. Everybody could come off with a weird ass energy. Some people could come off with a low vibrational energy. Some people could come with the highest vibrational energy that you never thought existed. It
Bro,
happens, but it's still energy. That's what I'm saying. That's the connection part about it. There's no separation through that. It's the only thing that separates us is the way you vibrate. even though it's still energy, it vibrates. So
Oh,
it's still energy. That means it still holds some
Bro,
type
the
of
separation
connection.
we have is a cultural separance.
all right, hold
Can
on.
I
I'm gonna
That's what
get
I'm
to you,
saying.
Doc.
Facts.
can I
Hold on.
keep? I
So
was speaking. Can I keep it?
yeah, KMT was talking. I just want to say something to D real quick. The reason why I'm talking about this topic today and why it's important is because our children are getting snatched up and we are not teaching our children. We're sending our children to these people right here
Right.
to be psychologically evaluated, medically evaluated, and
You right.
educated, which means we are not teaching our own species. This is why this is important. Once my people understand that we are not the same, then
Right.
we can detach from these people. So this is
Right.
why it's important. It's not about us as adults, it's about children.
Right.
I
I
want to go ahead and
respect
go
that. I
to
If I
respect
may
that.
say something here.
let me get the KMT and then I'm gonna get to you, brother.
Okay, brother.
Go ahead, KMT. Finish what you were saying.
Yeah, I will be very brief. I personally I don't like adhere to the theory of being bound. That isn't my cup of tea there because yeah, it puts us in a complete like off of the path. So what I want to say because the question asks is like where these guys where do they come from? I think in this book the people call Bible, and there are all many other books like the books about the Great Tartaria, and there are all books about the lost book of the god Enki. Then we understand how all these guys, where they come from, and what is their purpose. For sure, they are not meant to be here with us, not at all. They are not meant to be here with us. They are supposed to be in some sort of underworld because they are not really different from animals. Because they share mostly 50% of their genetics with the animals. That's something true. So what I'm trying to say is this: if you understand where we are right now, that the Earth isn't flat, the Earth isn't round. That we are. I'm not just like it's not about a completism or something as such. I'm saying if you understand that the Earth isn't round, we are inside dome, and beside like beside the dome, there are many other Earth because the word planet tells us everything. Planet. In French, you get a real meaning of that word, like a plate which is neat, like in a spiral way, a plate that we are on a flat surface. There's no round thing. Now you question yourself: if the Earth is not round and we are on a flat surface inside a dome, and that there are many other domes, are we alone here?
Talking
Where are
about,
we
bro.
exactly?
Oh,
I'm speaking, bro. So I'm not the Kemet. I'm not the Kemet. Don't worry about. I'm not the Kemet. We understand this. That I think the U.S. Parliament always speak about this stuff all the time. They always talk about it. Every time they say, they just like throw a little word about these things. They will tell you we are not alone. Reptile govern the world. Birds are not birds, but they are government drones. They will tell you everything. They always tell you about things. You have open your ears and understand what they're trying to tell you. The message they are trying to pass on. I will conclude by saying this: these guys come from the abyss. They come from the underworld. They come from the oceans. And this world is not theirs. They were just introduced here by some entities for a main purpose. And also we are closer here with them, and they are because they shared some they have some agreement with those entities, and those entities provide them some knowledge and technology to do to us whatever they want.
Wait, brother.
I
So,
was concluding.
I was gonna ask. So, where did they come from?
From the I could say they come from the deep oceans. They come from
Bro,
the
they
deep
come from the
oceans.
same place we come from. There is
We
Hold on,
we
13. I'm gonna get to you. Just calm down, all right? Go ahead, Denzel and KMT.
I see they come from the deep oceans. They come from the deep oceans. They were not supposed to be
Wait.
here.
Sorry, we can't hear you. What'd you say?
Ocean.
They
They
come from
come
the
from the deep.
ocean. Oh,
Yeah, from the
so
ocean.
but everybody outside the so-called black race, it's already is a genetic fact that they don't biologically identify with this planet or genetically identify with this planet, which means that
Even
it means every atom that makes this planet, the ocean, everything, means that it doesn't know them, which is why they can't absorb terrestrial radiation and solar radiation on the planet.
it's not that the planet doesn't know them. It's that their genetics not adapted to this place.
That's the
Their
same thing.
genetic is not adapted to this place. That's why they
That's
are
the
not
same
the yeah.
thing. That's the same
You
thing.
say?
That's the same thing. If your genetics don't biologically identify with this planet, you can't come from, there's nothing that could have evolved you here. There's
Yes.
nothing that could have brought you here. So every scientist and historian in the world is saying that so-called black people come from Earth's evolution, but there is no explanation for the eukaryotic cell.
Facts.
Yes, but about that,
really, I
no
think that
black
we come
people,
from the same
no
place. And like the
no
only
black,
Okay. 13, calm down, bro.
neither these guys or black people come from this place. Even we black people are not from here. They are not from here too. But we were brought here for a reason, and we were brought to live here. They were not brought to live here, but to live under the oceans, inside the ocean and deeper, like a deeper water in the ocean. Both of us had our domain, in which we were supposed to thrive in, but they decided to leave their domain and come to us. And that's why we are like living all these troubles or all this nonsense we are living today. And the reason that they cause a lot of mess, that the real how can I say, how do you call them, the guardians, I'll say it this way, punish them. They say they will stay here and repair the mess they have caused since then. They are not getting their lesson, and they are keeping doing the mess. So what I'm trying to say is this, because I have a lot of books. I have a lot of lot of things I've seen. If you understand the concept of the Sumerians, if you read about the Sumerians, if you read about the Anunnakis, if you read about Genesis 1,
We've read them, but the Anunnaki just means those who come from above. So we just want a simple answer, maybe like a sentence. So sentence or less, where do the eukaryotic cell come from?
bro, we're all the same
they were
cells.
just no, they don't come. They were buried, like they were fabricated inside the laboratory.
All right.
They were fabricated inside laboratory. There's the only simple straight question. The straight response
next.
I have to that question.
13.
They
I'm
were
gonna
made
get to
inside
you after
laboratory.
more.
I
'cause
think
more was up there before you.
in Genesis 1, and Genesis 2 of the so-called Bible is well explained there. Those cells were made in a laboratory.
All right. Abundance and gratitude. I want to go ahead and move on to more, and then after more, I'll get to you, 13. Go ahead, more.
Great, enjoying the build first and foremost. I was thinking hard about what Skywatcher was talking about the last time I was on this live, and doing some more further research and everything like that. And she makes a very good, valid point. A very good valid point is like literally, and I like the topic, where do they come from? And thinking about what the brother just now talking about, a laboratory, I was thinking about like when we go through all of this, right? We go through all of this processing and everything, and I think that it's great. And at a certain point, I think it's like, when I look at it, it looks like it was possibly a scientific experiment gone wrong, and something happened. Like we see in science a lot, where scientists are working on something. In the process of working on something, they actually wind up creating something else. So my thoughts on that would be that there was a scientific experiment in the laboratory, and something went terribly wrong from trying to fuse all of these different genetics together. Because the only thing that I can see and say is, if we are not at all similar at all, how would we, not saying that they are like us, how would we be able to procreate with them? That's the question that I have.
How we were to procreate with them?
Explain that to the brother to you last time though, brother, and they were created through introgression.
Can you explain the integration a little bit more?
Bro,
I thought you did the research, because the last time we talked, I told you that they came from introgression. I explained to you how introgression works. We were on the live for like 3 hours talking about that. So what research were you doing? Like, were you looking into the eukaryotic cell, or were you looking to creation? So like, where are you at?
Like, literally, there's some things that, like, I'm not faulting y'all for doing the work. In my studies right now, I'm not looking into the scientific explanation of everything, like, because I'm more concerned with, like, this is the point that where I was getting on the live to say. That's why I asked you a question. I was getting on the live to say that, there was a time where they did not exist. So because there was a time where they did not exist, there will be a time where they won't exist. So like, I think a lot of times we're worried about how they got here and everything else. But, if we continue to amalgamate with them, then they'll continue to be here. The reason that all of this stuff that's going on in the world right now is because their numbers are dwindling.
Facts.
They are less than 7% of the entire population. So the science on it, and all of that other stuff, I think that's great for the scientists. And I'm a scientist myself, but
And why are you asking me about introgression then? If it doesn't matter, why ask twice in a row? Because they are a science experiment, right? So why wouldn't you explore science and genetics if you want to know why they come here, when the base word of genetics is origin?
Well, the thing is, when you say why they come here, like, I'm not looking at it from like, oh, they came from another planet or a planetary system. I literally believe that they were created in a lab. And I will study on the integration part. I have not gotten to that point yet. But I was getting on here to talk about, like, all we have to do is stop procreating with them, unify with our own people, stop procreating with them, and they will be no more. They have to have us in order to continue to procreate.
Right. So with that though, because my people don't understand what they're composed of, they keep procreating with them because they've been fed the lies through school saying that we're all one big happy human race family. This is why we're trying to reach our people and remind them that these people are not us. So this is why it
but they're
matters.
one of us.
Well, and one thing I also want to add to what you were saying, brother, is that most of
So I more you can respond to that, and then after you respond, I want to get to 13.
Okay, I didn't hear the question.
No, I was just responding to what you were saying. You were saying that we
No,
gotta
it's
start
just
procreating with them and all that. Yeah, but you gotta understand the mindset of our people as a collective. Yeah, you may know that these people aren't us, but as a whole, we don't know that. This is why we have to talk about it.
yeah, you're right about that, my brother, because A lot of, and I deal with it quite frequently. And what I began to understand on, right, and comprehend is that the information right now at this point, you know, consciousness and awareness is not for everybody yet. A lot of people ain't even, they're still stuck in the belief, rather than, you know, they're still stuck in the belief of what the YT has shown us, you know. So like, I think it's going to have to be more forums like this and more individuals that are actually studied up. And, you know, I give honors to everyone that's on the live for actually even being here, processing and building with each other. You know, just like I like what Skywatcher is doing. You know, she's very well educated on the scientific understanding, and she can put out and demonstrate to us what she's had, which will give us, you know, which gives me more information that I can eventually take, utilize, and study on. Skywatcher, yeah, that's right. I have not went and looked into integration yet at this point, so I cannot sit here and try to front like I'm going to be able to talk with you about that at this time.
I got you, brother, but I just wanted to ask you a question. So you said you were doing research. On what, though?
I was just studying about the okay, I'll give you this. I was talking about Europeans, right? The way that I come there, I was saying, oh, Europeans are this and that and everything else, right? Because I was being taught about, you know, Europeans this, Europeans that. But at the same time, we're indigenous to everywhere on the earth. So if we're indigenous to everywhere on the earth, there are actually indigenous Europeans that are just like us that came from over there. There's different people.
Oh, we're the Anunnaki. We're not indigenous.
All right, 13. After more than, I'm gonna get straight to you.
Okay. I'm just saying we are, like what's been already said, right, is we have the genetic material from this planet, right? So if we have the genetic material from this planet, that would mean that our physical bodies come from this planet. That doesn't mean that our physical bodies is not the essence of who we are.
That's true and not necessarily true at the same time. So Earth is just one of our homes. So I agree with you on there. Earth is just one of our homes, but this suit biologically identifies with the entire cosmos. All planets are inhabitable. All, like, I don't know why we don't, if you can tell me, or whoever was up here that can tell me the genetic composition of who we are, that's the same thing as a star. So how do we not share biological identification with the entire planet? See what I'm saying? Goes beyond physical. I understand what you're saying, but there's an identification that your physical body is connected to your spirit body. It's very important to know thyself and to know micro to macrocosm, and micro to macrocosm past you and into the universe.
And all celestial bodies are connected to each other through quantum entanglement. So we're all connected to each other. We're all connected to every landmass, every part of the universe, like she said.
Exactly. So, when it comes to the Anunnaki, we're children of the Anunnaki.
Hold on. I believe the host said you gotta wait. You know what I'm saying? Second. Hold on 1 second, brother.
I just want us to understand that if we don't know the anatomical, the physiological, the neurological, the biological, if we don't know that we are not the same, like beyond, oh, they have fur, they have hair, we have hair, like beyond that, if you can't explain it to me, then don't say it.
Exactly. We
shouldn't be teaching our children that we're the same as these people. Because anciently and originally, we shouldn't even, according to what we knew and what the Akashic Records is, we shouldn't even be on TikTok having to tell people this shit. This is why the joke is on us and the embarrassment is on them. Or the embarrassment is on us and the joke is on them, because all right, I'm done.
And that's why I tell myself, why do y'all get so deep into the white mindset of people? You know what I'm saying? If they're not that really important, if they know they're gonna die off, y'all know they're gonna die off, y'all know they're not original to the earth.
Word, brother.
Bro, we're not original to the earth.
One second, y'all. No over talking. Over talking will get the live taken down. Please stop saying DIE, okay? Because this shit is probably gonna get taken down. The amount of times that is being said in here, y'all. So just try to control yourself, okay? We are not talking about race in here. I cannot help the fact that these people are so-called white or so-called Mexican or so-called Dravidian. We're not discussing race. The host wants to talk about speciation, which is the reason why he has the DNA, the double helix on the screen. He says, where did they come from? He wants to know their origin. We don't care about skin, because when it comes to skin, what programs the skin? It's based off of what's within the genetic makeup. So that's what we're talking about in here. As far as why it's important, because our women and our children are being snatched for their totipotent stem cells. As a masculine, you get to sit here and be on a panel. There's women and children and men, but there's women and children that never get to feel the sun, which is a direct reflection of who they are. They never get to feel the grass. You know how much niggas hated school? They never even experienced school. It's very important, because the reason why our women and children are being used for their totipotent stem cells is because it's the sparker of all life. So if you don't understand your genetics, then you don't know why our children are being snatched. You don't know why none of this is going on. You don't know the reason for school. You don't know the reason why they feed you the same meat that they share genetics with, the same animal. If we're going to talk about indoctrination, we need to understand the people who are actually so-called indoctrinating us, and understand that your psyche is connected to your genetics. So there's a psychological and a genetic explanation for why they've done everything. That's why it's important to know where they come from.
Abundance.
In my opinion, where we come from is even more important. You feel me? Like, we come from the other star systems and these other Anunnakis' homeland. We're not indigenous to this planet. You feel me? The white people, the Arabs, and the Asians are indigenous to this planet. We came to this planet as guides, as lords, as kings. We came to this planet, but then they fucked us over with their diseases and all these other things that they made up with, like the dirty shit they do and all that shit. It fucked us over, and it made us slaves. You feel me? Like, now, if you look at black people, we're the least like known race for wealth. It comes the Asians, the Indians, the Chinese, all these, you feel me? Like, but we didn't come from here, bro. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, we didn't come
13.
from
What is
we're
Anunnaki?
here to be as gods, as guides to these niggas, and they fucked us over. They made us slaves.
So who are you?
All right,
Are you
so
so-called black or what?
I'm black. I'm Cape Verdean. I'm black. But
all
I
right.
don't. But the white people and us, we have different genetics, but we're one of the same. Just how Saturn is still a
Wait, hold
planet,
up, hold
even
up,
though it's
hold
not
up.
the same
What do
makeup
you
as a
mean by we
planet.
one in the same though?
We're one of the same. Look at other planets. Everything is connected, right? Everything is one. So if you look at it in a massive scale, we're Earth, for example. We sustain life. We're peace. We're all these things. Then you look at Mars. Mars can sustain life, but it's more of a. That's why the
Right. So you said
Romans.
we're peace and all that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You just said that. Why would we come to somebody? First of all, I don't even think everybody outside the so-called black people got here no more than 6,000 to 8,000 years ago, for one. And even if they was indigenous to this planet, if we were so peace and all this, why would we have to go to another species planet and rule over them? Because you just said
Because
we're
we have more
more
knowledge than them. We're trying. They were
but we're peace
barbaric.
though. That
They
don't
were
make no sense,
barbaric.
brother.
If you look at no, for real, they were barbaric. We brought order to this planet. We brought harmony to this planet. We brought technology to this planet that they didn't have, because they don't have the capacity to, like, even at that time they didn't have the capacity to understand the things we understand spiritually. So we try to teach them spiritually and all these things, but they created methods and like warfares and like other like strategies to like overthrow us.
Right. So I want to go off of, you said that they were the first people on the planet, right? My
Exactly,
thing
they
is,
were.
so
They
okay,
were.
cool. Not a problem. So so-called black people, if you go into science, science says that so-called black people was the first on the planet though.
And science says that because we came to this earth. There probably was no life on this earth, human life, humanoid life on this earth.
Okay.
Science, history, and genetics is saying that we
True,
evolved
but we
with the
we
earth.
can all
That
agree
these
that the white
people
people are
came way
derived
the
from
fuck
apes.
later, and that they share no biological identification here
Exactly, but they
or
share
anywhere in
biological.
the
They
cosmos.
share
So if we
DNA
shared
with apes.
biological identification with the earth, that means that we
True,
would have shared biological identification to the entire cosmos. So
true,
if we
exactly. We
were more
share.
advanced than them,
Uh,
if we were, hold
bro,
on,
listen,
hold on.
listen.
If we were
They
more advanced than them, then why would we come to a planet that was inhabited by dumb motherfuckers to take over? What does that do for us? What does that do? And then on top of that, where did we come from when the whole cosmos is our home? Why we need to flee another planet when our masculine created the planets? You think they just gonna create a shit show? No, you gotta study quantum mechanics, physics, science, the whole thing.
And it will tell you that so-called black men, protons, black men, miniature men built this planet.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? We built, and even NASA got books of our people on rings of Saturn called the ring makers of Saturn. You see what I'm saying? They have us classified as the makers of the solar system. We are the ones who constructed this. So there's no reason to run away or fear or try to take over anything.
Hey, so you just proved my point, my brother. You literally just proved my point that these people, wherever they came from, it's no point. It's irrelevant. It's not nothing but irrelevant
I
information.
mean,
I mean,
hey,
we can be worried about it. We can be
the
worried about
thing
what's
is, D,
happening.
I already explained to you why it's important right now.
Yeah, I know that too.
Like,
I
yeah,
you
cool,
ain't gotta
they don't
explain to me.
matter,
I know
but
why deeply in my soul.
as
Trust
a collective, we all gotta come to an understanding of who we are and who these people are.
And
We're
this
not
is the thing I'm
the
gonna tell you.
same genetically.
And this is the
We're
humble
not the
part that
same
you gotta hear,
species.
bro. A lot of our people, you suppose you say our people ain't gonna come together though. All the people that gonna come together is the ones that think just like
We
us.
already together though, bro. We
That's
just
what I'm
not
saying.
together. We just
Yeah.
not together spiritually, bro.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying the ones that think like how we think are the only ones that might step forward to do something. You know what I'm saying? The only
But it's our job to remind our brothers and sisters.
right. We are. That's what I'm saying. We are on
So
that
why are
path.
you saying that they're not gonna get it if it's our job to remind them?
No, I'm saying like when I say this, not all want to accept that. You gotta realize some of these souls didn't come here to do that. You know what I'm saying? Some of these souls came here to experience the same shit that we are
exactly.
going through right now. Half of us didn't want to experience this, but we had to go through the experience to learn from our lessons, my past life to
You
come to
didn't
this
have to do
moment to
nothing.
do
You
it.
chose to come here.
Yeah, to do it
You
again.
didn't
I
choose to
get
come
that.
here. You made that decision when you walk into the light or when you go towards the darkness.
Exactly. So that's what I'm
If you
trying
go
to tell
towards
you
the
to sum it up. Everybody ain't gonna want to do it. Get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying to doubt it. I want everybody to come together. I really do. I really want this, bro. But I'm saying the realistic part about it that you gotta really truly accept that everybody that's in the mindset they were made to be programmed to, and not just the ones that's like, how can I say, the middle people? The middle people is the ones that you could probably grab someone and touch to get the light too. You know what I'm saying? The middle people. But the middle people that's in the middle, most of them run to the what? To the shit. So you gotta look at it like this. The vulnerable people that we have in our community they don't have the guidance, like you said, the ones that supposed to go into the fake misinformation in school, education, resources, all that, etc. Half of them are still in that slavery mindset of mentality of survival. So a lot of them are
Exactly.
not gonna
And
come out
so
of that.
the
Some people are
thing
gonna
is
come out of
though,
that spell.
so the thing is though, you're saying it doesn't matter, but we are sending children to go get indoctrinated. Why are we sending our children to them? Because we believe that we're all the same species. Like, I don't understand how you're not grasping what I'm saying. But because as a collective, I'm not talking about us who know. I'm speaking as a collective, us as a whole. We do not understand that these people are not us because of we are sending our children to their schools, and in those schools they are teaching our children that we are all the same. This is why this topic matters. This is why it matters that we understand that these people share DNA with multiple different types of animals. Some of them animals ain't even natural.
Right. That's
This
what I'm
is
saying.
why this
I
matters,
agree
bro.
1,000% on that. That's why I say this subject is a A1. But I'm saying
Even
for the selective of people, them people don't want to accept that. You gotta be realistic with
You
yourself.
don't know that because you ain't talked to all your brothers and sisters throughout the whole entire globe, bro.
No, I know I didn't, but I'm saying off of experience.
Exactly. So
Some of
stop
the people,
saying that. I don't want to
tell
keep
people
hearing
that
that
have
shit,
kids that
bro.
have white kids.
Like I really don't want to
I'm
keep
a
hearing that
separatist.
shit. Hold up, 13. I don't want to keep hearing that shit. Oh, they not finna get it. They not finna get it. Bro, you got it, didn't you? And you the same as them. So why the fuck can't they get it? Stop trying to separate yourself from your brothers, bro.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're
just
saying
telling
they're
you.
not gonna get
Can I
it.
either?
You
No.
don't know that, bro. Like,
Can I?
I'm just gonna be honest, bro. Stop saying that shit. Like, I'm the same. Me and you are reflections. We are genetically the same, bro. Anything you can do, I can do. Anything I can do, you can do, bro. So what do you mean they can't? They just not gonna get it?
Can
We'll
I?
get it. It just needs a little
Can I?
bit of
Can I?
guidance.
Bro? Can you give me 2 minutes, please?
I'm gonna get to you after. Go ahead, 13.
So what's the question that you're asking?
Where did these people come from?
These people came from this planet, but they didn't start off as white people. They were apes or like Neanderthals.
Okay,
Right?
how did
There's
they turn
another
into white
species
people?
of human that also existed too. There was those species. We came as the Anunnaki to this planet.
Okay,
to
hold on. Let me stop you there. What does Anunnaki mean?
Bro, Anunnaki means, like she said, just from the stars. That's what it
Okay, so
means.
not
So we
only
can't
so-called black people came from the stars. You know, it's multiple different types of species throughout the cosmos.
exactly, but we're the one species. We're the God race. You ever
Right.
played a
So
video like
yeah,
we're the God race?
right,
We're the race that was chosen from the first.
right. But I'm saying though, we come from the cosmos, right? And you're saying that these people evolved here on Earth. Where is the evidence of that? Because the first cell on this planet was a prokaryotic cell. How did the eukaryotic cell organism get on the planet? How did the eukaryotic cell get here? Period. You're saying that we came here, but if you look at science, so-called black people, we are prokaryotic cell organisms. So we was the first on the planet. How did
Exactly. Okay,
that don't even make any sense?
that's true. That's true. But you don't have to understand evolution. First, we evolved into apes. We
Who
we
is
didn't
we?
evolve into humans right after we evolved from a fish or some shit. You feel me?
Who is we?
So we all agree that Neanderthals existed.
Okay,
Right?
who is we?
That was another human. That was a sub race
All
of
right, bro.
human
Let's stop dodging the
humanity,
question.
like
Who is
humanity.
we?
Who is we? We is a human race. We all share. They
Nigga,
just
you
have
just
different
said we the
phenotypes.
God race. How the fuck we
But
the
listen,
human
let me
race
go.
now, bro?
Listen. You didn't let me finish. What a human race. What human race means on this planet does not mean across the cosmos. I mean humanoids. That means we have 2 arms and 2 legs in a reproduction system. Most aliens on this earth,
13,
most aliens in the
13,
cosmos do not have the
13,
same.
13, 1 second. Do you understand that when these people came out of the caves, that they were on all fours with hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, unable to speak and reproduce? So your reproductive system is incorrect. They had to undergo eugenics and genetic engineering in order for
Anunnaki.
them to even stand up straight like how they are today.
Exactly,
So
from the Anunnaki,
again,
from
so
us.
they did not evolve from
I
anywhere
know,
on
but
this
from
planet. Your
us.
primate that you're talking about, now you saying they came from us.
You sound like you getting this shit from
Us.
our
You
The
sound like
side.
you
Anunnaki
getting
share the
it
black
from.
skin
So
we
you
do.
said
The
we were on
Anunnaki
another
share the black
planet.
skin we
We
do.
came to this planet and we seen them here, and now they came from us, but they were already here. But no
Exactly. They're
But they
already
scientists.
started
here,
out as
but
a
at
monkey.
a lower rate
The
than where we
monkey
were
that
at.
the primate that you're talking about,
Y'all
what
thinking of
type of cellular?
evolution.
Bro,
Evolution. What do you
shush, please, because evolution is not
know how long it takes
a
to
natural
evolve a creature?
phenomenon.
You
All
know how
right,
long it takes to
the
evolve
base,
a race?
bro. Oh my gosh, can you chill?
Like literally
The
though.
fuck, you finna turn me up, bro? Chill, please. It's okay. It's okay. It's just TikTok. Just relax, though. Relax. All right? 741 frequency. All right? Listen to that. All right? Just relax, because you're not even hearing what we saying. We know that these niggas have monkey and primate DNA. As the YT species, they have up to 20+% of Neanderthal DNA. We know. What the host is asking you is those animals that they're spliced with, that you're saying that they come from, share no biological identification to the planet. There's no way that they could have been here first or evolved with anything here, because they just got here less than 10,000 years ago.
Then we brought them
How?
Oh my
with
God.
ships, nigga.
You just coming up with different shit,
No,
bro. You just said, bro. You just said.
You just said they
you
were
got 'em
here,
off.
and we flew to this planet and they were already here.
Yeah,
now you saying we brought
that
them?
we brought them here.
So who was here when we brought them? Then?
So then why did
bro?
we take their planet? Why he said that we took their planet
Oh.
because we had more like
This is detrimental to
and,
children.
and I'm gonna come clean. I didn't hear
If children
no.
ask you where to, like, all these type of questions, and this is how you respond, this is detrimental to their brain.
But hear me out though. I hear what you're
This
saying.
is detrimental
But
to the growth and development of our next generation. We have to know who we are,
Right.
so the next generation can know who they is. It's that simple. So when you're saying, oh, I know there's scientific terminology, but I don't want to dive into that. Why not?
Yeah, that should be pissing
Why
me
not?
off.
Why don't you want to do that so you can be able to comprehend what the fuck is going on your planet, and you can teach that to your children
Facts. Like,
instead
why are
of
you
somebody
coming
else
back
doing that,
the
instead of
next
somebody else taking care of your child medically. When they don't know, over 300,000 of us a year get misdiagnosed in their hospitals. Why? If we're the same species, you don't know how to deal with our intake. You don't know how to deal with our anatomy because you can splice into our cells. So why do we keep allowing that? Because
As spiritual people we are,
I didn't know that was you saying. Because I'm gonna come clean. I hear a lack of magnetism in his voice. So either you not eating according to your genetic makeup, or you not who you say you is. And that's just my theory, because I can't see you. But you talking to somebody who's really tapped in with vibration, bro. I've been playing instruments since I was 3. There's a lack of magnetism in your voice. I don't know if it's because of what you eating or because you're non-conducive to this planet. I'm not trying to step on toes, bro, but estrogen base or something, because like I said, magnetism is something that you can hear. It's something that you can feel. So we discuss science in here and we leave feelings, hopes, and fucking dreams at home. You know? We don't do that in here.
Yeah, none of that
Mystical shit. What the fuck is this nigga doing now?
so can we say a theory though?
Who is that?
So if we say these beings was not here that longer than 6,000 years, right? If they wasn't here that long, how can we not say that if you would think possible that something that's not human came down here and did something with something that was already here, not the white people, white tees, you'll say, but you know what I'm saying, and they did something to them, what created them and left them here for them 6,000 years, and they found their way through our information, and what happened was they manipulated the information, took some of the stuff out to tell us why we questioning right now, like why and how they're here and where they came from. How can we not say that they were made by something that's not human, that created them through stuff that was natural to the earth but unnatural to what they use in their part of their split? When they you know what I mean? Like when they use their type of germs, you use germs, right? Look at it like an atom. Put 2 atoms or you put 1 atom. The atom, they could come together or they could split. How can we not say they use some of their atoms and they, they cells to bring down the cells to help break down the chromosomes to help build their race? They probably use
Just
some
advice,
kind of
brother. I would just, cause right now, and I feel you asking hypotheticals. this is why we be doing the research off the lives though. So when the host is asking a question, where did they come from, we can actually share factual information rather than just hypotheticals.
So I got a
You know what I'm
question for
saying?
you,
Because
Divine.
like when you're talking about atoms, you see what I'm saying? You're talking about the building blocks of life. When we're talking about subatomic and atomic particles, there's a quantum scientific explanation for their genetic makeup. When you explore their genome, again, eukaryotic means truly seated. That means that something, a being, does not necessarily mean that it is us, right? Truly seated the nucleus here. They didn't come down here. I don't know why, you know what I'm saying? I think that's just a thing that people like be starting off saying. They didn't come down here. These niggas didn't come from nowhere but a petri dish, y'all. And I mean that respectfully. There's nowhere else in the cosmos that they can identify with biologically as a sulfur and an ammonia-based being. Every planet turns into a star. So when we're talking about atoms, the building block of life, your building block of life needs to match that building block of life in order for you to be conducive. If it does not, are you conducive? No. So again, where did they come from? Genetic splicing and introgression, which is done through hybridization, which is done through repeating. You see how complex that is?
Mm-hmm.
Because they are the complex cell organism.
So
So
you don't think there are 6 etherian beings that they were
no,
created by?
they are six ether beings. They are six ether beings, but what planet, what type of spirit entity is the planet? Is it not 9 ether?
Right? They came from the
Yeah.
Cyrese.
So then how
Cyrese
can
chose
their
so many
spirit, right,
constellations. Right?
identify with this planet or anywhere in the cosmos when the entire cosmos on the planet is 9 etheric?
Right. 999.9.
They're not able to biosynthesize the sun on this solar system.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
can't.
Like,
What makes you think they're gonna biosynthesize the sun on any solar system?
facts.
They can't take the sun. They can't take solar radiation or terrestrial radiation.
That's
If
what
you
I'm saying.
can't do that on
13
one
was
planet,
proven. He
you
proved
can't
it.
do that on any planet.
Right, and it's all the I'm interested to hear what planet. That's why I like to ask, what planet do y'all think that they come
The
from?
Cyrese.
Because other planets, like this planet, has more than one sun.
Facts.
Like these niggas can't take none of them. So what if we're talking about another planet, which other planets have many suns,
Mhm.
right? Multiple suns. Where have you can't even take a core generator
Right.
of the core generator, which is the sun that's outside right now. Then how are you taking the real sun or any sun?
Exactly.
That's what I was telling you. The
Like you
6 ether
said.
beings that came down here from the Cyrese, they mixed out with the great.
All right.
What do you say?
He would have been better off saying they come from under
Respectfully
the
though, D,
ground.
you've been asking it's been people up here and they ain't even spoke yet, and you just keep going on and on, trying to find a way to disagree with what we're saying. So I just want to move on to the next people. So go ahead, Cosmic.
Love and abundance. Let me know when my turn next. That's it.
Yeah, you after Cosmic. I got you.
Yeah, I just want to say love and abundance to everyone on the panel. You know, great perceptions on everything. I'm open minded to everything, so I'm listening. I'm agreeing with the respectfully, I'm agreeing with the sister on this one because genetically and biologically, no one wants to accept the truth of who the original beings are. So when it's broke down scientifically, you still don't understand who are the true original beings of this realm. Now, when they came as invaders, and they came in as invaders, and they seen the treasures. The treasures was us, because we were so high in frequency. The motherboard. When they came in, they seen the motherboard and how it was set up, and how we had things set up in the realm. They mimicked that, and they mimicked that by learning us. And you have to understand, they're not from this realm. I don't know where they was getting chased from, but they came and entered our realm, because our realm was actually hidden behind Jupiter. It was never supposed to be found. So when they found our realm, star tracking, literally, they're trying to come into the realm. When they came in through portals and they was guided, and literally people don't want to hear this respectfully, just as this is how I feel, they were guided by the Moors.
Yeah. Hey, can you tell us how they did that? Because again, they don't have no biological identification to no planet, no
To a
solar
portal?
system, no nothing.
The
So
sun, the planet, the black,
like,
the so-called black woman's womb is the portal. Like,
yeah.
if they don't share biological identification to nothing in the cosmos, that mean that the portal off the table, brother.
And so-called black people, we don't originate from one landmass or one planet. The whole universe is us. We are the universe going in a cycle, and beings are living inside of us.
Right.
This is what's happening. You see, that's why it's hard to envision it that way, because that's what's going on. So I just wanted to clear that up, that we don't originate from one landmass, and these people don't come from a planet, nothing. They come from animals.
That means that y'all are saying that they got cosmic power. They can just navigate the motherfuckers just freely. Like, we not shutting that shit down. Like, there's a reason why they are here. And I agree with every last one of y'all that are saying that there's a reason why they are here. The entity that created them is a prokaryotic entity, but that does not mean that we created them. Turtles are prokaryotic, bees are prokaryotic, right? And you don't classify yourself as those things, although they share the same cellular function as you. So again, I'm gonna just drive the host question home again. Where do these niggas come from? You see what I'm saying? No mysticism, no shit. Roll a bleezy and spark it. I don't want to talk about shit when niggas get, you know what I'm saying, lifted. Real shit is one answer. And it's simple. You can tell me in a sentence, where did they come from?
You should be able to tell this to children. If they ask you, if these people don't look like us, where did they come? If you are not able to answer that, then there's something wrong, bro. That's where the trouble is at, because we thinking that we're all one human race, and that's like the biggest problem. So I just want our people to know that it's about the children and the women, bro. That's the mission.
Facts. Go ahead and go, Oni. Oh, my fault. Go ahead and unmute. Go ahead, Oni.
Okay, good. My fault. I didn't know it's my turn here. All right. My question was basically when it comes to, I was gonna say that more than likely there's only two options that you could say that they kind of come from, which is one, you could say that there was genetically grafted, or you could say if we believe that there's nothing, well, I don't know if y'all believe that, but I kind of believe a notion there's nothing new under the sun. So everything that we have today, or we will see in the future, existed in some type of way in the past. So could it be possible that they were created through a sophisticated version of bio AI?
I just have a question. If there's nothing new under the sun and these niggas are new, then what, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just
No,
trying to
no, because
understand.
okay, the reason I'm saying that they still wouldn't be new is what I mean by the genetic code that created them. Their genes still just come from animals that were already on the planet. So it's really nothing new. It's just more of you mashing a bunch of different, different DNA together in order to create something that's the complete opposite of the original. So that's why I was saying that it could either be that they was genetically grafted or it was, possibly some type of organic AI that created them using, of course, the original genes, but, splicing and changing different RNA and DNA codes to create them.
The animals that they were spliced with were also created. They're not natural to the planet either.
Oh, so you saying even the animals that aren't natural to the planet, the ones that was
Are
used
you,
to make them?
The animals are eukaryotic. The entire organism is eukaryotic because you can't take you can't take our genetic information and fertilize it with theirs, but you can use it to spark the experiment.
Mm.
Can I say something?
So
Oh,
I
I
do got
get
a question. Then, what would you say the animals come? Those specific animals came from then?
Hybridization.
From
How
hybridization.
about the frequency was lowered to create the illusion on this realm, and rather it really being a realm, it's really spiritual. All of the frequencies rising, all the illusions are disappearing.
Okay, but there are. I mean, because the only reason I say the the AI thing is because everything they're very addicted to things being artificial, and it seemed like artificial is like the only way they could kind of exist. Like they can't exist
Everything is
without.
frequency, to my understanding, all the way
Mhm.
down to the quantum. And if we're souls having a human experience, that's frequency also.
Right.
So we raised our frequency, and that's causing this illusion to dissipate. And we're really coming back to our original origins, which is spiritual. I'm just saying.
I agree with that. Actually, I do have one last question there. Since my DNA, because I am, you know, brother, but it's like, I know for sure somewhere, probably maybe a couple generations back, my DNA is mixed. Like I still got, 4C and everything, but I do have, mix in my
is your mom so called black?
Yeah, she is.
All right then.
Because her
That,
mom
that
is
that
and her
whole
mom is.
the whole thing with them mixing DNA with us, that's false. That's just they put antigen on our blood. That's it. We don't have none of their DNA, or we're not mixed with them or nothing. That's just antigens, and you can get rid of antigens by eating according to your genetic.
Oh, okay.
There's so many different levels to this. That's
Uh,
more on the physical level, but we all go back to the spiritual. That's where we originate from.
right. Go ahead, TikTok.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Well, on the point that so-called black people, we are everywhere, even universally. And I think what happened was that they tried to make it seem that everyone was the same, and that took away from the value and the distinction that needed to be expressed. So yeah, black people, we definitely have different expressions that
This
need
is
to
our
be
realm.
exactly
Hey,
right.
host is asking,
Exactly.
where did the eukaryotic cell come
Yeah.
from?
E- Exactly.
I just
All right.
Um,
So TikTok, yeah,
we
like where?
definitely came from. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, no, go ahead. You answering it. I was just gonna ask you the same question.
Yeah, I think they definitely came from people or beings that put them together for some type of reason. But yeah, I think it was more so to uphold the lower frequency. So they needed to put uh that mesh together in order to uphold that lower frequency. Because you can even tell how they express themselves and how they put things together is still uphold. Even when you talk to them, you can tell that they're still trying to keep the script. You know what I'm saying? So where did they come from? I think they just came from lower beings that put them together. That's about it.
Alrighty.
I think we should talk about their purpose too. Talk more
Yeah, I
about
was
their
gonna say,
purpose.
what if they
We,
were
we,
just
we can get into the purpose real quick, but I
okay?
want to ask Shay the same question. Shay, where did these people come from?
Yo, Shay.
I'm sorry. When we come from the soul experience, the
No. I'm
spiritual realm,
saying
that's coming on
not
the
us. I'm
beginning
talking
of
about the
creation.
eukaryotic cell.
And we were bamboozled on the creation story, with the King James version. But uh, it's so many levels, like I said. But coming down to the fallen angels and the uh, Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them, however it goes on this realm of existence, not this illusionary universe, however you want to put it. We it was some DNA mixing and some, that's how it goes through over time in the Bible, whichever Bible you want to look at. It's the same story over and over again. And then, it goes to the flood or whatever, but it was during the time of creating helpers. And
Okay.
that goes back to the Gigi and the it comes down a line of lineage, which we're in there, but
How was they created?
uh it was with DNA work. But this goes
Okay.
back to the back in the day. This goes back to way, way back beginning of time. But
So
I
do you,
believe, to my understanding, it's a realm for everybody. But this one is coming from the original gods, which are the fallen angels, which are the Anunnaki. It's just, we got yin and yang, so you got bad and we got good. It's got to be a balance in between there. But
uh,
this one right here
who was
belongs
the
to
original
that.
gods? The-
That was coming from the source from the beginning of time, that Big Bang, the thought process, the creation story of how the source had a thought and that created the sparks.
Right. I'm saying
So
who though?
who is who? Say it again.
I'm saying who are the gods though? Like
The original, to my
specifically.
understanding,
Yeah.
the Anunnaki, the
And what
fallen
do they
angels,
look like?
uh, us.
Like so-called black people?
Well, they say, we're supposed to be having some type of other breathing, not oxygen, but yeah, that's us.
Okay. So how did the complex cell organism get here?
Frequency. That's what we use anyway on every realm. It's frequency. Even the human being use
How did they come
frequency
through
to
frequency?
because that's just how it works. It's not a physical realm. We live
Right.
a
You say we
spiritual.
use frequency all the time, right? So you should have an understanding of how they came into existence through frequency.
Uh, well, however you want to call it, they you got the quantum, you got the. I mean, that's just how it works. I'm sorry, I can't give you no better explanation than that. But that's what we do. We manipulate frequencies
So you don't
as
know
souls
for a fact.
create.
Okay, so you
Excuse me.
don't know for a fact how they came here.
I didn't come up here saying I was a quantum physicist or anything. I just get my knowledge
No,
from the
I'm not
source.
saying you're any of that, but you came up here to answer the question, where did they come from? And you said frequency, right? So my thing is, if you're gonna say
Every
something, if you're
information
gonna
came from
say something,
frequency. To my
right, you should
understanding,
have some type of information to support
my
your claim.
understanding, everything came from frequency. That's cells, atoms. That's how we vibrate. That's what makes up everything.
Okay,
Frequencies.
but these people right here are unnatural to the planet. So I'm saying, what,
Unnatural to
what?
this realm of existence. This is a
That's what
spiritual
a plane
realm.
is. That's what a plane is. It's a spiritual realm, and there's multiple realms here. So I guess the host is just trying to ask you. You're saying frequency, but everything is frequency. Speaking is a frequency, but it doesn't create audible friction. So can you elaborate? Is what he's trying to ask.
Well, see, I'm just gonna break it down to this is to my how I got this understanding. This spiritual journey that I've been on, that it has taken me through all of the different realms, planes of existence, frequencies, whatever you want to call them, and it raises your level of consciousness, awareness, your spectrum of everything. And that's where I get my understanding from. So when you walk it, that's when you get your understanding. I can't break down the understanding to someone that doesn't walk it because everyone has this journey they have to go on. But we all have the same destination. A
Okay.
journey, spiritual realm, spiritual existence. That's where we are.
Right. So I'm gonna ask you one more time. Where did the complex cell organism come from? And if you say frequency, I would love for you to elaborate on how frequency brought an unnatural species that shares DNA with multiple different type of other unnatural species in order for it to exist.
Frequency. Okay, I got you. Okay, let me tell you this. Okay, since I said everything is frequency, the illusion of everything that's been going on with separation was on a frequency. That's because consciousness is frequency. So the lower your consciousness, the lower your frequency, the lower the density, the lower understanding that you would have. So when you raise your
But they have the
frequency, that's where the
same.
illusion separates. It's just your consciousness.
So
So
do they
they
have the same
are.
consciousness as us?
I don't like to do separation, but to my understanding, it's different entities that go to different species. So some individuals are soulless beings. That is under the illusion of frequency of that they are existing. But you have to have a soul, to my understanding. This is my understanding, in order to inhabit the correct frequency to be on the realm that we are headed to.
Absolutely,
Which
my
is
sister. That's what we're saying. According to genetics, which is related to their esoteric body, they do not have a soul. They have a spirit, which is what you're talking about with frequency and energy. So because they are here through electroporation or electrical fusion, the introgression that he's talking about, of course they have a spirit. Of course they have consciousness, but it is animal consciousness, also known as six ether consciousness. So it is not fine etheric conscious, which means that they did not come from anywhere in the cosmos or the planet.
Yep, your psychological state,
They disappear.
your
I just say they
psychological
disappear.
state. But I was just gonna say your psychological state is determined and connected by your genes. You see what I'm saying? So your genetic makeup is what determines how your consciousness, how you're gonna behave, or how you think, or how you receive sensory input and output. So we don't do that the same as these people because of our genetic makeup.
That is true. That's my understanding.
So that's why we got to make sure we understand this, because when children want to know the truth, we got to make sure we understand it at its fullest capacity to pass it on. That's how DNA passes on to cell to cell. Right.
Our history is stolen on a fucked up frequency, and now we're getting it back through higher consciousness and higher understanding, higher frequencies. That's how they they hurts and things like that they put in there, but it's all goes together. It's just different terminology for the same concept.
All right. So
And that's how they try to separate us.
I want to say, if you look on their screen, you see the chimp. That's 98% of their DNA that they share. So you see all these different organisms that they share DNA with. This is not even all of them. So because they share DNA with multiple different organisms, and those organisms themselves are unnatural, my question is, I'm trying to figure out, how did they get here?
Well, I can't tell you how they got here, but I can tell you where we're going.
No, I don't want to know where we're going. I just want to know, because this is the number one question right now.
I'm not on the physical realm anymore. I'm on the spiritual realm. So that doesn't concern me too much how they got here.
Why did you come up here?
I was just holding a conversation. I'm sorry. Did I disrupt something?
I mean, there's a topic up there. I'm sure you read the topic before you.
I understand, but I didn't help with the topic.
All right, abundance and gratitude.
The body is literally linked to your etheric body. This is a very spiritual conversation. We talking about the cosmos, how every so-called black woman is the replication of the first woman. Our men, our masculine is the replication of the very first man. If you understand how the cells replicate and we make replicas of ourselves, this is a very spiritually connected conversation. What we're saying is there's a group of people who are not as spiritually tapped in as us because they can't be.
Yep.
That is true. And there's a realm for them.
The body is programmed and made by your soul. You see what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And whatever planet you're on, your soul programs your body for that planet. So our bodies are very important. So when we say, oh, we don't need to worry about the physical, but we can physically see that our children are going missing. We can physically see that our women are going missing for their triplin stem cells. So I understand that you're saying spiritual, but realizing the spiritual is realizing what's actually happening.
Okay, listen. To my understanding, when we pass away or when we go missing, we are on the spiritual realm. That's where we go. It's nothing changes. It's just our perception of it. And you have to understand that when nothing changes, it's just that you go higher in the spiritual realm. And if you do not, you just stay stagnant with low consciousness and no understanding. But see, we don't understand that part. It all goes back to the spiritual. That's what
So
that's why I
is
said I was
going
on.
higher, is that not changing?
Yes, it is, but it's changing for your soul. We're here to feed our souls. We're not here to learn how to be humans. Souls don't need to be taught that. We're here on a soul's journey.
Right. So why is there people with no souls on the planet? 5.6 to 5.8 billion of them.
See, listen, to my understanding, our soul creates this. That's for our soul's
Exactly.
entertainment. That's to help us to grow. We are to grow from that experience. It's not to deter us from loving life or being happy. It is to make us understand that we are souls here trying to grow.
I got you, sister.
Not
So in that case, where did they come from?
they came from distractions. I mean, came from the this is how it goes. We're not human beings. See, that's from the human experience. So we have to let go of that human experience where they came from. It's where we're going. That's the point of the experience that we're having.
We're going back to nature. But what is
That's right.
one main thing that's been keeping us in this low? First of all, do
It's
you
low
understand why?
lies.
Hold on. Do you
Okay,
understand
go
Can I
ahead.
say
why they were
something? I like
created?
to say something.
Do you understand why they were created if you don't exactly know how?
Well, I mean, we can go on the quantum level or the part of the simulation. I
No,
mean,
I'm not talking about quantum, sister. It's this
what-
conversation, just respectfully, is not that deep. It's really not.
okay,
Everything in
I'm
here is not
sorry. I'm
about
sorry. I went too deep. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, it's okay.
That's
But
where it all
just,
goes back to.
would you happen to know the reason why they were created if you don't exactly know how?
You know why they were created? Just tell me. I'm wondering.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why y'all badgering me. Tell me how they was created then. The reason, because I'm
Nobody's
on.
bashing you or anything. It's just you
Okay,
came
I'm
you read the hold on. You read the
I'm
topic.
sorry.
It clearly states where did they come from. You see the little DNA symbols right there. You see three groups of people that do not
Realm.
share your biological makeup, right? So you see those three groups of people right there. You see the 98% chimpanzee, the 92% mouse, etc. And you chose to request up here to talk about something that has nothing to do with the topic. And when I questioned you on the topic, you couldn't give me any type of information. So it's not bashing you. It's just there was no point of you coming up here if you didn't know or if you wasn't going to answer the question. You feel what I'm saying? That's all.
Was there something said, sister, that made was there some? Because I know some people be up here for a minute. So was there something that we said that made you want to request up, or?
Well, I just thought that we were going back to the reason for everything. I didn't know that we were just going for this right here. I thought we were going back to the reason for everything, and the reason for everything, to my understanding, is for your soul to grow. So everything, to my understanding, that is put here for that you see with your eyes, not your, inner, is to help your soul grow and to evolve on this journey. I just went to the core. I didn't know we was on a whole nother level.
No so-called black person on this planet is gonna ascend while our children and women are getting snatched. We can't ascend and having a soulful experience while that's happening, because we're connected to them, to quantum entanglement, because the soul is means sun. So it's like
I'm just trying to figure out when you're saying, "Oh, I'm in the spirit." It's like spirituality is talking about science. It's
Well,
talking about how
to my
energy
understanding,
flows from the microcosm to the
you have
macrocosm.
to get on this way down the journey road in order to understand why everything is put there for that reason. And I'm just there.
We know the reason. That's why we're
Yeah,
asking our brothers and sisters, where did they come from?
yeah. We know. Me, Ether, the other co-hosts here. We all have done the research here
And it
on
didn't
this.
just take 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. It didn't even just take 1 year for each of us. Me and my boyfriend that's sitting here, this is a collective amount of research for 10 years. So it's nothing that you can just grasp from a TikTok. You see what I'm saying? Like, people just want to come, and I'm not saying the sister, but we run these lives all the time. And I've been doing them for since like last May or June. So we've asked this and nobody can tell us, but there's definitely a reason, and every scientist and historian is talking about it. So it's not, when it comes to spirituality, you have to understand how your physical body is connected to that etheric body, or how else are you going to navigate your body spiritually?
Facts.
It's balance, about being tapped in equally enough spiritually and physically. That's what it means to be spiritually balanced. It's balancing the physical and the spirit together.
I understand
One over
everything.
the whole.
Completely understand everything that y'all was saying because I've been there.
I got a question. Do you believe in the saying "as above, so below," and "as within, so without"?
Are you asking me?
Nah, I was asking Ether.
Oh,
Ether or Skywatcher.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the reason I said that is because if that is true, and you have to say, as above, so below, as within, so without. If we have an enemy, that's that we dealing with below, that means that we'll more than likely have an enemy that we deal with above. And if that's the case, then I don't know if anybody's ever looked into something called what you call it, Gnosticism, and it's
I've heard
basically
of it.
so basically is that it's there's a enemy what's the best way to play enemy deity. They call him he I know they call him Yahweh, but another one they call him like a dollar broth, and basically that he would be what you would consider um, an incomplete deity because he doesn't have both aspects of energy. He only has the masculine energy instead of having the male and the feminine energy. And I was gonna say that if he's what you consider a false or a fake entity, more than likely he would have someone to create that false and fake entity down here as well. Or you would, in my opinion, you would either have to say that. Like it's really only three things. You either say a false God entities created them, or you would say biological AI that was created a long time ago that's very advanced created them, or you would say someone like an actual ancient ebenoid ancestor of someone created them. Those are the only three ways that it can make sense, in my opinion. Because I know they
Can
didn't
I
just
say something, brother?
come
Are
through
you? I
evolution.
don't mean to cut your wisdom. Can I say something? Are you reading these from
Yeah.
books, Texas? Well, I just want to ask that question. Where's your knowledge? Texas?
Well, okay. Two of them came from books. The third one came from my own guess. So the one that came from my own guess is the AI one, but the ones that came from ancient ebenoid created them. That came from a book, and then the Yakub, not Yahweh, or what they call the demiurge, that also came from a book from the Gnostics. And they said the Gnostics books was the books that was being burned
Hey, look,
and
and I don't mean to cut your,
Rome.
I don't mean to cut your wisdom, brother. I just want to get to it because I'm gonna be leaving just in a second. I love the conversation and I love the perspectives. I have no wrong or right with who's wrong, who has more wisdom. It really doesn't matter about who has more wisdom because you have to understand deeper than that. And I look at this like this: you can't go off predated books because if you think about it, the Moors created all predated books, so it's all misinformation. So if you go down to the Catholic churches and the Quran, all of that was created by the Moors. The
Right.
Moors is a different civilization. They are not from the realm. Now, most people will argue. I don't have no time to argue. If you feel like that, that's just
Mm.
what resonate with you. What
Wait, so
from
you feel like the Moors are not like like they're not our kinfolk?
they're not. If
Oh, okay.
let's be if you know just going deeper understanding, the Moors are the Africans, but we're not going to go on that literature. We're not going to go far
Right.
down there. What I'm saying is that it's so much misinformation that it's confusion and it's causing a time loop within everyone's conscious, which is giving them spiritual psychosis. Now you have to go through spiritual psychosis so that you can understand things deeper. But some of the spiritual psychosis that's going on with individuals is keeping them inside of a time loop. So they really don't have the true information. There's a lot of misinformation within these books because books are misinformation. You are the book.
So then, how do you feel about the AI one? Because that one I didn't get from a book at all. That just is something I got from what I've seen being created in our own world now. And I think that that's a type of technology that we had access to thousands of years ago, but it just went wrong.
Alrighty. I do want to get to the next guest. Go ahead, Ali.
Wait, nobody got anything to say about that?
Yeah, no, I do. Now the way I'm gonna explain it is kind of unconventional because I hear all y'all speaking right now. You're talking about the physical realm and you're talking about the spiritual realm, right? Now we know we are a
The
three-part
host is
being.
just asking
The
where they came
body,
from. The host is just
yeah, yeah,
asking where they came from.
yeah. I'm gonna get to that. And what we are, I'm gonna make it short. What we are physical, mental, and spiritual, right? But now your answer is not always going to be what you see and what you hear. Your body, your cells holds memory of your ancestors. Now I know it kind of sounds iffy, but if you think about the 12 universal law that the even the government follows, right? They tell you in movies, but you will get your answer when you know it for yourself. How? Now people think that the highest frequency is love, but it's not. It's authenticity. The more authentic that you are with yourself, that you connect spiritually more to yourself, because everything's tied. Your body and your spirit is all one, you know. And there's information out there that is going to sit there and sidetrack you, but you have the answer within yourself. You know, it's just life is more than just a physical interaction with other things that's happening. Now, for reasons that we speak English. English is a dead language. You're not going to truly understand and connect with other people by speaking English. That's why I encourage people to understand old languages because it's more live. Get more understanding when connecting, communicating. Now, besides that, sorry, let me get my thought together. Um,
Abundance, y'all.
it is. Let's see. Damn, I had it. Let me get my thought together, y'all.
Well, why are you getting your thoughts together? What
Oh
languages
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
gonna
yeah,
say
yeah,
that's
yeah.
not dead?
So yeah. So right now English is sidetracked us from understanding the truth. Now you think that the higher ups, the 1%, the government, blah blah blah, going to sit there and allow us to have information that truly tell us our history? No, all this tech that we have, yeah, is primitive. The AIs, robots, that's old. This is all these AI videos and stuff. They do that with NASA videos. You can see a rat on a rocket in space. How? Explain that to me. That's the truth will come to you when you truly connect to yourself.
Hold on,
That's where the
are we
true
on topic?
information comes. Yeah, it's through your DNA and all that
Where
stuff.
did they
I'm
come
just telling
from,
everybody. It's
brother?
more of a open
Brother,
mind. Like it's just a
the
point of view. It's
Asian,
not
the the
the answer,
Asian,
but
the Asian, the Dravidian, the Caucasian.
mhm.
Where did they come from? Where did those people come from?
I was saying it was
Now
generated
through
by
some
AI.
old tablets that they found in the river, when some of the river dries up, explains through genetic um, projects that they do, creating other beings. Some of these animals that we have is living proof that they've been created. Now, we have junk DNA. Only black people have junk DNA. What's that junk DNA? I don't know. I don't know everything, but I know that's important because they won't tell you in public schools. Um, Caucasian people and stuff, they're more connected to animals than we are. We have nothing connected to animals, DNA wise. The only race that's not really connected to animals. But yeah, we can birth. Black women is the only race that can birth all kinds of other race, black and white. The blackest and the darkest person in this world is a black person. But really, I don't like to call us black anyway because why? In the black dictionary, black, you're calling yourself a monster. You're not calling yourself human. So, that's what I'm just saying. Like, I want y'all to, like, understand the language y'all speak also matters too because, English is a dead language. That's just a golden nugget for y'all. But to understand who we are, y'all gotta know everybody's doing their research, and that's why we're here to give out our thoughts and opinions and what we hear say or whatever or what we read up and so on. So
Okay,
yeah.
alrighty. Abundance. Go ahead, sometime. Sometime tomorrow.
To clear up something in the chat, the albino is a neuromelanated person. The so-called black woman can create 48 known shades of herself plus the chakra system that makes 55. So it's not that albino people, just because they are white, so are white people. But clearly we can see phenotypically that they're not the same. So what is that so-called white composed of? It's still composed of neuromelanin, which is the reason why their skin and their hair still biosynthesizes the sun. So you just have to understand what the white or the brown or the so-called black is made of, because all of the shades itself can come from her, but what the shade is composed of has a different origin than the totipotum stem cell.
Hey Ether, can I answer the question from like a different perspective, just to give clarity?
Go ahead.
So like when you say where they come from, um, they came from like using the knowledge that was here, and they just inverted it, right? So it's almost like when you look at GMO foods, right, like such as like ramen noodles, like the way it was um, created, it was created from knowledge that was already here, but they just reversed it, right? So I think that's one way to look at it. Like it's not exactly who exactly created them, but it's how they got here. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's definitely from reverse engineering the process of things just to bring about a being such as that. Does that make sense? Or like the ramen noodles and no, like GMO food?
Like if you say where did they come from, like that's kind of like the same way of asking that question, just different verbiage.
Mm.
So we're not really saying who, because if you understand who, then you'll know where. That's the same thing. Who and where is the same thing. same
Hmm.
entity. So it's just like, you know, just it's just a question like, where did these people come from?
Mm. Where did it come from?
I mean, if you don't know, that's fine too.
Nah, I don't. Shit, nah, not really. Still, I think I'm trying to, really just put it together. Um, where did it come from? God damn, just unnatural things. Like I think that's the best I could say it. But like, I think if you want like a more scientific viewpoint, I can't give that right now for sure.
Okay, abundance and gratitude. Casino, did you want to say anything, brother?
I gotta be honest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you. Nothing wrong with
Yeah,
that.
abundance to y'all. Just on the topic where they came from is that with that picture saying gene splicing, mixing those animals in some cave somewhere. That's probably got some lakes in it or something like that. That's where they come from.
All right, they came through genetic splicing, knowledge dump because you didn't commented about 100 things saying that we ain't said it, even though we didn't said it multiple times. But that's for you, knowledge. But go ahead, James.
They come from the Caucasus Mountains. They was created in the Caucasus Mountains. Sorry about your luck, but that's where they was created. All white people come from the Caucasus Mountains. Then they got in. Then they started inbreeding. They started inbreeding with black folks and light-skinned black folks they thought was white, and that's how you got them.
All right, what about the Asian man and the Arab man though?
That's where they come from, the Caucasus Mountains. They all them light-skinned folks, all them white folks, they consider white. They ain't black. They ain't what they say they is. They white. They just a mixed shade of white. That's all they is.
Right. So the Asian man, the Arab man, and the white man, they was all created in the Caucasus Mountains.
That's where they come from, the Caucasus Mountains, bro. And that's the coldest section in the world, and that's in the western hemisphere.
And who created them?
Well, the white folks was created by a mixture of shit. They was that up there eating shit, fucking up shit, fighting and doing all kind of stuff. They was not civilized. When it
Right. I'm
came
saying.
down,
I'm saying though, like who created them? They ain't create themselves, did they?
no, God created them
Okay. So God created them. Why would God create us and them differently?
because it was gonna be a difference. It was gonna be a difference. If you didn't, I realized that from the beginning, it's gonna be a difference.
All right. So I'm gonna ask you one more time because I don't think you understood. Why did God create us as so-called black people different from the Asian man, the Arab man, and the white man?
Because He knew that the white man was gonna be crooked. He knew that they wasn't gonna be right. Okay, you can
Okay,
laugh all you
okay.
want.
I'm
You can laugh
sorry.
all you
I'm
want,
sorry.
bro. You can laugh all you want, but I'm telling you the truth.
No,
And that's
I feel what you're saying, bro. I'm just saying, like, you're saying, okay, you said God knew that they was. You mean God created them to be crooked?
He knew they was going to be. Yep.
So
Just
he
like
create. No, why did he create them that way though? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. Gotta ask him that.
So, all right. So these people showed up 6 to 8 thousand years ago, right? We've been on the planet for quite some time. So why did God? So God created so-called black people, right? Then the nigga left. Then he came back and created these people. And ever since these people been on the planet, they did nothing for nature. They don't even know how to harmonize with nature.
Nope.
Right. So why did God do that?
I don't know. You gotta ask him that. I don't know.
So you don't got no questions or no concerns for God? You
Oh,
was
I got
chill.
some questions.
Look, hey,
I
hey,
got some
brother.
questions for him. I got some questions for him, but that's face to face.
Right. So
Mm-hmm.
Why would you give your energy to a god? See, as so-called black people, we was chilling on the planet. We was doing just fine before these people. But after these people got on the planet, they did nothing but dark and inhumane stuff, not only to the adults, but to children. Why would God, and you said God knew that they was going to be crooked. So why would God create them that way? Our
I
children are
don't
being
know. You
abused.
gotta ask him that question. Why would he create them that way? I don't know.
Why do you believe in a entity like that?
Because I do. Because I know he real. That's why I believe in it. Because I know he real.
So are you familiar that 8 million children go missing worldwide, brother?
Hey, I can't do nothing about that. That's
Okay,
But your
okay,
God
so you say
can. But your God
what?
can.
But he don't want to right now. If he
Imagine,
wanted to,
imagine
you're right.
kids,
You're
and
right. He
imagine
could. You're
kids,
right. He could.
imagine,
But he don't
imagine,
want to right now.
imagine kids and so-called children, right? Fresh from heaven, but they already getting experimented on.
That's why
Imagine
it's called free
children
will,
fresh
baby.
from heaven. They was just with this nigga.
Okay, and
And he not stopping that.
he ain't
Yeah,
supposed to stop it. You
nah,
supposed to
bro.
stop it. We as people
So
supposed to stop it.
suffering is supposed to happen. Can you
Free
explain
will.
why?
That's right. You got free will, don't you?
Go ahead and explain to me why your so-called
Do you
God
got free will? Do you
created the
got free will?
children.
Do you got free will? You have free
Don't
will.
don't over talk me. I'm asking you a question, and I haven't even asked it yet. So I'm saying, why does your so-called God create children just to subjugate them to being unalived? And if you don't know, I would not speak on another man's behalf. I would just say I don't know. But then again, what brought you on the panel? Because we're saying, where did they come from? And if you're saying you have a lot of I don't knows, I don't get why you would, you know what I'm saying? Like, come up here.
Yeah, James. Like you got to have an answer for like saying why your God created such species. You know what I'm saying? If you say you don't know, then kind of leaves confusion.
right. So go ahead, James.
You're on mute, James. You gotta unmute.
They came from the Caucasus Mountains. Where did they come from? They came from the Caucasus Mountains. Why he created them, I don't know.
They don't
Why
share
he
any
created them,
biological
I don't know.
identification. They don't share any biological identification with those mountains. So how did they get there?
They was up there. They moved. They went up there.
Right. She's not saying that they wasn't up there. She's saying how did they get there though?
God had to put them there. How else would they get there? If they weren't nowhere else in this world and they was up there, that means they was created up there.
So God put every organism, every natural organism, to work in unison with the planet. But He put them there, but they can't even biologically identify with the planet, nor can they biosynthesize the sun.
That he created.
And now they abused us. And now we just like, oh, he did it. We don't know why he made them though. Like, it's like, what? Why we not addressing that?
You
And
can,
so-called
yeah.
black men, we are the protectors and the enforcers of this species, and we made this planet, and this is happening on a planet that we made
And
for our
that
women and
that's
children. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you don't understand that because you don't understand science.
We did not make this planet. Sorry, God created this planet.
Okay, brother, are you a proton?
Are you a proton? No, but He did not. God created this earth. You didn't.
Wait, so we're not protons now.
Men did not create Earth. Earth was created by God. Period.
He was asking,
Okay.
are you a proton as a divine masculine man?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so protons is what built the planets.
No, God built the planet.
Is God a man?
Goodbye.
Hold on.
Bye.
Hold
I'm out
on.
of here.
Bye, James.
Bye.
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 Bye, bitch.
James, let me explain this to you, bro.
What?
You have
Why
to
you gotta,
read.
Wow,
bro?
hold up,
See, these,
James.
these the
Hold
these the
up.
religious.
Yo,
Do
what's the
this,
room,
See what
bro?
I'm
bro.
Oh, this
saying,
nigga on the panel
James?
saying that I'm a female dog. You couldn't answer the question, bro. So you just called me out my name.
Yo, it's
Bro.
crazy.
I
But you're
wonder
not.
how
But
you're
you're not
God.
calling your God that. That
I
is allowing the
right.
children to do this.
Wow.
You're not
Right.
calling your God that. You just tell him. You just saying, I don't know why he's doing that. But you're not calling your God
Yo,
that.
it's
That's all.
crazy.
Get out of
Yo,
here, man.
that's wild because
I
like
see
even when I made
you.
my analogy, I'm just like, you have to have a reason for why you're saying that. You know what I'm saying? Like even when I made the analogy about like the GMO foods and like the ramen noodles, like I know where that came from and I know why they made it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
But that's what I'm saying.
honestly, I'm done with these motherfuckers, bro.
But that's why I said you can only trace it back into three things, in my opinion. And I would either you would have to say another, very intelligent black family or black person created them, or you would have to say some version of biological AI created them, or you would have to say there's an enemy spiritual deity that created them. But those are the only three things that you could say that could possibly, make sense of how they was created because they weren't created naturally.
Read
So
any ancient
Or
texts?
there's a fourth one. There's a fourth one
what's the
that
fourth one?
nothingness, that you can create something out of nothingness. All right, the smallest thing that they teaches us is that it's an atom, right? But the CIA even
But
went further
but
down to smaller than the atom, into to
mhm.
nothingness, proving that you can create something out of nothingness, where consciousness. So where people say you do your affirmation, you're creating uh, a environment, a future for yourself, where you're pulling, whatever you want to pull into your life and stuff like that. You know,
I wanted to
but
ask
they
Ani
are
a
still
question.
not naturally created. That
it's
means
like it's so many
something
options of
with
what
a
could be.
purpose created them. Something with a purpose created them. Something that already had thought, something that already had plans, something that already had, a purpose for them to even be created them. Well, they did not come from anything that's natural. So someone, something, or some entity had a purpose and had a reason to create them.
Yeah, all right. So if
If
it's up to
I
y'all to look
just
into
can
this,
I
the
can I ask
And
a
if you was
question?
to
Scientology.
say, and in my opinion, if you was to say an entity created them,
I'm just trying to ask you a question. I didn't mute you though. Have you read any ancient texts?
yes,
Have you read the Sumerian text?
yes, I know of the Sumerians.
So do you
This
not think
the the Sumerian texts, ain't they the ones that also have that what's his name? What they call him again? That the demiurge came from. He busted out the side of his mother. He busted out the side of his mother because he didn't want to receive the
no,
feminine
I'm just trying to
energy.
I got you. I'm just trying to ask you, like, out of all the ancient texts that you've read relating to creation stories, right?
hmm
Are they not all saying the same thing?
Yes and no. And what I
Okay.
mean by yes and no is that when it comes to the creation, yes, but how these people were made, it's still three different ways that they could have been made. That's the reason why, because the reason I say man and other ancient
So
Ebenoids created them, that could be a strong possibility. And
okay.
also the AI, that is also a very strong possibility. And
Mm-hmm.
then another, adversary, a spiritual adversary could have been what's created them to keep humans in a lower state of being so they can't rise to the level of what that being is at.
So basically, all three that you named is talking about introgression. Every last one of them. Truly seated nucleus, which is what eukaryotic means. Truly
hmm
seated nucleus.
Truly city
So
nucleus.
all three of what you just named is talking about gene splicing and editing. So if
Right.
I was just scrolling and I had the information, right, and I came across this live and I see that the host is asking, where did they come from? The answer that I would give is introgression.
Wait, so could you
Because
elaborate on
because
introspection?
there's
Go ahead, go ahead.
all three things that he just named is talking about a nucleus being truly seated here, which is what eukaryotic means. That means that someone introgressed genes together in order to create an organism, which is what all three examples depict. So if the host hosts a topic that says, where did they come from? If I'm going to debate properly, I'm going to ask them, I'm going to answer the question by saying introgression. It doesn't matter how. If you're, from what you're saying, if you're saying that there are three different ways that they are introgressed, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You're saying
So
because you basically saying they come from. Well, from what I'm getting, you're saying introgressive. That means it comes from the complex cell comes from a more base neutral cell. Like the base neutral cell had things, almost mutated or changed about it to change it into a complex cell. So that's where the complex cell would have came from.
it's funny that you're able to, you know what I'm saying, answer that, because there's no scientist, geneticist, or historian, climatologist, evolutionist that can explain to us how the eukaryotic cell got here. Their only explanation is introgression done by extraterrestrials.
Yep.
Every
Then good
scientist in
to
the
yeah.
world and historian is saying that.
Yeah, they
They've
already
already
said that.
debunked evolution. The basis of that theory was not deemed as a, you know what I'm saying, a definite phenomenon.
Actually, it's
The fact in the
But
theory, but
a lot of CEOs of the DNA
One
testing.
thing, one thing we don't do is we don't talk over people while they're trying to talk. Like if you want to speak, I get to you later, but just don't over talk people while they're already in the middle of saying something.
I was just saying that every scientist and historian in the world is talking about introgression, and they are introgressing genes every fucking day. And our women and our children, which are the carriers of the most, they have the highest amounts of totipotent stem cells, are being snatched and experimented on right now, and we are being used to spark those experiments. So of course our cells cannot be spliced. You can't splice a cell coated in neuromelanin, but we are the sparking that experiment, just like we are the sparker of all life. So I don't know how many times the host has said that about women and children, and there's a panel full of masculines that aren't saying a damn thing about protecting the fucking species, which is what the vessel is for. The vessel that the masculine has is to enforce universal law and to protect the species. How many times does he have to say, we need to focus on our women and children? And you know what you niggas go back to? Some mystical ass shit. Why aren't there any men on this panel discussing the fact that the women and the children are being experimented on for their totipotent stem cell, considering that you are here because of the totipotent stem cell? You wouldn't be on a fucking TikTok panel arguing shit if it was not for what sparked the universe. Every time you see a so-called black woman, no matter where she is, if she is neuromelanated and stems from the totipotent, that is a fragment of the universe. How come there are no men in here discussing that though? This nigga got three explanations for how they got here, which is talking about the same thing, but no explanation, no plan of action, no nothing for how we get our women and how we get our species back, bro.
In my defense, I
I have
was
a plan.
answering
I
the
have a plan.
prompt. I mean, but
I gotta put. All of a sudden, niggas got plans.
I mean, well, y'all is supposed to be the ones that speak life into, you know.
Um,
But as I said, I was
let, let
only
me let
answering the
me let
prompt.
me lock in. Mute his mic, please. Mute his mic. Speak life. Am I not doing that right now? How many times did your brother tell you So again, chaos, what brings order to it? What are you doing with the vessel, bro? I'm speaking life right now and you decided to get smart. You fell for the trap. I said something, it's not even about a fucking plan. I just threw that out there because I already know where you niggas are at consciously based off of the questions that you asking. You don't need a plan to get your species back. You align internally and then everything in your reality reflects. Black people are already together in the hoods. We together in this app. There's a black TikTok, a black Instagram, a black this, a Black Lives Matter. We not together in spirit. So you don't need a physical plan to come together through quantum entanglement. It's called telepathy, and you use it 100,000% of the time. Align inward. That's what it means to go within and to know thyself. So if your plan wasn't meditation and knowing thyself, I got news for you. That shit be blowing me how this nigga sat here at least, I counted in my head, he at least said it 6-7 times today. Well, the genes and the rigmarole and the da-da-da, you niggas don't even care about women and children. So guess what's gonna happen to the vessel, yo? The fuck? You don't even know what this shit is shutting down for? It's shutting down for the women and children. She bears the species. Everything stems from her, bro.
Yeah, you
This can't
know.
be real, bro. This is 2025 shit. Niggas still subscribing to Time, waiting for shit. We waiting on you to speak life in us instead of just doing what your genetics tell you to do. You waiting on another nigga. I'm done, bro. I don't.
That's what I'm saying, man. With like, I think I hear what she's saying. You know, like, you know, if you have a body that's aligned, like you should already have the answers. You know, you should know what you should do. You know what I'm saying? But I think I can see what he's also saying. Like, you know, I guess he wants to. I guess he wants to hear that. You know, that amp. You know,
I
We
mean, the
have
only
to
but
thing
burn
I
it
was just
50
saying is
times and
that
you coming in here today like it's kumbaya, bro. Like,
wait,
don't
what?
even come in here like you just, you know what I'm saying? You was in here just the other day on our live playing semantics with another nigga. And you was coming in here asking facetious ass questions. Just because you don't know ether, don't mean that you can just pull the wool over everybody's eyes in here, bro.
Who,
Save
me?
the fucking sing song shit. I don't need nobody to back me up. That's a grown man. He can hear and fire his own synapses for himself. He can
Wait, no.
spark his own neurons. So I was talking to him. I don't need nobody to back me up, is what I'm saying, because that's not what the fuck I'm saying. Not finna
No.
have a nigga just play in our face like, oh, she's saying this. Like, nigga, we told you how many times? You're the nigga I'm talking about,
You're talking to me?
bro.
No, like I'm honestly like I'm not sure. Hey man, I'm just agreeing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no harm. You know, there's no harm here. But yeah,
Right,
I just think go
right.
ahead, Ether. Go ahead, Ether.
I do want to go ahead, Knitter.
Wait, me?
not everybody got
I,
shy.
Oh,
come on, yeah, Knitter. Go ahead, bro.
I came to speak about the prompt that you got right there, man. You wanted to know where Hermes came from. We created the Hermes, but it was another gene of us that created the Hermes. See, what happened was Yakub got mad. He got mad because how he was brought into this world. He was a demigod that was made from us, and his parents, they how they been made. It was crazy.
Can I ask you? Do you know what the etymology of Yakub means?
I know the story what happened though.
Do
How
you
the
know the
Hermes got here, the
etymology of
successor
Yakub?
gene, how they got here.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know the etymology of Yakub?
Nah, but I just know how they
Isn't it
got here. I know the
Jacob?
All right,
story.
so Yakub means subplanter.
Oh no
And
no no.
what we see on the planet, anybody could be a subplanter. So the whole Yakub story, you're saying that he took recessive. What recessive genes? Black people don't have no type of recessive genes.
No, he was testing, making a lot of stuff up in the lab. Testing until he finally had got the what they call the greatest man creation. And once he got that, the perfect creation that he wanted, it was meant to rule over us. That's like why he did that, because he was so mad. But at the end of the day, he died. But he tried to put his names on all these different names. He tried to use the name Zeus, like that's his real name, Zeus. And he was changing his name so many times. But like it was crazy
Right.
though.
With Yakub, how did he create the complex cell?
I mean, bro, he was gene slicing. He was using a lot of
Yeah.
different
What was
DNA.
he gene splicing? Like, can you
Like he was testing
walk
it
me
out
through
on
it?
animal. He was testing it out on animals. Like they still do that as till this day. Like they still test it out on people. They
Right.
still
So,
do
can
the
you
testing to
explain
this
how the
day.
so-called white man, Asian man, and Arab man was created?
I mean, he created them in a lab.
Right. Not a problem. I'm not taking away from that. I'm saying, how did he create them?
He tried like he got some of L people, L original people, like original brown skinned people, like because we're not really black, we're really brown skin, just different
So he
shades
used
of
us.
brown skin. Huh?
So he used us.
I mean, he used some of us. Not all of us went with him. Like it got divided. It got divided before it
And
was, you know,
right. I'm not
pyramids
saying
on
he
this
used
planet.
everybody. I'm just saying you saying he used us. All right. So how did he
Yeah,
use
you
us?
you you know some of our people like they were so ignorant, like they were so not unaware of what he was doing. He was using dead stuff to make things, and he was just testing it out in the lab, and then he just went crazy with it like a crazy
Right. Not
scientist.
right. I get that. Not a problem. I'm saying, how did he use so-called black people in order to create these species?
I mean, he used some of the slicing. He used some of the gene slicing, a
So
lower part of
he was splicing black people. Can you walk me through that process, please?
yeah, like he just used a little bit, a little bit, like a little bit, like it's just a little bit, and then like if you really look,
Uh,
they don't have like the melanin that we have, but like it's the
uh,
base of it is carbon though. The base of it is carbon,
right. So I do
but a lot of
agree.
people say
Everybody
melanin
outside
though.
of us don't have our melanin. Do you know what type of melanin so-called black people have?
It's really carbon. That's the base of all things.
Okay. Do you know what type of melanin that so-called black people have?
It's a gene that's in you. Like it's like a oh my goodness, bro. I just can't get the words out right now. So much stuff flying in my head.
I'm
But
gonna just go ahead and tell you, we have neuromelanin. And I want you to explain to me how you can, because you said that they were splicing so-called black people. How do you splice neuromelanin?
nah, bro. He was gene slicing, bro.
That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
know
How do you
exactly.
splice neuromelanin? Because all of our cells are coated in neuromelanin. How do you splice that?
I don't know exactly how he did it, but he did it though.
I
He
mean,
used a little,
if you
a little, a
understood,
little bit,
right, right, right.
tiny
So,
bit of us, a drip.
right. So I'm gonna assume that you're a so-called black person. You should know this. You should know what you're composed of. You're composed of neuromelanin, and neuromelanin is condensed sunlight, and it can condense sunlight. Meaning, and if you understood, you're saying that he was splicing. If you understood splicing, you would know that you need UV light in order to splice a cell. You can't splice neuromelanin because it is condensed sunlight and it condenses sunlight. So you can't splice light with light. So I'm gonna ask you one more time. How did Yakub splice neuromelanin?
I told you before. I don't know how exactly how he did it, but he used a little bit drip of us, and he spliced a lot of other stuff with it.
Okay, but you're not answering my question. How did he splice it? Because this is a very important thing. If you don't know how he splices, because nobody can splice neuromelanin. Nobody has did it. Nobody done it. You feel what I'm saying? So we gotta quit the made up fairy tale stories. Yakub just means subplanter, and he didn't. We have no type of animal DNA. We was not. We didn't create these people, and you can't splice neuromelanin. So I'm just confused.
He have many names, bro. That was just one of his
I'm
names.
not worried about a name. I'm worried about what took place. You're saying that he spliced neuromelanin, but you can't explain how he spliced neuromelanin because, like I said, our melanin literally absorbs light. So how can you splice neuromelanin with UV light? Because that's the only way to splice a cell.
I can't explain it exactly, bro, but I just know that I know.
I mean, if you know, then how can't you explain it? That don't even make no sense.
I just know what happened, what took place.
So in other words, he kind of trying to correct you too, bro, when he's saying that you can't splice neuromelanin, so you can not include he took a drop of us. You know what I'm saying? When you say that, because you can't splice us. So if you try to take a drop of us, it wouldn't mix with no animals. So that means they wouldn't be created. So that means the person or entities who did this even had to create the animals first before they even created them. Because it's all animal. It's none of us. You feel me? Is what the
Bro,
host, I
bro,
believe, is trying to let you know.
we created everything, bro. I'm not saying that we got animal DNA sliced in us. I'm not saying that.
Right. He's not saying that either. I literally said, how can you splice neuromelanin? Because you stated that Yakub used his own people in order to create these other species, but you're not explaining to me how you can splice neuromelanin.
He said, damn, why I can't he can't sweat. That man is funny. Just read the comments.
Yeah,
But
it's actually not funny because he's asking the same, he's saying the same type of stuff as you, and y'all have the same train of thought. Because again, they are here through introgression. The reason why we can procreate with these people is because of introgression. That's the same thing as asking me, how did they go from being on all fours to walking up straight today? Introgression. That's what I'm saying. If you understand gene splicing, when someone asks a question, where did they come from? You can tell them the process. We're talking about tech that's been around since the 9 and 1000s, according to their fabricated ass history. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever wants to put a time frame on that. Nigga, I've been at this for 10 fucking years. I'm gonna go ahead and say 9 and 1000s because I have proof of that. So when people say it's not new tech, yeah, it's not. So how are they dabbling in tech like this in creating robotic skulls, all while struggling with arithmetic when you need mathematics to build and to do this type and to dabble into this type? How are you struggling with math but doing science? This is how you have to, this is how we know it wasn't them. But then why the fuck would we create something that we know is non-conducive to the planet? That's what I'm saying. This is the lowest that our anatomy will take. So why are there no so-called black men and women today splicing?
Right.
If niggas was just vibing low and it was just some fucked up so-called black, if this is the lowest anatomy that are the lowest frequency that our anatomy, why the fuck do I not have a gene splicing CRISPR-Cas9 kit in the crib right now? Especially me.
look,
Why I don't have it?
all of,
And
look,
all of these Sumerian tablets are showing you that these people are spliced. These people, they show you how they were on leashes. They show you the process with the petri dish. You know what I'm saying? They show you that. So, and this is like over 300, 400,000 years old of them splicing animals and insects on this planet along with plants. They've been doing this for a very long time.
If you type in CRISPR-Cas9 right now and click images, you're gonna see a pencil and a fucking notebook. Somebody wrote them into reality, as simple as that.
Facts.
So if these niggas were struggling with arithmetic, all whilst building robotic skulls, and there's actual DNA proof of that, then how the fuck were these niggas gene splicing when they had to be spliced in order to splice? Like, come on, bro. Nothing about their timeline makes sense. This is why I don't go based off of his story, because he's just telling you a fucking folklore. What does genetics say? Truly seeded nucleus. So I think it's a somebody in here talking about like the nigga sometime tomorrow. You need to just come up. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Somebody,
literally.
like, yeah, just come up, bro, because we need to actually know who we talking to. I don't, that picture right there, that's need to have you come up here. So I'm gonna need to have you come up here, because I thought you was somebody else at first until I looked. I'm gonna need you to come up here so we can know who we're talking to. Everything don't work the same, and if you're hinting towards being a hybrid, we would need to know who the mother is to determine what type of hybrid you are. Not to be disrespectful, but when we're talking about speciation, the proper word and terminology for that is hybrid, because we're talking about hybridization. So, see what I'm saying? If you can request up.
Go ahead. He could take my spot if he don't request up. I'll come back.
Yeah, it ain't no here to learn because we not teaching. So don't even leave Casino because he just playing. You see what I'm saying? He already in the comments somehow he here to learn, but then want to test me and challenge everything. You're not here to learn, bro. This is not, we're not, y'all. The host said, where did they come from? This isn't a fucking class. I don't know why y'all always, you know why y'all think that? Because y'all have never done the research. So you're usurping other people's knowledge that have.
Instead of exchanging.
Instead of exchanging where we can actually build.
Facts.
So now it's turning into a fucking class because now you want to ask me instead of do your own research, which I'm not going to allow anybody to usurp my energy.
And when we answer one question, then you like, oh, then how is this?
Then go do the research.
Then it's like, bro, that's not, bro. You too grown for that.
Yeah.
Your neurons are way too old for that, bro. You need
Man, what?
You know what I'm saying? You have your own neurons, your own synapses. You have your own anatomy to work just like mine. Let's do it for the next generation. Come
Niggas 40 plus asking us what they're composed of. Nigga, you ain't learned in 40 years?
Bro.
Really?
That's what I'm saying, yo. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, saying what, bro? What, TikToker?
He's saying there's so much information out here. He should better already had got it.
Yeah, because I'm in my early 20s, you know
How
what
do
I'm saying?
y'all feel about the women and children being snatched? Hell, we not just finna skip over that. We gonna start with TikToker and go down the panel, if I may, host.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please, can I speak?
She said we're gonna start with TikToker, then
We go. Matter of fact, you want to go first?
Okay, my bad. No. My bad.
Yeah, y'all better have
I got
these
a delay in my
questions
mic.
together.
Y'all good.
Y'all better have these answers together by the time I get to you. Casino, you got the most time up here, so you should have the best answer. You hear me? TikToker, we starting with you first, if I may.
All right, man. I'm gonna keep it fresh. How do I think about the women and children, you know, being snatched up? Yo, I'm heated up, bro. You know, my solar energy is activated. You know, so the more I hear about these things, is it shows me that, you know, I gotta go on my purpose even more and more. You know what I'm saying? Go into the field of studies. You know, study the science, started to study the magics, the alchemy. So you know what I'm saying? So it is, bro. Let's go. Next, yo, Nita, you're next, bro. Let's get it.
I ain't saying nothing to the end. I'm gonna just let y'all go. Go ahead, one by one. Go ahead, Niter.
Look, bro, we are digital beings, bro. I don't like what's going on down here. Like, none of this supposed to have went like this. How everything taking place. You know, they snatching up the kids. It's not just the kids get snatched up too. They snatching up a lot of our people, testing them in labs and stuff, doing all this messed up stuff to them. Like, bro, we is the digital beings of this planet. Like, none of this should be happening to us, but yet it's happening. And then it's like a lot of old people ain't doing nothing about it. Like one of the old people go up, they start talking, they snatch him up. Like I seen what happened to Dr. Zaden. He was helping a lot of old people. And, they didn't like that. But it's real messed up though. Like I don't like what's happening. It's
Right,
real
so it's
messed up.
messed up, but can anybody give me a answer on how we can change this?
I mean, we supposed to have been all united and came together, but
I got the
I
answer.
really, I really want to hear every last one of the answer. Please tell me how you're gonna protect my species, please, and me. I really want to hear this one by one.
I'm gonna tap in.
It's okay, TikToker. We heard Niter and TikToker. We just wanted to get on to Ani. How do you feel about the women and children being snatched? Have you thought about this in your spare time? Like, I want y'all to elaborate on the topic, but we already got two down. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, in my honest opinion, I definitely have thought about it before, but the only problem is the only way that we'd be able to get things, you know, to change. I mean, to be honest, you would have to be willing to basically go to war, and a lot of people aren't willing to do that. You know what I mean? So, I mean, do I enjoy it? Do I wish for it to happen? No, but Do I see it as in we have to, willingly want, the world to be better and be willing to die for it to happen? Yes. So, I mean, I look at things very, this has to happen in order for that to happen. So, if we don't fight and die, nothing changes. That's just how I look at it.
Unalive, brother. Unalive.
Oh, unalive. If we don't fight until we drop, nothing changes. That's really about it. That's the reason why earlier when I was saying all that stuff, I didn't bring that up.
All right, go ahead, Ali.
With facts, man.
Right, and I agree. Um, Honestly, Scott, you stir a fire in me when you spoke about that, because not a lot of people going to sit here and acknowledge that. I know that this group conversation has another subject, but it's rare for people to sit here and stand up and say something like that. And I agree, and for the fact that, this is a rare thing for me to do, to jump up here and speak to random people. But I always seek knowledge and truth. And the truth, the fact that this is happening. But honestly speaking, I don't think this is the right group nor the time. But if you're serious about that, then I think we all should form together and talk about it more discreetly, because this is a situation that is serious. And I don't take this lightly, because this is something that needs to be heard and understand and seen. But understand that we live in a society where there's many things that distract us from, with social media, with sports, entertainment, with politics and all that stuff. All that is just, it's a distraction. But and I agree, and it sucks. And I hate the fact that it's happening to us, and we deliberately every day try to live a life that ain't true. All this is just propaganda. But not to say too much, but I truly agree, because my soul and spirit cannot sit here and live a peaceful life knowing what's happening to us. So, this is something that if you're serious about talking, that I'm more willing to hear and listen, learn, and we can sit here, do what must be done. But understand, if you really want to change, then you have to understand the world that we all live in.
All right, go ahead, Casino.
All right, what's up? I do it by walking in my truth every day. When I speak conversations like this, letting women and children know that they being attacked all the time, that their kids shouldn't be in their schools, the diet that we eat, you know what I'm saying, as well as working out, stuff like that. Yeah, it's no other way really to say it. Just walk in your light and truth and have conversations like these all the time, 24/7. You know what I'm saying? By not capitulating to their system, by going to work, being into the healthcare system, things like that. You got to be totally against the system. You got to walk in the light so others can see you. You can be a reflection. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, being your audience.
Attendance. And
Inverse.
how I feel about the children. Um, First of all, I want to say it's a
My bad. And I'm absolutely disgusted about the children and women too, by the way. I wanted to add that on. I'm sorry.
all right. So for our women and children getting snatched up, I want to say all so-called black men, you should be ashamed of yourself. That's what I want to say for that, because how are we as so-called black men protons allowing women and children to get snatched up? I mean, we sit here, we know who won on the Super Bowl, but we don't know the children that's going missing within our own communities. You feel what I'm saying? We know how much money we getting back on our taxes, but we don't know the women who's going missing within our own communities. It's like we're so it's like y'all want to claim distractions. It's not distractions. You're subjugating to the distraction. Cause how can you ever be distracted from the fact that women and children every single day, I'm talking every single day, are going missing? Like, do y'all not understand that? And it's like we're still going, like my brother said, we're still going to work. Some of us are still taking our children to their schools. We don't want to teach our own children no more. And because we're not teaching our own children, they're navigating through the world believing that they're the same as everybody else. And we so damn focused on all this other shit that we don't even realize they're being took. How is it possible that we're allowing 8 million children worldwide to go missing? Why is that even not talked about? We know everything about. I seen a motherfucker on the live talking about Beyonce and them is in the Illuminati. Who the fuck gives a fuck? 8 million children are going missing, but I don't see nobody talking about it though. I mean, I see a couple of brothers and sisters, but as a collective, why are we not talking about this? We want to sit here and cry and play victim. No, children are the real victims.
I can tell you why people don't want to talk about it and why it's a subject that they don't like bringing up. And the reason why is because in order for there to be any success, you will have to be willing to sacrifice everything. That means your houses, your cars, your money, your chances of getting whatever type of car you want. All of those things will have to basically disappear, and you will have to focus on one goal and one goal only, which is the survival of the people, and people aren't willing to do that. And that's the honest truth.
Why haven't you? Because he's asking the panel, people individually, no mysticism, right? So why
Yeah,
haven't you talked to your brothers about that? Why,
because
whenever I gave the first spill, you said, what did you say? You was like, oh, you
I'll
still
tell you why.
speak
Because I
life.
don't believe nobody in the world will ever listen to me. That's why.
No, I'm asking you, why did you, whenever I said what I said about
Yeah.
the men not focusing on the women and children, your direct response to me was, y'all are supposed to speak life in those.
No, because the the reason I said that is because that's true. We men are created from women because we're supposed to be the protector and the creator side, and we're supposed to enforce the laws of the universe. But the laws of the universe was created by women, so that's kind of the reason why I said that. Now, what you were doing was technically speaking life. I wasn't saying that you weren't doing that. That's all.
I think we need to form like a.
So
Go ahead. Go ahead.
so brother, you stated that as a so-called black man's job, it's to protect women and children and build, right? And you just said to 56 people that you believe nobody's gonna listen to you. Nigga, it's your job to protect. If you stem from the so-called black woman, the whole purpose of you even being on the planet right now is to protect. So my
That's
thing is,
true.
why are you saying that nobody will listen to you? I mean, if I can do it, then you can definitely do it. You're my reflection.
The reason why I say this is because of two reasons. One, what's the best way to put it? Okay, the main reason why I say this is because, in my honest opinion, I don't think people would be willing to listen to me because
That's not true, bro. They will listen to you.
humans,
Exactly.
well, people are very visual and they care about, your so-called credentials and the reason why they should even be willing to listen to you. I
So
do
the
not
thing
have,
is,
huh?
you need to be first of all, you need to be spewing nothing but truth to your
That
people,
is the truth.
and you also need to walk in your truth. That automatically makes you as an individual. You raise the standard for your so-called brothers. See, a brother's not gonna come around me and feel like he can talk about some dumb shit. You feel what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Because I'm automatically off that. And because you gotta, like I said, you gotta speak truth no matter where you go. Regardless if somebody like, I'm not sure what you're looking for, but
I'm
the
not
whole
what
point of
I'm looking
speaking
for.
truth is so that
Oh, go ahead. My
we
fault.
can the whole point of speaking truth is so that we can we can save our children, because right now children are the most abused on the planet. And as so-called black men, as a collective, we should all be coming together and speaking about that. But because we're so focused on what the world has, we're allowing our babies to be snatched up. We're allowing our women to be snatched up. So you as a brother, you need to become you need to let go of the distractions and walk in your truth. Do what your genetics say you're supposed to do.
And can I add something? What I mean too, what he mean by that is what I do, right? Like walking in your truth every day. I keep some type of book, whether it's about melanin or genetics, not a lot, maybe just one or two. You see what I'm saying? So I can spark a conversation with somebody or they ask, what's this, what's that? You feel what I'm saying? So you always gotta have some shit on you, bro. Like to spark the minds of your brother and sister. You feel what I'm saying? Like when you see them in the grocery store buying chips, you got to make people sick of you, bro. Like make them almost not like you type shit, bro. Fuck what they talking about. Forget how they see you, because eventually you're not even really talking to them. You talking to their spirit and their soul. You feel what I'm saying? So like you got to kind of like not even care with it. You feel me? Is that making sense?
Yeah, facts. It's not about.
It,
It's not
it's
about.
making
It's not
sense.
about.
Exactly.
It's not about people. It's not about wanting people to listen to you, bro. It's about being an example. That's what it is. Once you do that, just like my brother said, you set up a new standard for them to be. You see what I'm saying? And this is what our people really need to get is that this is all. It's all about species. If you look in nature, that's all they care about is the children and the women, the next generation. You see these eukaryotic men and shit. When they go in nature and try to go touch the children and the family, they get on them. You see what I'm saying? They get on them. So why are we allowing, just like my brother said, why are we allowing 8 million children to go to get snatched when nothing in nature would even allow one? It doesn't make sense. And nature comes from us. And that's a daily reminder. It shows us it's a daily reminder how we need to be as a family. And we keep forgetting that. And
Well,
it's like, how are we letting that distract us from our women and children, from the little universe and the star seed? We're letting the world distract us from the universe. That's crazy.
That's,
Can I say
well,
that's
the
what I'm
something?
reason
saying. That's what I'm
why,
saying.
Yeah,
the
Can I
bro.
reason
say
why, as
something?
I said, the only way all of this, gets fixed. Of course, we will have to get everybody on the same accord, but that's the hardest part. Like in my opinion, if it was just strictly, all of us to go to, to go to battle or go to war, that wouldn't be a problem. but it's the thing that you will have to be able to convince all of the other all of our other brothers, especially even the ones that would actually join the adversary. It's a good amount of our brothers who would join the adversary against us. So you would have to, I think, like it would almost be. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be harder than probably anything that anybody who came before us to do. Like, you have to understand, we have our own brothers who are so brainwashed that even if we was to start to come together as a collective, percentage wise in small percents, there would be those that are technically our of our own bloodline who would join our adversary, and either they would try to join us and become a Judas, to tell our enemy what we're doing from the inside to destroy us from the inside out, or they'll just flat out just join the other side, and when it's time, for the climax, they'll be on their side. So that's the reason why. I mean, that's not the only reason, but that's one of the reasons why things haven't gone the way it's supposed.
Yeah, I think there
So
needs to be more. I think there needs to be more high level men. Maybe
Sound
who
like
need. Oh,
I was just
I
gonna
think
say
there
it
needs to
sounds
be.
like fear, man. You see what I'm saying?
Can I say
Like
something?
fear.
What does anybody else have to do with
Make
you?
our living
What does
Exactly.
so
anybody
bad.
else? What is you taking a stand for your species have to do with anybody else? Whether they like, do you know that most of
I'm
Because
your
if I
sorry.
was
brothers
to
and
take a stand
sisters
for my
Hold on, she's
will
species,
not
talking.
make it? Do you know that most of your nigga? It's probably two people in this life that'll make it. Most of us will not make it because niggas don't want to put down meat, don't want to relieve religion, still think we're the same as these people. And it is a proven fact that when you feed your neuromelanin like a Caucasian, that it diminishes the production of neuromelanin. So there
So,
are still, as the system crashes, as it continues to fall, there are still going to be our brothers and sisters that want to hold on to it. We sitting here talking about our women and children getting snatched for totipotent stem cells, and you worried about money, materialistic shit, and how niggas feel and da da. Fuck that. We're asking you. We're asking you the question. Who cares about anybody else that's not in this room? You have the opportunity now going forward to enforce universal law and to protect your species. Are you going to do that? Yes or no?
yeah, I'm doing
And
it.
time will tell. And time will tell because you know what I'm saying? Time
Yeah.
will tell. You know how many niggas I seen put 100 in the chat, leave the live and go refer to the fragment of the universe with a cat emoji? You know how many niggas that sit here on the same live that we've had and told other motherfuckers that kale, spinach, carrots, cruciferous vegetables are non-conducive to their genetic makeup, but then post the other day, yesterday, about red fucking cabbage?
Come on, yo. That's
Like,
wild.
it's not. First of all, I'm not playing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not playing with you. I'm not joking, and it's not funny. It's not funny. It's people that never get to experience what you call this shit show. People don't even get to experience that. All these different movies, experimenting, that is about us. So if you know that, how do you still not lock in?
I like to
Because
say
you
something.
niggas are feeding antigens and parasites that you don't want to fucking give up.
And we keep saying, what is my purpose? What am my purpose? But it's literally the species, bro. It's literally the species. It's in front of your face every day what your purpose is. And we keep questioning because your lens of are clogged. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know.
exactly.
but you're
Niggas
not
think
getting
they
what I'm
purpose.
saying. You're
Hold
not
on.
getting what I'm saying.
Niggas think they purpose is somewhere in this world. That's where y'all fucked up at. Y'all niggas think y'all purpose should bring y'all money. Y'all niggas want the world. Like my brother just said, our purpose is the perseverance of our species. We want our species to make it to the next sunrise. That should be the purpose.
You ask, so
It's
what do I need to do, man?
it's over.
Start with informing the next generation about who they is. You know what I'm saying? Start communicating with your brothers and sisters. Start networking, like how trees and mycelium does on the ground. Start doing that. Start being a reflection of actual nature. You see what I'm saying? This is what it is, and that
Yeah, I was just gonna say they don't understand how powerful we are because they're not understanding and exploring their genetics, or the planet that they're on, or that it's located in the cosmos and the cosmos itself. So they think that they're quote unquote powerless. The fuck? Do you know how powerful you gotta be for a nigga to fuck with you with cellular oppression, bro? They have to mess with you on a cellular level because you were powerful on a quantum level. And niggas is like, how? What do we do? Da-da-da. You are a divine being, bro. Go within. Like, that's what I'm saying. Y'all not really tapped in and spiritual like y'all say y'all are, bro. As a divine being, I don't question nobody. You don't see me on a panel, nigga. I'm the host. Fuck you mean? And I'm not saying that, you know what I'm saying? Everybody has their own piece of the puzzle. But that's what I'm saying. Explore that. Don't ask nobody else about your piece to the puzzle. The universe gave it to you for you to decode for a reason. But it all leads back to you enforcing her law and protecting the species. Niggas is asking how. Like, go within and find out. His piece not like yours, so how he gonna tell you?
like every decision you made before coming to this live, you didn't ask us that. You didn't ask. Well, now you asking us when it's actual truth coming to your face because of fear. And that's the thing is fear, man. You gotta let that shit go. Because that's a lot of things that my brothers are stuck in, the amygdala part of the brain. And once we get out of that, we start to see what is really, really supposed to be our purpose, which is our women and children, bro. Like we really is in our face, and it's sad that we don't see that shit.
Yeah, for sure, man. I definitely agree with that. I think you know when we come in contact with like beings like us, like try to network, you know, try to come together and even share the knowledge and just push forward, man. Like, I definitely agree, man, for sure.
Man, he
Uh,
definitely right about that. Cause some of them just look at you like you crazy, like you don't know what you're talking about.
Hmm.
That shit be wild.
go ahead, Ali. I know you was trying to say something. Go ahead.
All right, so my phone's on 1%, so I'm trying to say this quick. Now, I agree with everybody was saying and stuff like that, but this is just thought. Now, if you live in the U.S., you know that most of our product when it comes down to food is illegal in most countries. Why? Because of the chemicals and stuff that affects our body. Most of the stuff that we consume or wear, whatever, y'all know, microplastic, blah blah blah. All that affects the body and the in our mental thought because it affects the neurons in our brain, blah blah blah. I believe lazy people is a product of the stuff that we consume. That's just my personal opinion. People, their laziness is not just not doing, but also being slow of thought. So we have to sit here and really pack down on our health so that we can grow our people not only physically but mentally so that we can prepare for whatever is to come. But now we don't have the strength if we don't, but that's why there's so much product that affects us mentally. You know, the red dye, the red 40, the yellow, whatever, yellow 5 or stuff like that. Y'all know that our product is mostly harmful to our bodies, even the clothes we wear.
And I just want
True,
to add
man.
to that. Go ahead.
Because the clothes that a lot of people wearing is polyester. The clothes you should not be wearing. It should be cotton, linen, or wool, not polyester. But that's what most people wear in the U.S. Polyester. It's affecting your body on a higher level than you think because you're an electrical being.
And just to like add to the whole conversation, like uh the nuclear family of the man and woman that has to be more established. You know what I'm saying? Because once that's established and has high respect, my God, the children who are going to come out, they're gonna come out already tapped in. You know what I'm saying? So I think we really gotta put a lot of respect on the nuclear family of bringing back the man and the woman in a high level unison so that the children are more protected. They're less, they're more, they're not vulnerable to influence. That has to be established. I think that's where the real strike is going to take place. That's where the real power is really going to progress us. Because like if our homes are destroyed, now you have starseeds who are in like homes that are like dysfunctional, and now they got to go out into the world and like, really cultivate their energy instead of coming into a home that's already, totally cultivated. So that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? That's all I gotta say.
Right. So I want to say that to everyone in here, I would encourage y'all to speak about the children, do more research on children going missing, the women going missing, and speak about it so we can stop this shit from happening. Like,
Do you
the
know about
whole-
Ali Carter?
enough with the whole
Oh shit.
Yahweh, Allah, Jesus, Muhammad. I'm tired of hearing that shit. I'll be seeing people going live. We can talk about this nigga that ain't showed up and did shit for us. Every fucking 200 people in that live, bro. All praises to the Most High. What has the Most High did for children? It's like we're turning a deaf ear and a blind eye to the children, bro.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, bro. Because all that stuff that they doing is to divide you. That's why they keep confusing a lot about people with church. Because there's a lot of people in church, which is bad because it's confusing you to know who you is, having you pray outside of yourself, doing all of that when all the power within you. So it's really messed up.
Yo, we should like link up, bro. Like y'all should, we should exchange numbers and like start something. Like we're all here right now, man. We're all talking that ish. We should like start something. Whether it
Right.
be
I would
I mean,
say
I'd be willing to start a group, but I don't know
let's
what
start a group,
platform would
yo.
be best to do a group for. I would guess maybe Discord, but I think that's a little too basic.
Yo, what about WAP? There's an app called WAP where like people can come together and like share ideas and
I want to ask y'all though, like, what is a group gonna do for the children? Like, y'all can go make videos right now saying that our children are going missing. We need to step up. Do we need a group for that?
I mean,
No,
technically, yeah, because some of us, technically you would need a group. And the reason I say that is because at the bare minimum, some of us is still going to have to work just to stay alive. You know what I mean? And if we, can't stay alive, how are we supposed to look after, our children? Now, I know that do sound weak, but it's like, I can't just be out here with $0 and 0 cent and talk about I'm just gonna stay outside looking to see if children get abducted. Like, I know that's damn near what we should be doing, but it's like if you do that, I don't know. I just don't feel like that'll work if you kind of get get what I'm saying. Like if you outside with, all right, go ahead.
So is there any type of reason why you can't go on any social media platform, upload a video saying that our children and women are being snatched up at an extremely high rate? Is there any reason why we can't, or you as an individual can't upload a video for your other brothers and sisters to see that our women and children are being snatched up?
Yeah, there's no problem doing that.
I think it's more than uploading videos. I think we just gotta come together as a community.
But that's the easy part.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the hard part is the actual physical duty of doing it. The actual physical duty.
You know why you think
the
it's
actual
hard?
physical duty will cost
You know why
time.
you think it's hard?
Money.
You know why you think it's hard?
What?
Because like he just said, like Denzel just said, sitting next to me, you're operating from the amygdala part of your brain. That's why you think it's hard.
You talking about the fear
When
part?
you align yourself mentally and spiritually, y'all. How do you manifest anything in life? This how I know y'all don't be manifesting and meditating, because how do you manifest things within your reality? So do
From what
y'all
I
need to physically link up? Listen to what the host is saying. Is there anything physical that needs to take place outside of you? Or do you need to know you first so that way that you can harness your energy to create the reality that is conducive to this planet and for us to be harmonious as a species? That is not hard. You know how instant it is for you to shift your frequency? When you think of another thought, that's a frequency shift.
And your motivation should be women and
Like,
children.
what the fuck is you saying? It's hard.
We
For
can't,
it.
you can't even say
Recycle,
that.
bro.
Now I'm
Recycle. We gonna need
confused.
you to
Wait,
just
now
recycle the
no.
vessel, bro. Recycle
Now,
the
no,
vessel.
now I'm
But that sounds
confused
like
because
excuses, bro.
Excuses, bro.
no, what?
Like
Now
she
I'm
It's
just,
confused. This is what
hard.
I'm
she
saying.
just
You're a
said,
divine
I'm
masculine.
she just said earlier, there's children that never even get to feel the grass on their toes, feel the sun on their face, because they've been experimented on their whole life.
yeah,
And you're
since
talking about this
since
hard.
birth.
No, bro. We gotta we gotta step up, bro. It's no excuses, bro. There's no excuses.
You also
So when
have
I'm
to
saying,
I
are we
don't
supposed
know
to
what
be
to say to that, bro.
So
Like,
am I supposed to just try to look within myself and meditate and chant for these things to be better? Like what? Like, or am I
I'm done.
supposed to
chance?
I'm done.
physically
Like,
not
bro,
chant?
like, so what is, so
Because
what are
you're
you,
because
so
you're
what are you,
saying
bro?
you're
So, bro,
saying
so what are you? Do you consider yourself to be religious or spiritual? Which do you consider yourself, or how do you classify yourself?
I'll be
Like,
honest. At one point, I used to consider myself spiritual, but I don't feel. I would be honest. I really just I try to learn knowledge and try to use it as best as I can. And the reason I say that is because when I did try to consider myself spiritual, I just never really felt anything within myself. So that's the reason why I just try to learn
did you go
information to
within
use that.
yourself and explore yourself and your thoughts and sit with every last one of them until you slowed them down and you were able to manipulate them? Because that's
Mm,
meditation.
no,
I don't
the
think so. You
closest
never
I
explored self, brother. You never even explored self. Knowledge of thyself, which is the soul, which is all knowing. This is how it's easy, y'all. We're not. Come on, man.
and all of it is
That's why it's a lack of confidence. My
you're
bad. Go
not
ahead.
listening. You're not listening to that voice inside. You're not confident with that voice inside. You're not mentally strong with that voice inside. You're scared of that voice inside, which is actually telling you what you're supposed to do. You see what I'm saying? That's the wavelength that's coming from your DEA, your genetics, telling you to protect and enforce the species. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that's like it's no time to be distracted or saying things is too hard, bro.
You can't even worry or think or talk about nobody else. When somebody asks, when the divine feminine asks the masculine, how are you going to enforce universal law and protect the species? This nigga talking about it's hard.
well, only thing that comes to
You know
mind
what
is
would have
war.
happened in ancient days? You know what would have
War.
happened in ancient days? No.
That's what happened in
I'm
ancient days.
saying,
War.
okay, you're not listening to me because I'm not asking you that. If a divine feminine asks the divine masculine, because why the fuck is she even asking? But if a divine feminine asks a divine masculine to why he is not enforcing universal law and protecting the species, do you know what would have happened to that nigga according to history? According to who we are, do you think you would be walking and talking right now, bro? Ancient women didn't fucking play, bro.
The suit that we're in is a privilege.
And you can look at nature for that.
Yep,
You know what?
the honeybees. Look what the honeybees do. Look what the ants do. Look what all of them do
They get
to
in
the
them
men
niggas,
that actually that fuck around.
the praying mantis, nigga.
They
Every
don't
feminine
play.
in nature is flipping them niggas overboard, eating their ass, unaliving their ass. Let a nigga tell me it's hard. I'm gonna show him how hard it get. If a nigga don't understand what the fuck the vessel is for, what are you in the vessel for? Recycle. We gonna need you to come back. Try again. And that's what it is. Come back and try to grasp the knowledge a different way. But
Yep.
that puzzle piece is not gonna change, brother, because genetics don't.
And your motivation should always be your women and children. That's what every organic species in nature, that's all their motivation is. That's why you see it on a physical level on them caring for their species. That's all they care about. They don't care about nothing else. They don't care about none of the distractions that y'all talking about that's happening on the planet. They're on the same planet with the same distractions. They're not worried about that shit.
This nigga with no profile picture in the comments talking about some ancient days in 2025. This nigga still believe in time.
Yeah,
You thought you was saying something, nigga. You still believe in time, Smoothie?
Tying you down to the system.
Like
That's
the
what
fuck?
they're doing.
This nigga still believe in time. You thought you was doing something. You don't even know that the whole creation of time was already man-made, and then they added a so-called 1,000 years to that shit. You don't know where you are, nigga. The
Yeah.
fuck? I am the ancient. I'm the first woman. Fuck you mean? You don't know anything about genetics?
Yep.
Immortal cells, nigga? The fuck?
And the middleman's getting removed. The clock, the calendar, Jesus, the religion, all of that shit is getting removed. The eukaryotic cell system. So you want to keep thinking like them, guess where you're gonna go? You're not. Guess where you're gonna go?
Believing in their time, it's gonna tie you down every single day. That's exactly what the spell was created to do.
Yep.
Was created to keep you in a false ass reality, fucking up your biological. I don't even know, because I don't even know if this nigga conducive. I'm not even gonna waste
Your
my
biological
energy.
cycle, your
Yeah.
circadian rhythm, but yeah.
Yeah, we just gotta also talk about it, like as like what they're saying. We gotta talk about it.
Also,
even when I was talking about who's talking?
Go ahead.
Yeah, even when I was talking about like we should all like link up and join a group. Like we could come together and like start like being creative with like the videos we set out. You know what I'm saying? We could we could do so much like just to get the word out, because like if we all come together, then there's a lot of like creative energy in one space, and there's an application called WAP where we could just do that.
But based on what you're saying, the filter isn't how you get it.
Hold on.
Instead of
especially
us,
go ahead.
Instead of us within this live coming together, how about you go into your communities and you unite your community first? How about that?
No, I got people. That's what I'm saying. Like I got people.
Is everybody in your state also called black people in your state? Do they understand this?
Everybody in my state. No, I'm just saying I got
Right.
people.
So let's
I got
start
people
there.
with me. I'm just saying you could join too. Like there's no problem, bro. You could join
Right,
too.
but you saying
Go ahead.
let's worry about our community first, though. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you can't even reach your community, why do we need to come together?
No, I'm reaching people who are on that. Like these people are the community. Like there's people. I'm telling you, like we are the community, and we're speaking out. That's what I'm saying. Like why don't y'all be part of it too, so we have more energy. Yo, look, even this, man. We talking about frequency. We could all collectively say, yo, on this day we're all gonna raise our frequency. That is gonna do something. We could all collectively do and sing and be like, yo, today, bro, we're raising our frequency, and boom,
You can't do that with people in your community, brother.
What you said?
You can't do that with people in your community.
No, that's being done, bro. I'm saying you could join too. Like I don't know, like that's more power.
Together to raise our frequency when that's something that we should be striving for individually every single day.
No, we should. We should.
Right. So then why do we need to come together collectively to do that when people don't even know what to connect to? That's what these lives are for.
Prokaryotic cells make their environment. We make our environment. So you got to make the environment based off the vibration that you're on. So if you're vibrating on truth, then you should be permeating that. That's what you should be letting out. You see what I'm saying? That's what you should be talking about. You see what I'm saying? Your brothers and sisters, that's the conversations that you need to start bringing up. Like, yo, do you know that this? Like, start talking about it, bro.
No,
y'all can talk about anything else. Y'all can talk about this.
No, I just told you I'm talking about it. Like I have a community. You know what I'm saying? I got a real community. I'm saying like, obviously we could individually spark ourselves up and even change our environment. But I'm saying, yo, bro, imagine we all hop on that, in that one group. Imagine what we could do, bro. We could do more things. We could do more creative things. We could be more vocal with certain things. We could do a lot, bro. We could do a lot. So that's what I'm saying. Like join my community, bro. Join my community. We spark that flame. You know what I'm saying? We could choose a specific day where we're like, you know what, bro, on this day we're all gonna power up. Watch what happens. We don't even got to leave our house like that, but that could be like a sacred day or like a holiday, for lack of a better word. And watch what happens. And then on top of that, we send out videos. We got people in the community who send out videos. It's called video curating, where people just send out videos of talking about certain things, revealing certain things, whether it be women, children, and all these type of stuff. That's why earlier I asked you guys. You guys know about Ali Carter? You guys know about Ali Carter?
Like, I know what the host was saying though, like in your area over there in your community though, he just was saying like you should be able to wake other people up over there in your community though. Like I knew exactly what he was saying. Like me, I talk to people all the time in my community. They getting it. Probably not as fast, but they getting it though.
But why don't we just join communities, bro? Like you have a community, I have a community, bro. Link up. We're
We're
on
not in
TikTok
the
right now.
same geographical location, brother. You feel what I'm
No,
saying?
we don't got to be same geographic. We
So
got technology right now.
I
We could do remote.
okay, what about when technology's gone?
But this is what look, bro. This is why when you join a community, you know what happens? We have things in place in case things are gone. We're like, you know what? All right, if in case let's say for example, in case like a blackout came out, we got things in place because we're actually doing the work. We're actually talking about things. But right now, bro, we could talk remotely and just have like a freaking sacred day. Be like, yo, we're gonna power up this day, bro. All 400 of us. Who gives a fuck about the pum pums? You know what I'm saying? For lack of a better word, who gives a fuck about the pum pums? We got the real ones here, man. So if you got a community, I got a community, bro.
So
Link up.
okay,
What's the
cool.
problem? What's the
What's the
problem?
job? What's the job of a quote unquote real one?
I'm saying it right now. That's a job of a quote unquote real one. It's a walk
Is
in
to
truth.
link
You
up with
know,
other real ones and just leave their other brothers and sisters in the dark?
it's not only just what, bro. Say it again, because I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying. Go ahead.
I'm asking you, what is the job of a quote unquote real one? Because you're saying, oh yeah, all the real ones can come together. Nigga, what about the people who don't understand?
But that's the point, though. When I said that we're also sending out videos, because we're not sending out videos to be like just to talk to us, because like we know what it is to a degree. We're sending out videos to wake up the ones who don't know. We're sending out videos to say, hey, yo, join the community. Like I'm saying what you're saying. I think we both agree. I think yeah, man, we should all come together, bro. Community. We got a community, bro. Bring it over here, man. Shit. That shit can manifest into something even more, bro. That can manifest into something even more.
TikTokers.
Not. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I don't think you're understanding. Coming together through quantum entanglement and through telepathy is what brings that and manifests that in the physical. You don't want to just collectively meet up with 48 random niggas who don't even know thyself.
I have antigens
And the fuck who's gonna bring us down? Like the fuck, you don't need to do nothing outside of yourself.
Well,
Like
I mean, hey, man. Go ahead.
We literally, us two, me and Denzel, we naturally through magnetism were attracted to ether. We was walking in the same truth. It's not about forming something. I can promise you every time you trust me, I got examples, plenty of them. Try to formulate something if you want to right now with this energy and see how quick it fall. See how quick it fall.
So okay. So let me just let me understand what you just said, all right? And correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to put things in your mouth. But you're saying that there doesn't have to be a group of people coming together because there's quantum entanglement. Like quantum entanglement is what's needed. Is that what you're trying to say? Like I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Bro, there's a lot of lost souls out here, bro. So I know exactly what both I'm saying.
Yeah.
Everybody got to get themselves right as an individual. Right? Once they all get themselves right, you ain't gonna need to form no team or come together or nothing. It's already gonna happen. Like you ain't gonna have to do none of that extra stuff.
Well, but it happened though. Like we know we put out the word, and people are like, you know what? I'm on this wave. This is what I'm projecting. You know what I'm saying? I'm part of this, and now people like, bro, we're actually putting in real work. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that in itself is like a quantum entanglement. We put out the word, and someone's like, "Yo, I'm on this frequency. I'm on the frequency
Because
of, I'm on the frequency of the soul. I'm on the frequency of, protecting the
on
woman and the child. Like I think like my community, bro. Like we lit. Like we out here. We're actually putting in work. Obviously, we need more growing to do, but like we're doing the things that we tell you, you're gonna be like, all right, I can respect that. You can't say nothing about us. You know what I'm saying? You're going to respect it because it is what it is. It's one of those ones. If I tell you, hey, you know what? We're giving back to the community. You know what I'm saying? We're actually feeding mouths, and not only feeding mouths, but we're giving out knowledge. Like you got to respect that. You got to bow down to that. Like real talk. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, man. If you don't want to join the community, it's on you. I don't have a problem with that. All power, but I just think that we got to join up, and like if you're tapped in, join up, and like
Right. So
yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, like I was saying though, joining a community, that's not a problem. It's just like she was saying and like my brother was saying, we don't know. These are random people that you feel what I'm saying? We don't know what they're on. Respectfully, like if we come together spiritually, there's no need to come together physically. You feel what I'm saying? If we all are walking in our truth, there's no need for us to sit here and have to come together and make something happen. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, I see.
See, that's the
because
question I was having.
So either go ahead.
That's the question I was having, Ether, because
Trying to see what Quantum wanted to say. Hey, brother, Abundance.
civilization continues.
After he
But
gets
the
done,
only way that
introduce
I can
Quantum because
physically
he.
see the only wait, what? Oh, okay. I was just gonna finish what I was about to say, and I'll let y'all talk. I was just saying that the only way I could possibly see us being able to fix things to where it's beneficial for our people, for our, for our existence, is that we would literally have to, we will have to fight them. Like there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You will have to come together and you will have to fight them, even if they have, all kind of different type of weaponry. We will have to just straight up fight them and just win with short numbers. And that's the only way that that'll ever really be able to be fixed in the physical way. Unless y'all saying that if everyone's spiritual energy hits a certain level, then things just change. But if that's not the case, then you just gotta straight up,
why would we
really
need to
get
fight
down
them?
with them.
Why would we need to fight them?
Because that's how they beat us. I mean, well, they mainly won by putting us against each other.
So what I'm hearing is
Still,
you wanna teach our youth violence. You don't want to teach. First of all, like I said, we stem from the cosmos and the sun. Why the fuck would the cosmos and the sun want to fight a damn ape?
how do you protect your women and children? Violence.
That's not how you protect. What?
Is that not how
bro,
do you
who
protect your women and
That's the
children
only
without violence?
So that's the only way to
They're
protect your
physically
child
being
is through
harmed.
violence.
Yes, nobody can hurt your child if you protect your child with not by
Okay,
harming
what
your
about
child. I'm
psychologically
talking
though,
about
brother?
harming the person that tries to harm your child.
Right. So what about psychologically though?
You can't be
These people
psychological with an
hold
ape.
on, brother. Look at the conditions that we're in today. Is white people doing that by force? Are they being violent with us?
In some cases, yes, but not in a mass,
So
not in a large mass way. No, but in order to keep
so
things,
so
in order to
collectively,
keep things a certain way, they will do it.
right? So collectively, they're not being violent towards us and they have us doing exactly what they want us to do,
As long as
right?
they don't feel threatened, then yeah. If they felt threatened, they would turn violent extremely quick. You just like how you like you just said you supposed to be violent with an ape, but how are you supposed to make an ape? You can't psychologize with a chimpanzee. And if you know anything about how chimpanzees are, they're the most violent of all the primates. You literally have to get down
Right.
and busy with them.
I'm not saying that don't protect your children or your woman by any means necessary. That's not what I'm saying. But you're saying we have to go to war. We don't got to go to war. It ain't nothing for us to stop taking our children to their schools. It ain't nothing for us to stop taking our children and going to their doctors. It ain't nothing to do
But we
that.
have to
That
take the
don't
but we
that
have
don't
to take the
that don't have
land.
nothing to do with no violence.
But we have to take the land. We have to take the
The
food,
land
the
is
water.
already ours.
It's not. If you
The
don't pay
land
for it, they
directly
will just come
responds
force
to
you off of it.
so-called black people. Look at the shit that's growing in your communities. All of that shit helps with high blood pressure, diabetes, things of that nature. So the
hmm
land is already on our side. Why do we need to get violent?
The reason I'm saying this is because, for example, I can't just say, okay, like this is the best way I can put it, right? I have a daughter. I have like she's not old enough to go to school yet, but I have a daughter and a wife. I can't just say, all right, I'm not gonna go to work. She's not gonna go to school, and I'm not gonna pay any type of rent, bills, or anything. And if anybody come in the house, we're just gonna fight because what's going to happen is they will just send more people that I can physically deal with and just physically remove us from the property. Unless you saying that we should go into, unless you saying we should
But
try to find different
brother,
land and
let me say this, brother.
start over.
Brother, do you
Dang.
understand UVC radiation?
That I can see radiation.
Do you understand UVC radiation?
Oh, UVC radiation. Not off the top of my head. I feel like I have an idea what it is, but I don't know what it is like straight off the top of my head now.
I want you to do some deep research on UVC radiation in the ozone layer. These people,
Oh, you talking about the stuff that's killing them.
exactly.
I
So
mean,
if the
not
sun,
killing them, harming
exactly.
them.
So let me say this: if the sun is removing these people off the planet, why in the hell do you got to get violent with them?
But then that still goes back to doing the thing that she said that we shouldn't do, which is wait. Because that's technically now we're just waiting on the sun to get rid of our adversary.
I understand
So, bro, you
this, and I'm
just
gonna
said you
just
got a
keep it
woman and my
respect.
bad.
Like,
The sun
Yeah,
is
we can go
saying
to
the sun is
Quantum.
saying if you're not a vibrational energetic match for the planet and the universe, then you're getting removed. That's what's happening.
Okay.
so it's not just YT people. It's the Dravidians. It's
Oh.
everybody outside of our species and our brothers and sisters that still want to hold on to this shit and still want to procreate with them and still want to give these niggas hope.
Facts.
So
Oh,
nobody in
okay.
this room is excluded for that. If you're moving like that, you will go with them too.
Mm-hmm.
So like you want
UVC
to
radiation. The reason why so-called black people are having a hard time in the sun right now is because they're not eating according to their genetic makeup. I have no problem in the sun. Last year was a breeze for me. You see what I'm saying? And I can literally on the days when I'm outside for 4+ hours, nigga, I don't eat for 2-3 days because my cells are powered by neuromelanin. That's what's functioning every single cell in my body. So I don't feed I don't feed antigens. I don't feed parasites. You see what I'm saying? I cook. I went raw for several months and then I just started, cooking because I wanted to start experimenting with different flours and stuff like that because flour, like regular all-purpose flour has tricalcium phosphate. You see what I'm saying? Which is the same thing that they use to make shit white. It's a bleach. Right? So
Right.
understanding who you are genetically is how you maneuver this shit. It's nothing outside of you. You see what I'm saying? Study you. It's nothing outside of that, you, the organism itself, that needs to be done. I'm not saying that we aren't gonna have to physically defend ourselves, but
we're not talking about violence and just starting a fucking rampage and just acting like fucking beasts, because that's not what's within our genetics. The sun in the universe is patient as hell.
Yep.
Very patient. And all the stars, all the planets, this alignment that they were talking about on January 25th, this shit been aligning. You see what I'm saying? That's how patient this shit, the celestial beings are. They wait for an alignment. They wait for the energy. It's nothing outside of you. You have to do, you raise your frequency. By you admitting that, you are the coronal mass ejection. You wake the next brother and sister up just by waking up. Quantum entanglement. Like, that's what we saying, y'all.
And when you're doing that, you're doing the same thing as the sun. You're shining just like the sun. And what is that? And what do you think that's doing to their anatomy, just like the sun? Like, come on, bro. You got to start thinking. Stop being scared of a planet that responds to your genetics.
Man, stop being scared of white people and they man-made ass system. Please, bro.
Animals in uniforms.
We sitting here like, oh, if you're saying I just got to stop working it up, why are you contributing to your own G side? 100% of jobs are built off of your G side. So you're doing nothing but fueling your own G side. This whole system runs off of your energy.
Yep.
They have no energy. They are here through introgression. They can't create. All they can do is copy what was already here and manipulate what is already here.
Now you see why we talking about it, right? You see why we're talking about it, because these people literally have no biological identification to the planet. These are literally just people with, these are literally just animals in uniforms and monkey suits. That's what it is. And they're telling you what to do on your planet. And they're telling you how your child needs to be raised. That's crazy, bro.
It is.
Go in nature right now and try to tell. Go in nature right now into a lion pride and go try to tell that cub how to be raised and watch how the family treat you.
That's what I'm saying.
Stop
though.
playing, bro. You gotta. This is about family, bro. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when we say, are we gonna come together? Are we gonna come together? We're, like she said, we gotta come together spiritually. We gotta come together spiritually first with the knowledge, because so-called black people, we're like magnets to each other. We're gonna attract each other based off the vibration that we're letting off. You see what I'm saying? This is what's gonna happen. The people who understand and know the truth are the people who are really gonna come together, and it's not gonna be through no phone, through no app, no none of that. It's gonna be through the liquid computer that we call neuromelanin, that we've been talking about, bro. That's how we get back. That's how we get back to the children.
Yo,
That's how we get back to our women.
yo, did you guys hear about?
That's it. That's the answer right there.
Yo, there was this group of
Thank you
people.
very much.
There's this group of people who meditated together, and they're able to like supercharge their energy. That just happened recently. So that's the reason why I was talking about like, yo, let's linking up, because like we could do a thing right now. We could just supercharge our energy. You know what I'm saying? Like there's breath works, and there's, just like you said, there's alignment. You know what I'm saying? Like we could be patient with the time and day that we choose to, come in alignment. We could just supercharge this motherfucker. Like there's so much we could do, bro.
Can we let the other brother speak, because he hasn't spoken at all?
All right, fair enough. My bad, Quantum.
No, you all good. Peace and love though. But I was man, nah, they really did it. They did it like all the time. They went around in full circle. Like I was sitting there agreeing with both sides, But that community, yeah, is gonna find you. That's something that I've been seeing myself. The souls that's been resonating. I just go out and I do me, and then the universe just brings it right back to me. So that's the biggest part about it. But one thing that's for certain is patience, because right now it's daytime. Everything got a cycle. And right now, they the ones in a falsehood of control, because all of it is just fear. That's really all it is. It's just like what you said earlier. Like you brought up violence, but they really not using violence. It's really the fear of violence. You could do everything they're doing. I kid you not. If you go and you read these public acts, public law, you could do everything from creating your own city. You could do it all. It's just that we didn't get the rules of this game. Really, we started the rules of this game, and then we forgot we were the game masters. That's basically what happened. Everything that's going on right here, out here in the public, is our creation that we forgot we created. Just like what she said, they try to mimic what's already out here. They do that now. They try to mimic what's already created. You got a mimic of you, a paper version of you. It's your birth certificate. So, you know, some of those energies, those frequencies, those like minds who I've been quantumly entangled with, the type of activities we do together with the mass variety of information we gathered, we set things up towards community. We have trust in place. We have certain things to where, all right, the law is on notice to mind your fucking business. Or it's a repercussion if you don't mind your business. You don't have to mind your business as the police. You don't have to mind your business as the FBI, as the IRS, none of them. But if you don't, there is a consequence. And the consequence is in federal court and Supreme Court, because that's the power of trust. Remember, and on the money, in God we trust. So it's just small things like that. It's things we could do. And for those who don't want to wake up, I don't believe in trying to wake up somebody who's asleep, because they're going to try to fight back. So it's either the energy going to resonate with them or it's not. Everybody can't come along with you. If that makes sense. You know,
I know what
everybody
you're
could be
saying.
resonated to a certain energy, just not the exact same. We could be here with it, but then some of those are probably on a more advanced level. All right, they're thinking about this way, but they're thinking, how else can I add to that with my own creativity to get more out of it? You know, if that kind of sheds light on a little bit that was getting expressed earlier, because I agree with everybody up here. There's always something we can all do. You know, it's always something that can be done in all situations. But the biggest thing is knowing, you know, just like what was said, looking within, but then knowing how the role of within plays, you know, without the outside, how what's on the inside could be brought out to the outside. And I yield.
Yo, it's almost like Dragon Ball Z. You know when Goku charges up the spirit bomb? Yo, we could be doing that type of shit. We could be charging up spirit bombs and like projecting that plate in places. This is why we got like hurricanes and tornadoes, because you know there's higher works being done. So like, yo,
We
let's
do
charge
that.
this.
We do that with just 5 people thinking about a similar
Exactly, bro.
thing. You feel me? Like this panel's doing that with these 40-some people right now.
We could
So
do it on
there's
a more.
nothing
We could do
outside of
it.
yourself that you need to do. Thank you, my brother. It's nothing. I'm telling you, TikToker, I want you to do it. Everything that you're saying, I want you to try it right now. I want you to get 10, 20 people, and I want you to try what you're saying right now. I
Hey
want
man,
you to try it so you can see it for yourself. Because we can talk about quantum entangle. We're all quantum entangled through the quantums, but we're vibing at different frequencies. So who are you really connected to though? Physically, which affects you spiritually. So if you don't know thyself and know who you are first, you will connect with the wrong people. I was just gonna say that I'm not taking away from what Quantum said at all. I just wanted to throw that out there because TikToker keeps thinking that there's something that we need to formulate. There is not a plan that we need for this. You see what I'm saying? The plan is already coded in your genetics. So if you enforce and protect the species, then your brothers will follow. If they are not doing that, they are not supposed to come. Everybody can't come in this energy.
no, I'm just saying what
Salva,
objective. I'm just saying what
So you
objective
can't
is.
just gather 10 random people. Gather 10 random people and I promise you it's gonna fall in 10 minutes.
But these are
A
not
minute
random.
per nigga, it's gonna fall. Because you can't just get all different frequencies together in one room when nobody even understands why they're in
you
the
don't got
room.
the right type of food, or you got parasites in your body, it won't kind of work correctly.
No, but these are not randoms. That's why I told you this is
Nah, I
community,
ain't
bro.
talking about that. I was trying to see if she at least like tell me, like point me in the right direction, because I always thought kale and certain vegetables was healthy. So I just
Bro,
want
you gotta do your
you don't gotta
research.
tell me, you don't gotta give me a
No,
list, but
we're
like
not
tell me
talking.
like,
Wait,
oh, you
are
should
you just not
research this
getting back,
person.
bro? Are you just not getting back?
Huh?
Are you just not getting back?
What do you mean I'm just getting back?
We were talking about like vegetables and stuff a long time ago, though.
I know that, but I know you were saying that because you said everything you gotta do is from within, and you were saying I do remember when you were saying that if your cells aren't in a more homeostasis type of way, and you got parasites in your body, it's not gonna really work as well. So I ain't asking you to tell me, which vegetables or what thing. I'm just asking you to tell me like, oh, you should look up this book or look up this person or like, just tell me what I should read because I kind of do a lot of research on food, but I never really seen anything bad about kale before. And you just now bringing information saying that, kale is something that's, it's a cruciferous vegetable. So I guess cruciferous vegetables aren't good for us, something like that.
Yeah, we ain't
Yeah.
talking about that though. Still,
But
I'm not even gonna front.
I know that, but I know she was. I'm sorry. I was just trying to figure out.
so just study kale, understand cellulose, and if you as a so-called black person can break that down, that's all.
You said
Because he's
cellulose,
right. Kale is not good for the black biology. We can't break down cellulose.
cellulose.
I'm not sure if I said it
Okay.
correctly, but
No,
I
you said it
mean,
right.
yeah, like we can't break that shit down. Really,
But
we're
you
only
got
supposed to be eating fruits. That's it, because we're supposed to be eating the reproductive part of the plant, and kale ain't the reproductive part of the plant. You feel what I'm saying? But yeah, we are past the whole what we supposed to eat and stuff. So
we're
Yeah,
talking
my
about
fault.
chi energy right now. We're talking about like energy, like that's what I brought up Dragon Ball Z. You know, in certain scenes in Dragon Ball Z, they came together and they charged up, one being. So like for Goku, and Goku's facing Broly, Goku needed energy from people who are on his frequency, like the Super Saiyans, and he's able to defeat Broly because they supercharged him. So that's what I'm not talking about no randoms.
No, I'm
I'm just
not.
saying that, what I'm
Yeah,
saying. You just gotta go
yeah. I
ahead,
was
go
just
ahead.
gonna say because he ever since I said that like 20 minutes ago, he must have been googling it ever since then, and then finally came off. He was like, I can't find it. Like, bro, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. A lot of this information is not nothing that you're gonna find in a day. You don't even know that you're a prokaryotic organism. You don't even know what to feed it, what to feed your body. You know what I'm saying? If you're on facts, if you're on Google, I got news for you. You see what I'm saying? Because Google is heavily censored and has a lot of fabricated information. I don't use Google. I use Google for denotations, but not for when I want factual information. I'm going to a whole nother country search engine for that. And I'm getting real sources for that. All peer reviewed, 40 different people with citations. And I'm reading research articles and actual experiments that were done in '07, that were done last year. You see what I'm saying? So it's not something that you can't learn this stuff in one day, and especially not from Google.
But like I said, we got you gotta find real ones and like Voltron and supercharge yourself and make that spirit bomb because we make that spirit bomb. I'm telling you, bro, we could do one. Yo, you ever see that video with Casanet and that magician? They came together and they did some type of breath work and they're able to break the glass. Even though people could say it's fake, but that is something that is real. It's like when you come together, you guys can make like a giant air bending or some type of some,
Everybody,
no,
you
for sure.
alone.
But I
We are
guarantee
all
you,
connected.
if I have 10 people who are in alignment with me, I'm taking you out, bro. ASAP. I don't care if you're by yourself. If I have 10
I
people
I
who are in
think
believe you.
alignment with me,
TikToker is
I'm taking
trolling
you out, bro.
because we've talked to him so many
yeah, that's why
times,
I was.
and
How am
you
I
know what I'm
trolling?
saying.
Hold up, how am I trolling?
I think you trolling, bro.
This is real facts. This is an anime. An anime. It shows you how when you come together and you guys are on the same path, you guys can supercharge this shit, bro. I'm not. How's
Oh,
that a troll? That's an
what
objective.
did they?
Yeah. Like I believe.
Okay, so you
My
said,
bad, Quantum. My bad, Quantum. I think I interrupted you. But go
all
ahead.
right,
Go ahead.
TikToker, you said that you already got a community, right?
Hmm.
So let's go back to children. What have you been doing for children? Because you focus on the spirit bomb. What about the children?
This is okay. So this is what I'm saying, because this has even to do with the children. For one, when we come together, right, and we raise our frequency, right, we cause a shift. So that's inevitably going to support the people who are in need, whether it's the women and the children, or the man is going to support. This is what I was talking about. When we come together and we supercharge ourselves, we could cause like storms and stuff and shifts, like legit from remote
You can do that
locations.
right now by
This is
yourself in
why,
your room. You know
and
that,
I know
right?
that. I know that,
Okay,
bro.
so
I
then tap
definitely know
in and
that.
explore that for you, because you can't
No,
teach no other brother or sister to do it. What are you coming together for if there's nothing to build, if you have no materials, if there's no starting place? Everybody has to know thyself. From there, since everything manifests in the spirit first, then the physical, how do you start from the physical when the physical is last? That's why I'm saying it's not gonna work if we come together physically. We have to come together spiritually, because that's who we are. We're not the body. So if we're talking about quantum entanglement, which is just explaining spirituality and how we are connected, why would we need to do anything physically for that?
because we overstand. Okay, this is my community. Like we first cultivated our spiritual sense, right? And we understand that when we come in unison, and when we have this strong intent, things happen, bro. And it shows. This is shown to you in Avatar. This is shown to you in your favorite anime show. They tell you that, yo, when you have people who are like tapped in, when y'all come together, you guys could do damage. So I'm not saying like I'm not saying that you could be in your room and by yourself, and you could do that too. But we understand now also that when we first prioritize that knowledge, now we know that there's people out here, and like just like the 7 Dragon Balls, we go find the second 7 Dragon Balls so we could summon Shenron. That's exactly how
I
it is. So
feel
right
what you're
now over
saying,
here
no
we
cap.
just
Like I see what you're saying, but it's like, man, put it like this, G. Like I used to do TikTok a whole lot. Like I used to get on TikTok every day. At first, I was up there talking about cell food, like a little bit about me. Like I lost 210 pounds and cured my own diabetes. I don't really go around speaking about it a lot. I'll normally call it the inability of the pancreas to create insulin, because I want to dodge copyright infringement. All them words are copywritten, and that's why a lot of practitioners were seeing backlash saying that they cured certain ailments because the words were copywritten. But I used to do the same thing up here talking about communities and getting together. Bruh, like I was in this real hard. I never been no one who didn't jump off the porch or nothing and didn't take it 100%. That's the reason why the streets would not last for me, because I took everything to the most seriousness under the sun. Everybody's not ready for that. When I went out here and I did that, it failed. Just like she said, it failed so many times. Now, when I just went back to self and I just stayed with self, I ended up resonating with people who was on the same move. The things we got done in a matter of weeks is outrageous. And that's just because when you got a collective group of people who are vibrating at that same frequency, who put that energy, that strong energy, which is thought, together, you can bring literally creativity into the third dimension. Everything starts from that ether, then it comes to this dimension, and that's how it works. And it's like I feel what you're saying, G. I feel you, but we know that. Like we know all of that. Everything you talking about, man, we know. I tried personally. And I didn't get the results I wanted until I just went back and I just stuck to self. I just did me. Everybody wasn't on what I was on. Everybody wasn't on what I was on for the kids. The stuff I'm willing to go out here and do for the kids is much different than everybody else. I take stuff to the extreme. I'm going to forever take stuff to the extreme. That's just my passion. When I put my heart into something, that's just how I feel. And when I get pissed off, I'm pissed off. Even though it's all moving out of love, no, I don't operate out of anger. I do everything out of love. I'm going to say my love get a little extreme. So I feel you most definitely, but it's like, we all know that. We all know that. So the best thing to do would be you just going back to self and then just vibrating at that frequency. The people are going to resonate with you and come to you. Who knows, man, in the future, I might be one. I might find out who the hell you are, but just steady going over and expressing it, G, like Like we get you, and we hear you, and at first I was kind of feeling some type of damn, like, bro, like I thought that you was really kind of lost, but it's like shit, man, it's plain as day. Shit, you keep running into this wall. Like it is not gonna happen. A microwave blessing will not happen. And everybody up here, I don't know what everybody up here got going on, but I do know one thing. Hey, besides just oxygen and sunlight, when the body requires nourishment, it requires nourishment. And I went 40 days with no food or water. I did 40 days dry before. I'm going for another 40 because that's when I feel like I get the most closest to the Most High. That's when I feel like I vibrate at a different frequency when I go that long period without food or water. But man, like that result ain't gonna come the way that you're trying to pursue it, brother. And that's just all I'm trying to say,
Yeah, I think the universe was telling us doing the group thing isn't gonna work when our ancestors in not too far ago had great groups, giant groups, and it didn't go through. So I do think what they're saying that you just got to focus on self is correct.
Yeah, man, because it's gonna come to you, like it's gonna come. And the problem with them groups, that's the reason why I went back and I studied and I looked into self, because I seen the problem with all of those groups. All of those groups was
Yeah,
exactly what you trying to do to keep it a bill. It's just gonna be a never ending cycle.
and
Like
it's
even
not
though
like
some
you're
of
doing
those,
nothing wrong. You're not doing
yeah, you're
nothing
not.
wrong. It's just not meant to be. Not in this existence. No.
Just not that way, you feel me? Like it's like, bruh, it could happen, but it's like it's multiple factors that go into that. Like you got,
Boy, there's
you
so many
know,
factors that I have to go into something like that.
all,
That's the
all
reason
these
why.
people that all these people that TikToker was talking about in these movies and animes before coming together and saving their species, they had to do internal work. They had to learn who. They had to know thyself. You see what I'm saying?
Yo, who's
I don't know what that is, but they had to learn themselves before coming upon a group of people, bro. You see what I'm saying? You can't be around a group of people if you don't even know that yourself, but you're gonna try to know a group of people. That makes no sense. You're gonna be always off your compass. So it just doesn't make sense. But I see what you're saying, TikToker. But it's like that no, bro. It starts from inside, then it comes out. You know what I'm saying? You got to study science. That's why we say study science, because the answer is right there. See what I'm saying? We could have been got together if y'all knew genetics.
man,
You
facts.
know what I'm saying?
All
You
this
know what I'm
other
saying?
science.
So it's like that's what we had. What do you think we have to do? If it, like that's it, bro. You got to learn genetics, bro. That's how we get back to the species, bro. It's that simple.
Because when you think about it, hey, this melanin is the equivalent to gold when it comes to value. Our body literally produces gold. That gold is literally kept as a record on a birth record. It's the certificate of live birth. This is them taking, the most natural and trying to conform it to their own creation. And they did, and they succeeded as it. We never lost wars. We weren't losers. Slavery wasn't even a big thing. That was a small controlled area until we started putting belt to ass because of that. We were not losers when it came to anything physical. We can fight over and over again. They know we can fight. They don't want to fight us. The way that they beat us is with paper and the attack on the human brain. Alzheimer's, dementia, things of that nature. The things we eat are literally food sources for those parasites and for those inhabitants, which cause those diseases to the body. The
Yep, the
loss of
antigen.
memory.
Facts, brother. That's all they did to us, bro. He's saying, oh, they wiped out big groups, big groups. How did they do that, bro? How did they wipe out Brazil and Australia, bro? They did it through their venereal diseases. That's what they did, bro. They're parasites. They didn't do it because they stronger than us. They beat us through. This is what y'all think this shit is. It's a physical war, but it's not, bro. All of this anime, all this is talking about inside of your mind. That's all it's talking about. The war is inside of your mind. That's where you have to get right at. Cause that's what's been fucked up. Fuck with. Like my brother said. Like it's just I don't know, bro. It's too much in our face for us to not see this.
Facts. TikToker, you got anything you want to say?
I mean, like I said, I definitely hear you. You know, but I guess I came in contact with a community that, I mean, we're on board. Some things are going to fail, but some things are going to succeed, right? So I think sometimes it's hard for people to see certain things when they haven't, actually, I guess, been in it for a while. Like I said, I'm part of a community, bro. Trust, man. We summon spirit bombs, bro. It might sound like a joke, but this is real life. We summon spirit bombs if we wanted to, right? We do all sorts of things. We're vocal, We want to get physical, we get physical, but that's the last
Well,
resort.
how come this is like our 5th time talking to you and we haven't heard nothing about the community until I said what I said to the men earlier?
This is how come.
How come the other times when we were talking, you were literally trolling, trying to be facetious and challenge our intellect? And
When
today
did I
you on
troll?
some kumbaya shit, now saying that you have a community you want us to be a part of when you
Hold
don't
up,
even know the difference between a prokaryotic and a eukaryotic cell.
hold up. When did yo? I'm telling you right now, bro. I have not trolled you guys. We're like for real. Maybe I disagree with you on some points, but I did not troll. You're probably mistaking me for someone else. Like word, like 100%.
No,
I'm
we
not
seen
gonna.
you and someone else come into the last live and troll, and you have trolled in my live before.
I have never trolled in your life.
It's
Watch
cool.
it.
What?
Yeah,
Why are
it
we
is
just
true.
now hearing about the community though?
Because this is my first of all, this is my first time. I don't even. This is my first time being in this live. For one, I don't
No,
No,
really
it's
it's
know.
not.
not.
No,
Come on,
this
bro. You don't
I
gotta
don't know who this
lie,
person
bro.
is.
You don't
I
gotta
don't know.
lie, bro.
I don't even follow the host, bro. The host. I don't even follow the host.
It's the same person. You've been on his live before. His page got taken because niggas kept saying the wrong words.
Yeah,
Wait,
you
who
was
is
on
this?
his page.
You know Skywatcher. You do know me. I don't know. Let's not play the semantics though. Let's
Yo,
not play the semantics
I
though.
promise, I'm not
It's
playing.
cool.
Yo,
Why are we just now
it's
hearing about the community today?
because you're just now hearing about it. I didn't think it was because like those other times I was trying to pick your brain and see. Like I'm not gonna just for one. I was just picking your brain and see where you guys are at. And I was even more interested in the topic when you guys are talking about the prokaryotic cells and eukaryotic cells, talking about how you so-called white people are mixed with all sorts of animals and such like that. So I wanted to more tap into that. But this is like what I counted on my hands, like what my 6th time, 4th time being here, and I decided to like, you know what? Let's talk about a group because you're
We have
talking about the man.
knowledge. If we have knowledge of self that the other people
Yeah.
in your community don't have, what are we building?
Well, okay, you guys have knowledge about how certain biological functions
I have
work.
knowledge of self, the
Okay,
cosmos, the universe,
knowledge of
the
self.
sun, and all prokaryotic and organic life on the planet.
And throughout the
Okay,
cosmos.
and guess what? Guess what? We know how to supercharge the energy. I guarantee you, if y'all came to a session, bro, it's gonna be a supercharge. We know how to supercharge energy. You might know about certain functions of how the biological structure goes about, but we work in that energy, bro. We trust. That's what I'm talking about, like anime and stuff. We know how to supercharge the energy. You gonna leave like you just drank coffee, for lack of a better word. You just like you just drank yerba mate. You know what I'm saying? So like I don't know, man. I just felt the need to say it to it, bro. Like, I'm not trying to troll you or anything. I think this is like real spit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro. Like we got a Voltron, bro. If you guys want to vote, we out here, bro. We out here. You guys see us, you see us.
I just know the sun is charging up all that plasma energy that's coming out. It's real good for us.
Big
They
facts, big
time is
facts.
up.
Shit,
So
the sun is like a spirit bomb, but like not a spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like some type of atomic bomb on these, people who are not Organic,
The
bro.
B word in
Come
here.
on, bro.
I thought you
Let's
were
get it.
saying bond, like BOND. Like you
No,
saying
spirit bond.
BOMB, and we can't say that.
Oh, shit. My bad. All right, cool.
I know I'm just gonna keep informing my people, letting them know the truth about themselves, who they is.
Do your thing, bro.
Um. All right. Well, if anybody else wants to request up and answer the topic, where did they come from? Feel free to. Everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA. Black people, we have no animal DNA. So where did the animal DNA people come from? And Knitter and Skywatcher, if y'all want to say anything, y'all can.
I just say know thyself, study, don't usurp other people's knowledge and energy. Do the research yourself so you can know. Stop believing. Believing has the word lie in it. Stop going off of what someone else said. Do the research so you can know. And from there, it is no excuse. You should be holding yourself accountable before you can hold anybody else accountable. This should be an everyday thing when it comes to ascension. This is not nothing that you just put on for a fucking TikTok panel. Because the niggas who's really doing the work can sense the niggas who's faking in this and can sense the nigga who just came in here and want to talk about that right now. See what I'm saying? Authenticity is the highest vibration, and most people operating today are not moving in authenticity.
Facts. And neither you got anything you want to say?
Yeah, man. I'm always gonna do me. No matter where I go, I'm always gonna be my authentic self. I spoke to a lot of people in the community, bro. Whether it was older people, people that wasn't older than me, let them know who they is. I mean, some of them might laugh, think it's funny, like, oh no, you crazy and all of that. You know, they say all this stuff, but like some of them will get it, some won't. That's just how it is. Some of them is the lost souls. So I don't really trip about that. I'm just gonna keep doing what I do. The ones that's gonna get it, they gonna get it. And yes, I go into like what I mean by a lot of different people because you know some people like, oh no, they YS. I ain't about to go tell them. But you know, some people be scared of our own people because who they is and stuff like that. They be scared of our own people. But me, I just let them know, like, look, bro, this who you is. Some of them might get it. Some of them might be curious to know, like, bro, look, I want to know more. And some of them might not. They like, man, I ain't worried about all of that stuff. See, that's just how it is. So you gotta respect that. I be like, all right, bro. You feel me? Then keep it pushing. It is what it is.
Right. So, yeah, that's facts. We need to learn self and then move accordingly. A lot of us are navigating the world moving like the complex cell organism, and that's a problem. Because last time I checked, we come from the cosmos. We come from the so-called black woman. You feel what I'm saying? So Rashad said
Anybody on
he.
the, I was just gonna ask, does anybody on the panel eat meat?
I don't eat meat. Hell no. Hell. I know what it do to your body. You
Nope.
ain't never supposed to be eating meat.
I'm raw vegan right now. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm on fruits right now. Fruits and mostly. We said.
I was talking to the host. He said he's on raw vegan.
Oh shit, my
I've
bad.
seen that. So like, how is that? Are you keeping that up for good, or like what you?
Probably. I'm not. I didn't even plan on it. I knew that I wasn't finna go get no like vegan restaurant food or anything this year. So I just wanted to make my own meals. But so far, I just been eating nothing but fruit, raw stuff. But I'm probably gonna keep it up for a couple of months because I ain't even been feeling like eating
Yo,
anything
what's
cooked
up?
anyway.
Bro, them fruits are
Bro,
super.
you
Them
know you
fruits
can
are
eat
superchargers,
chickpeas,
bro.
bro.
Yeah, I eat raw chickpeas sometimes
Yeah, you
in
can eat
my salad.
chickpeas.
Yo, them fruits are superchargers, man. For real. Especially when you come off a fast.
Yeah, bro. I got a lot of
Oof,
coconut water.
oof.
Where I only eat twice a day. So in the rising, I eat my watery fruit, and then around probably 2-3 p.m. I eat my avocados with some cucumber, and that's mainly what I've been doing every day.
Yo,
Like
do
the
you juice?
apple.
Yo, Ether, do you juice?
Yeah. Would you say
Yeah,
Skywalker?
I was saying, instead of saying Skywatcher, y'all can call me Jay. That's what my name used to be before this. It's just too many people got comfortable saying my name on here. Had to make it a mouthful. But how did you like the apples and the cucumbers? I never seen that like sequence before, mainly because I don't really care for apples, but I just
It
really.
be busting.
I'm not gonna lie, that was so. See, it looked weird because I had avocados, apples, and cucumbers in there, and I'm not gonna lie, it was good.
Ah, okay. I did raw for months, but I love cooking. I love cooking. I still do raw from time to time. I really do. I break my fast raw, me and Zell, like every day. And then, but I still cook in the evenings, or sometimes we don't. So right now, I'm frying lion's mane and chickpea flour. The seasonings that I use are alkaline, so no chemicals and nothing. But
Oh yeah.
Oh, you making that lion's mane steak, eh? Shoot.
just I cut them into, or I just shredded them into pieces, like mushroom nuggets, and I'm just frying them in grapeseed oil.
I'm
Yeah.
definitely gonna get in that cooking bag once I start back eating cooked food, but for right now, I'm just giving my body a break.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Rashad.
Rashad Jamal? Shit.
No.
What you know about Rock? You know about him?
Nah.
Rashi Jamal?
Oh yeah, I know about him. Yeah, he weird.
It is
But
the demon children.
Nah, he was waking people up.
But go ahead, Rashad. My bad.
yeah, I was just talking about the prop. It says where did they come from? Well, technically, they just Africans who lightened up.
Oh
The
no.
system. Yeah.
Okay, brother. So let me tell you this: African. That's just a title,
What I'm
right?
saying is humans started in Africa, right? They migrated out of Africa. This is what we call the out of Africa theory. If you
Mm.
study evolution, you will see that during the Neolithic time period, agricultural farmers in Anatolia, Turkey, had an amino acid shift on chromosome 15 and chromosome 5, developing SLC 24A5 and SLC 45A2, which are gene variants responsible for lighter skin. So technically,
What is that skin composed of, though? What's the genetic composition of it? Telling
SLC
me that
24A,
that's the sequence. What is the genetic composition of that?
they still have the same melanin. It's just 50% less.
You know that there are 5
Really?
different types of melanin and 3 that pertain to so-called humans?
No, to him, yes, that's what I'm saying. They have more pheomelanin.
They have pheomelanin.
Yes,
And who
but
is they?
they also have eumelanin.
So who is
That's why
they?
I'm answering the prop, ma'am. Where did they come from? I'm saying they also have. Okay, you seen white people with brown eyes, black hair? That's eumelanin.
Yeah. The thing is, eumelanin is still animal melanin.
Say that again.
I say eumelanin is still animal melanin.
Yes, we're all animals.
Okay, can you prove to me how so-called black people have animal DNA?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Simply because of the fact that we can look and see that you share 98% DNA with a chimp.
I mean, we don't phenotypically present that, so how can you see
Yes,
that?
you do phenotypically present that. Look
How?
at your hands,
Explain.
brother.
Explain.
Look, I just told you, look at your hands.
What do you mean?
You're identical with a chimp. Look at your body structure. You have a chest.
My hands are not black
They are.
and big as fuck. No, the fuck they not.
I'm talking about the structure. Y'all are pseudos.
Okay, and again, when it comes to prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells, because you responded to my post that got like 54,000 likes, and I remember you, and now I'm finna lock in on you because
Let's get it.
yeah.
I got the info.
So let's understand this. Again, a turtle. There are certain fish. There are so-called humans, right? Us that are all prokaryotic. We all
No.
have the same cellular function, bro. As a prokaryotic organism, we may have the same cellular function as a turtle that is also prokaryotic. Does that make us a turtle? Does that
No.
mean that I have a shell growing out of my back? No.
No.
So that was a poor example.
Simply because of the fact that we can see this through chromosome 2 fusion, where 2 ape ancestral chromosomes fuse to the get us down to 46.
How?
I just told you, 2 head-to-head fusion of chromosome 2 made us have 2 less chromosomes.
How was it
These
fused?
originally have, listen,
How was it
apes
fused?
had 48. We have 46.
Fused with what though?
2 chromosomes fused together to make
Where?
one.
From where?
Chromosome 2.
From where?
I just told you 2 ape
Where is that
ancestral
chromosome from?
chromosomes.
Where is that chromosome from?
From the chromosome.
You're naming the chromosomes and you're naming the sequences, but you're not answering his question as far as where did that come from. You're saying
I just
fusion,
told
but you're
you.
not explaining electrical fusion.
Our ape ancestors, right?
Whose?
Or the people before us, right?
So
they had 48 chromosomes. 2 of the chromosomes fused, made one. This is why if you look at chromosome 2, you can see it was clearly fused to make one. So that's why you have 46 chromosomes. This would prove this whole evolutionary story. Ma'am, I just told you chromosome 2.
which evolution story?
The out of Africa theory, the evolutionary story. This is the model we go off today.
Is there just one? Is there just one theory for the creation of everyone?
Basically. Well, I'm Christian personally, but I go off of that creation story.
Oh my God, bro. Nah,
But what I'm saying is, chromosome 2 fusion gave us 46 chromosomes, which everybody in the world share. We all took the same biology, which shows you're 99.9% the same biologically.
If we have the same genetic structure, that means that we would phenotypically present the same. This means
You phenotypically
okay, so then why are YT people so-called YT and why are so-called black people considered black? If
I
we
just
all
told you why.
phenotypically, see, that's why I didn't respond. You remember?
Listen.
We had already debunked him on your live.
Listen,
months
I just
ago.
told you.
Not, you know,
Ma'am,
you're
slow
not
down.
explaining though. You're not explaining.
I just told you.
You're not explaining
You're in the
though,
Neolithic
because
list.
you think that we all have the same origin. And I'm telling you that I have research papers on my phone right now.
Baby, I
from
got
Protect-
thousands of books.
I don't care. Who cares?
I just told you, listen.
I have a
During
library.
the Neolithic time period,
Can you
agricultural
relax?
farmers.
I don't care. I don't care. The host is asking where did they come from? You're telling me the chromosome, the whatever the fuck. What we're asking you is how did it get to the planet when there's no historian, no geneticist, no climatologist, according to your out of Africa theory, none of those climatologists have deemed out of Africa or evolution to be plausible. The basis of that was not deemed plausible, bro. Just because they're stacking the theory does not mean that it was proved to be correct, that the theory was, or else it wouldn't be a theory. It would be
You know what
more
theory
on the
means?
side of the of a
Do you know?
law,
Do you know
something
what
that is
theory is?
definitive, nothing that is theoretical.
I just told you they migrated into Europe, right? During the Neolithic time period, they had a mutation cause, which is called SLC 24A5 and SLC 45A2, which are gene variants responsible for lighter skin. Allele 111 amino acid shift. Adenine became thymine. It lightened their skin up.
The
These was dark
problem,
skinned
you
people.
want to know the
Listen,
problem? Who the
these was
fuck you
dark
talking
skinned
to?
people.
Boy,
But they
the fuck is you yelling and screaming for with your extra hype estrogen base ass? Relax, bro. We just having a conversation. The problem with your theory with evolution, bro. The problem with the theory is that there is no scientist, whoever created the theory can't even tell us how the eukaryotic cell got here, but you can on a TikTok panel, bro.
I just
And
told you this.
So you can.
and it was
Wait,
it's
wait.
proven
A
that
sperm cell zygote fertilizer egg cell
it's
zygote
proven
to get a eukaryote.
it's already proven that prokaryotic cells were the only life forms on this planet, and all prokaryotic cells have single set of chromosomes. They don't have two sets of chromosomes, 23 from the they don't have that. So where did that chromosome 2 come from?
And niggas talking about she didn't
where did that
answer.
get fused
Like,
from?
why
You
is
see
this
what I'm
nigga
saying?
still here,
That
bro?
makes no sense. We never went from haplos to diploids because when you look at eukaryotic chromosomes, they're linear. They don't link up with each other, which allows you to splice into it and to splice into the genetics. You can't splice into so-called black people's genetics because our chromosomes is in like chain links. So you can't do that. And it's covered in neuromelanin, which is UV light.
Yes.
And that's the melanin that so-called black people possess. We don't have EU melanin. We don't have none of that because EU melanin is just pheomelanin.
They're both animal melanin.
That's the spectrum within that. We're in a whole different order of life.
There's no scientists would back that foolishness up. Everybody has eumelanin, pheomelanin.
You saying what science backs that up? Genetics for dummies, biology for all of these genetics books, biology books, all of these historians, these videos that they make, they're talking about how we never went from haplos to diploids. They don't know how the complex cell organism got here, but they know that the complex cell can be spliced and chromosomes can be taken in or out, and exactly those chromosomes that you're talking about, from 1 all the way to 40, all of those chromosomes can be spliced and cut into and played with. Scientists right now can make a whole species with no eyes, if they wanted to, but with who though? With what group of people? Not me, not my people, because you can't splice into our genetics.
You can't splice into your genetics, brother.
A thousand years from now, our phenotype is still gonna be the same. You're not gonna see no mutation happen, and now we have multiple animal DNA from different animals that cannot naturally reproduce with each other.
Brother.
And that's what we're asking you. And you're
All
telling us
humans
things.
can
You're telling us
reproduce with each
things.
other.
You're
What are you
telling us.
saying?
You're just.
All
Bro,
humans
I'm not
can
gonna talk
reproduce
over
with
you,
each
bro.
other.
Wait your turn, grown man.
Go ahead, bro. I'm not gonna talk
God
over you,
damn. And in that video response you did to me, you was sweating, bro. Relax.
Pseudo.
That's high blood pressure, bro. Relax.
Because this is Tom.
You shouldn't be your body shouldn't be doing that right now. Relax and have a conversation with us, bro.
This is the thing.
The same chromosomes that you're talking about derived from introgression, bro, which is how they are here.
No.
And
Bro, just saying no.
Chromosomes
selection.
is the genetic material that you have, the genetic material that you possess that makes up your phenotype, bro. That's what it is. And if that was the case, why are black people the only people that look phenotypically different than anybody outside of us? Why? Why does our hair grow towards the sun? Why does our integumentary system undergo black body radiation and everybody outside of us undergo acute body radiation? Why does their inner mechanics do different stuff under the sun that regulates all life? Why is that? You're not questioning that. You see what I'm saying? You believing in God, but you're not questioning why 8 million of our children that look just like you are going missing. Where is your God then?
brother. That's off topic, brother.
I'm just,
No,
I'm
it's
just,
not.
I know it's not
No,
off
it's
That's where
not.
they
topic.
come from.
Because if
Now
we
you
How is
just
that women and
rambling.
children off
Now you
topic,
just
bro?
rambling.
Crazy as shit.
You just
How is
rambling.
that
explain to
women and
us,
children off topic, bro? This
explain
is
to
all
us
about that.
how those chromosomes got here. Just explain to us how them sequences got here. What's their origin? What's their genome? That's a better question. What's their genome? If you can't tell me the genome,
What genome? Whose genome? What are you asking? You've asked me like 15
oh my
questions.
gosh, baby,
Everybody's
Yo,
genome. Hold on. Hold on. The Human Genome Project, right, says that everybody is 99.9% the same biologically. Race isn't biological. It's a social construct, right? Humanity is
Okay.
brown.
what?
Okay.
Yes.
So if they say 99% of our biological cells are the same, or our biological state is the same, that means that our cells are doing the same function and they're the same.
Yeah.
Why isn't our phenotype, which is determined by our biology and genetics, not the
I
same?
just told you why.
No. You told me what they told you. Now I'm
gonna break
asking
it
you a
down.
question based on what
Can
they
I break it
said.
down?
Why is our phenotype, which is determined and directly connected to our biology and genetics, which we say that, which you just said that we so-called black people and everybody outside the so-called black race, 99% share the same DNA as them. Why doesn't that show on a phenotypical
I
level?
will tell you why.
Why is that?
Because when they migrated, right, you got to realize now we talking about anywhere from 8 to 15,000 years ago. Just for, just explain it. Now, when they got into these different populations, like I was talking about earlier, Neolithic time period, 8,000 years ago, they changed their diet to barley and wheat. Therefore, different phenotypical. Hold on, that changed the skull shape.
I'm not on mute.
Also, the cold climate, shorter summers, less sunlight. The people with dark skin started to damage their UV rate. They started to damage their folate from UV radiation. They couldn't survive in them cold climates. So obviously their skin had to lighten up. Their hair grow down to protect their organs.
Okay, brother, can I ask you a question? Why do you not see any animals on the planet that has so-called black people's hair? Because y'all want to bring this shit up all the time, but there's no animal that has our hair, bro, or our skin.
What?
What?
He's gonna
Like,
say
you heard
sheep.
what I said, bro?
Come on, bro.
What animal has
Jeez.
our phenotype?
Yeah, bro, what are you asking? Because we're not those type of animals. A turtle is a
Bro,
turtle.
listen, let me
A
say
rabbit
this.
is a rabbit.
You can see everybody outside of so-called black people, you can find their hair in nature, but you cannot find so-called black people's hair in nature.
You can find it in sheep wool, right?
No,
Ain't that what y'all argue?
no. Who is y'all?
That's y'all argument.
Who is y'all?
Y'all, bro, that's nah, bro.
I'm gonna say that. That's the Hebrews
Sheep is
argument.
connected to
Am I Hebrew?
connected to humans, bro. They
I'm just saying,
have the
that's
closest
the
blood type
argument.
to sheep. We so-called black people, we don't have animal DNA or
You have animal DNA.
animal proteins or enzymes. So
You
that
have
means
animal
that
DNA.
our blood is not really the blood type that they say it is.
So
So
what
let's
y'all saying is y'all was created in the lab, right?
no. Everybody outside the
Arguments,
so-called
bro.
black race was created in a lab. They were genetically spliced to be on this planet. You see what I'm saying?
Nobody
They were
was
truly
genetically
seeded
spliced.
on this planet, and
Nobody was genetically
their
spliced.
cell can be
Okay?
spliced in. Like,
It's impossible.
At the same time as someone else, bro.
this shit
Nobody
is
can hear
crazy
you.
for real.
Wait.
You like 40 years old, bro. Come on.
I'm
Y'all
like,
talk more
bro,
than me. Y'all talk more than me. What are you talking about?
Nigga, you're 40 years old. They're talking and you no, nigga, you sound like a child. What the fuck?
You getting cooked.
Niggas, you crazy?
bro,
Who
you're not
is this,
cooking
bro?
shit, bro.
Come
You're not
on,
Listen,
Talk about I'm getting cooked. Nigga, you
why
can't.
is it when I talk, everybody talk over me? Ask me 1,000
Nigga,
questions.
because you're the one talking over people.
We were talking first, and then you overspoke us. Now we're telling you to wait.
How that happened? When I was talking,
Oh,
everybody.
okay. Like,
How did we go from haploids to diploids, bro? If you, because you wait, actually, can you tell us how we went from haploids to diploids, and can you actually answer the question on the board? Where did they come from? Because you're saying chromosome 2 fused, but you're not saying how that fusion took place. You're not saying who did that, where you got that information from. You're not saying that. So let's really dive into it. You see what I'm saying? Because you're trying to say things that you heard and you're trying to regurgitate it, acting like you know. Because so-called black people, you can clearly see that we don't phenotypically look like no animal in nature and nobody outside of our so-called race. And that is connected and determined by your genetics. So that's
I just told you.
That is a fact.
See, brother, you keep going. You ask me a question, you keep going.
Telling us, bro. You keep saying the name of the mutation, but you're not telling us how the mutation got here.
Facts.
I told you how the
Did we
mutation
go from haploids to diploids?
sperm cell zygote,
Nothing else
fertilizes
besides
egg cell zygote.
Hold on. You didn't hear the question because you was over talking. How? Because your evolution theory, your out of Africa theory, is talking about how we went from haploid. So how did we go from haploids to diploids, please?
That's what I'm saying, man. You know,
You
like,
get what? A diploid. Come on now. This basic biology. We did this in 5th and 6th grade.
are you trolling? Like, come on, man. Are you come on, bro? Are you trolling?
It's science, bro. Look it up.
See, you was too busy trying to overtalk that you didn't even get to explain. You was on mute, bro. So go ahead and re-say what you just said.
I said anytime a sperm cell zygote fertilize an egg cell zygote, you get a what, y'all?
How do we go from having
diploid
DNA to all of a sudden having it?
You get a diploid.
Eukaryotic cell get here. If there's no explanation for how the eukaryotic cell got here by no climatologist that was talking about the climate with evolution, evolutionists, geneticists, neurologists, if no historian on this planet has an explanation outside of electrical fusion for how they got here, how can you sit on a TikTok panel and tell us, bro?
How does what does a haploid and diploid cell have to do with anything when we all have the same cells?
Wow. Okay.
What are we talking about here?
Because you brought up evolution, that's why.
I'm saying, all I'm simply saying is, listen, let me break this down so y'all can understand this. Once again, all I'm saying is, man has only changed in his physical features through times of migration, through through thousands of years of being migrated to new areas. Okay, just because it's not all Africans are black. If you went to Alaska right now, 100,000 years from now, them people in your family bloodline would not look like you. Simple.
There were no mixing before the 12th dynasty, which marks ancient Kemet, which was 4,015 years ago.
Are we serious? Or are we just up here flim-flamming?
In a genetic fact, there was no mixing before the 12th dynasty.
I'm just saying, I ain't got nothing to do with no mixing. I'm talking about mutations.
I'm saying that you're saying that the bloodline wouldn't look the same down the line.
Because of mutations.
So-called black people, if you understand the way prokaryotic cells function, they make replicas of themselves.
What I'm saying is,
you're saying that not all Africans are not black. You do know that the so-called black woman can create 48 known shades plus the chakra system that leaves us at 55. So again, so what is the white or the so-called black composed of? Because you just talking about kindergarten ass colors here as a grown ass fucking man, but you're not telling us no type of genetic composition.
I gave you multiple. Y'all haven't gave me any. I just
You're
said
No,
talking
about
about
mutation, but you're
LC2485.
not telling us the
LC84.
origin of the mutation, nigga.
I
Tell us where
did.
they came from.
I just
Tell us
told
where.
you.
Tell us where the
Anatolia,
genes.
Turkey. Amino.
where did they come from, bro? Where did the eukaryotic cell come from? This planet was filled with prokaryotic cells. And prokaryotic cells are gonna keep replicating themselves to look exactly like prokaryotic cells.
Everybody
That's
has
why
the
you see
same
all natural life
cells.
in nature. That's why you see the bee, which is millions and millions of years old, is still gonna look like the bee today. It's still gonna look like the bee 1,000 years from now.
Not necessarily. Does the chicken look like the
Dragonflies.
T-Rex?
Hold on, bro. You good, bro? I got you with all that. You good? I got you. The dragonflies, they've been here for over like 240 million years. They've been looking the exact same. There's no change in their DNA and they have a single set of chromosomes. They get all of their genetic information stems from one embryological origin, just like so-called black people. All of our genetic information comes from the so-called black woman's totipotent stem cell. Everybody outside the so-called black race, their genetics don't originate from one embryological origin. They comes from pig, chimpanzee, fruit fly, all of these different animals that cannot naturally reproduce with each other. So how do we go from being in a hot environment and having no animal DNA and being autotroph people, and now moving into a colder environment, and now I'm heterotroph and I can't biosynthesize the sun, and I'm only producing sulfur dioxide.
Because
What's going on?
the climate is too cold for you, brother. You are damaging.
That's false. So-called black people can be in the cold and our skin wouldn't change. You see what I'm saying? You don't understand. This is why we asked you. This is why we asked you. Do you understand neuromelanin? Because you don't understand neuromelanin, and you don't understand that the prokaryotic cells that neuromelanin.
Neuromelanin. You keep saying it. What is neuromelanin?
Hold on. Hold on. I'm not done. The prokaryotic cells that are programmed by neuromelanin. Then I forgot what I was gonna say now, but neuromelanin is condensed sunlight, bro. That's what it is. And that's what programs our cell. And this is why we asked you, do you know which melanin pertains to us?
Yes.
Because if you knew the function of that, you would know its origin. Because you will know that the type of melanin that you have is your DNA is equivalent to the DNA that you have. Bro. And if we don't have the same melanin as these people, then we don't have the same DNA as these people, because DNA equates to melanin.
Brother, everybody has the same melanin. What are you talking about?
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
You just said they have.
This.
You just said they have pheomelanin. Pheomelanin is animal melanin. Neuromelanin and pheomelanin are two different things.
Neuromelanin is in everybody's brain. It's a dark matter in the brain, brother. Everybody has.
Why are 90 to 95% of everybody outside the so-called black race are born with calcified pineal glands?
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means?
The command center of the brain, the one that stimulates the body and regulates the hormones in the body and regulates the biological clock in the body, bro. Let's stop asking each other kid questions and let's start answering the question. Where did these people come from? If you're going to tell us and 47 people that these people came from us, you're going to have to explain that.
I just said they came from us.
That chromosome 2 shit weak, bro.
It's not.
The prokaryotic cell doesn't know chromosome 2, chromosome 3, chromosome 5. It doesn't know that shit. All of its genetic information comes from one origin. The reason why they have all of these different chromosomes is because all of these different chromosomes are just genetic material that you have from different animals. That's why you see bees. They have a single set of chromosomes and they still gonna have that. Dragonflies, they have a single set of chromosomes and they still gonna have that. This is facts, bro. You can't deny nature, bro. And scientists, historians, all of these people are saying we never went from haploids to diploids. We never went from being a prokaryotic cell in a hotter environment and now being a eukaryotic cell in a colder environment. Because so-called black people, they stress it enough that you can't splice into our genetics.
Brother,
so
humans aren't even prokaryotic. So what are you talking about?
You can only splice into eukaryotic cells. You can't splice You can't splice into our cells. Our cells are coated in neuromelanin, which is that UV light that they use to cut into cells.
Everybody has neuromelanin. No human is prokaryotic. What are you talking about?
Because they have us in them does not mean that they
There
are
is
us,
no
bro, and that they
listen.
are producing the same amount. They're a complex cell organism, brother. They
Are
have a
humans
whole bunch of
listen?
shit in them.
Are
But
humans
again, when we're
prokaryotic or
talking about
eukaryotic?
us, we're talking about prokaryotic organisms, which come from a completely different origin and function completely different, secrete completely different biochemical substances. Just because you can find small traces of neuromelanin in their brain means nothing when every single last cell in our body is functioning off neuromelanin, and we are neuromelanated beings. We're the only people on the planet that can actually biosynthesize the sun through our integumentary system and through our hair, bro.
And a being that is producing a lot of neuromelanin will be able to sustain life on the planet naturally. Will be able to biosynthesize the sun. Wouldn't go through all of these diseases and unnatural processes, biological processes that is deteriorating their anatomy every time the sun touches their integumentary system. That's false.
Can I speak?
Go ahead.
Humans aren't even prokaryotic. So what is your point? Second of all, everybody, hold on.
Let me tell you something.
Y'all spoke for an hour, man. Damn.
You just said
humans aren't prokaryotic. We aren't prokaryotic.
Humans are not prokaryotic because so-called black people are not humans.
That sounds like a lot of me. Science says that you're not prokaryotic.
So-called black people,
so you're lying.
You're the soul walking in the flesh.
You're lying, brother. You're
every time humans are connected to animal DNA, bro.
Into a roadblock is what you've done. You talked yourself into a roadblock. Because scientists say that humans are not prokaryotic. So what is your point?
Bro, I'm telling you, so-called black people are not humans. We are
You're not prokaryotic
in the flesh.
So now we're not human?
I have genetic proof of that.
So now we're not even human.
I know my biochemical structure down to the atom molecule of my cell. I know who I am.
So now we're not even human.
Bro,
so-called black people are not human.
We got a spirit and a soul. The thing that you don't know, bro, we got a spirit and a soul.
Everybody has a spirit and a soul.
Look, bro, we got a spirit and a soul. That's why we got rhythm and everything. We can sit in the sun for an hour. We can do that. When you got a spirit and a soul, when you die, it's more beyond this life when you die. I mean, when you die, that's what they don't tell you. That's why they try to tell you to wait for JC your whole life and then just work your whole life and then wait till you die and then you will get to the motherland. No, the motherland is here. They make heaven here. They don't want you to know that you can make heaven here. It's all about manifestation. We can do that because we powerful people. We part of the sun. When they talk about the sun, they talking about the SUN, not the SON. And when I tell you we got a spirit and a soul, it's called the pineal gland. That's the third eye. They got a calcified pineal gland. That's what they trying to tell you. They fake people, basically. They was genetically sliced. They the real AI, if you want to be specific. They the first AI. And then you get the robots, okay? So that's how that goes. We made them. The Moors got kicked out of America.
We didn't make them, brother. Hold on, brother. We didn't make these people. We didn't create these people. So-called black people did not graft these people into existence.
Bro, the Moors were kicked out of America.
Understand, if you understood science, again, if you understood science, the study of energy transferring through the microcosm to the macrocosm, you would understand that so-called black people did not graft these people. And we've explained multiple times on this live that we didn't. And y'all my brother, he gonna post this on his YouTube. So y'all.
But if you understand alchemy, and we were the best of the alchemists. We created alchemy. The reason they got kicked out of America because they were using witchcraft. We use voodoo and witchcraft are two whole different things. They were exiled from America.
We just want to know how they got here. That's it.
I'm trying to tell y'all what I know. I ain't trying to tell y'all what I think. It was people that got kicked out of here. How you think?
Brother, I was in the other room. I thought you was Rashad. My bad.
Nah, I'm trying to tell you. It was people that was exiled from here. This is the land of the milk and honey. Don't nothing grow like over here in America is what I'm trying to tell you. And so it was people that was exiled out of here, people that was kicked out of heaven, basically, because heaven was over here. We had whole establishments and buildings over here. It was people that was kicked out of over here and sent to Africa and Europe. You know, our people didn't believe in, what's the word? I'm unaliving somebody. So we exiled them to Africa and all them other lands over there, so that they can do what they do. But we did not unalive them, so they was kicked out, and that's when they wanted to become gods themselves. They understand the power that we had. So they started using genetic slicing, and they started using muskrat. They started using fruit flies. They started using monkeys. That's when they tell you in the history books, that's his story. That's not our story. That's not we have a whole different genetic makeup from them. That's where the spirit and the soul come back from. When we get unalive, it's more beyond this. That's what they don't want you to know. But you can make heaven on here. This is just a stop for us. That's what people don't know. And it get deep. So, they hate on us so bad because they got a calcified pineal gland. They can't do the stuff we can do. Voodoo is nothing but nature. If you look up voodoo is nothing but nature. Witchcraft is a whole different thing. You can't get them both misconstrued. They two whole different things. That's why people was kicked out from over here. And so when they was kicked out from over here, they was living they started genetically slicing. They wanted to make a slave group for themselves. So that's when they made the YT man and the YT, so they made them as slaves for us. That's what the slaves, they gave us their whole story. Their story is, they trying to give us them. They came from Africa. They came on boats. They came by the hundreds. We didn't come from Africa. If you look from the Atlantic trade, from the Atlantic to here, you can't cross those water paths. It's literally impossible, especially with the boats they had back then. It's literally impossible. But what it is, they were living in famine over there, and how you see the Flintstones, that's how they live. While they was living like the Flintstones, we were living in paradise over here, eating God's food, which is fruits, vegetables, all that, So yeah, so we went and we helped them. We civilized them, showed them how to grow. They thought we were gods when we came and showed them how to live. That's why they still can't wipe their ass now. And we still show them that to this day. We showed them everything. We civilized them, and we brought them over here. That's why the Statue of Liberty, if you look at it, the Statue of Liberty got chains on the bottom of her feet. And you know what? Want to know why that is? They didn't bring that statue from nowhere else. It was made over here because we freed them from slavery. They were slaves over here. They were the Slavs. If you look at the Slavs, if you know what Luka Doncic is, he's Slovenia or whatever how you say it. That's where the word slaves come from. They were the real slaves. They came over here. First, it was the so-called Native Americans. They came over here first. We were over here first, and then they came over here and we helped them. They came from Siberia and Mongols and all that. They came from over here. We helped them. That's why they think they the so-called Indians, because we helped them. We were open people. We helped everybody. So yeah, we accepted everybody. That's what we messed up at, because it was a universal law. We should not mix with genetic slices. So that's what we messed up at. And our ancestors knew. They wrote it down. They already knew. Once we started mixing and mingling with unnatural forces, it was bound to happen. So that's why we in the predicament we in today. And I mean, if that make you understand anymore, we were in everything you see on anime. We had superpowers. We the real fallen angels. We fell from frequency. We fell out of frequency. All the mounds you see, those were energy towers. What you call there was the so-called first pyramids. What you see at LSU Mound and all the other mounds, those were energy sites. It's all about agriculture and the sun and the stars. All religions come from the sun and the stars. It's all about agriculture. We took food over here and we took plants and showed them how to grow. It was all about growing. When you look at the zodiac signs, it's 12 zodiac signs. They were master growers. They knew when to harvest and everything. That's where you get the Muslim, the sun and the moon. It's all about growing. That's why the motherland is America. You couldn't be a king or a king if you couldn't feed your people. I don't give a damn about Africa, about having gold and silver. We still got that over here. But you couldn't be nothing if you didn't have fresh water and you couldn't feed your people.
Do you exclude the rest of the planet and the rest of the land and the rest of the people was there and say that one place is the motherland when the entire planet is that? Are we picking on the so-called black woman's womb by saying that a portion of her womb is the golden spot and the rest of it isn't? Do so-called black people, do we not all come from Earth's evolution? Do we not all biologically identify with the entire planet in the cosmos? Why are niggas in so-called 2025 still trying to beef over fucking landmass like we don't biologically identify with it all, y'all? That's getting real old on this app, man. You
Because it all
gotta export
started here.
genetics
That's the
because all of our
reason. They're trying
genetics
to
has
make
the
us believe in
same
the Africa when it's not
embryological
about the Africa.
origin.
We were
So it
everywhere, but
doesn't
first
matter
we were
if it is
here.
a particular
Don't you get that?
landmass
We
or
were
not.
here.
We all come from the same origin, which is the planet itself.
That's a
The whole
fact.
planet is that. The whole planet is abundant in resources. The fuck, we can't just say they were colonized differently than us, y'all. They have a
Talking about
different
the
set of
middle or something.
antigens than you, y'all. So just because so-called Africa and he calling it Africa, nigga, we never needed to call this shit names until we fell in frequency and we fell for speaking. This language doesn't create audible
Same thing what I'm
frictions.
saying.
It
What you mean?
destroys the prefrontal lobe, y'all. So we was using telepathy. All the megalithic structures and the petroglyphs that you're talking about was created
See what
how?
I'm saying?
Exactly, through telepathy. So I don't get how we can just say, oh, America is the motherland. Nigga, the whole planet is that.
You
The
start
whole
from the
planet
middle.
is
It started
is
from
Mother
here. What
Earth.
you mean? That's all I'm trying to tell
It
you.
started
Yeah,
in
we
the
were
entire
everywhere, but before we
womb.
were
Okay, okay,
everywhere, we
okay,
were
okay, okay,
here.
okay. Does birth
Yeah.
just start in a particular part of the womb?
Yep.
Or is it
Yep.
taking place throughout the entire womb? Fuck.
See, you
The
going from a
fuck?
middle. See,
No,
look.
I'm not,
Okay.
because the planet is a living black woman.
It
The fuck
is.
is wrong with
But
niggas, y'all?
you just
Hold on,
you just
brother. Hold
clarifying what I'm
on. Hold
saying.
on. Hold on. Every so-called black woman is the earth and the universe. Study genetics and understand what the totipotent stem cell is. It's the same thing. She's the carrier of that. She is the earth and the entire universe. This is about the universe and her son's SUN. So
Ain't that
genetics,
what I
base
said?
word of genetics, no, you did not. You said
Yes,
America
you
was the
did.
motherland.
It
You
is.
didn't say that the entire planet was that.
Okay.
Yeah. We shouldn't be saying that. We
Can I
shouldn't be
talk now?
teaching our children. No,
Well, keep
we shouldn't
talking.
be
Go ahead.
teaching it. No, we shouldn't be teaching our children that a particular spot of their mother's womb is the golden spot. The fuck? That's
Why
weird
you
as
think they
fuck.
don't want us over here? The fuck? Why you think they don't
Okay,
want us
so
over there?
why
They
you
tell us
think
we
they
from
don't want
Africa and
us
we
to know
already
that
over
all the
here.
land is ours, brother? You
It's
sitting here
universal law
talking
that
about a
gotta tell the
fucking
truth.
motherland like the whole earth is not that. How do you not know that? Biology,
I know that.
genetics is going to tell you that you were along all the coastlines on the entire planet, including the spots that they don't tell you about on their man-made ass maps. You worried about America. You don't even know what's on the other side of the fuck. Like, bro, I can't no more, bro.
That's what I'm telling you. Okay, look. Okay, look. So what about Pangea? When they tell you about Pangea, what you think of that?
All the land masses are not split apart, bro. Are not split apart like they tell you.
Exactly. Do you know how?
Hold on. They're all
Man,
connected.
go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to say what you know what I'm saying, but they're all connected, and that's why all of these planes they all fly in circles and all around. When you go on these long trips, they're just going in circles, and all of
Right,
these
bro.
pilots know this, and this is why you got to go on airplane mode. They're trying to hide from the fact that the land masses are actually connected, and that's why they actually have us separated and thinking that it's far as shit. When you look at the global map, all of these continents, you really think this is all the continents on that big round Earth?
Of course not.
Okay, so it's not about a motherland when we're a Mother Earth, bro. Because
But I'm
when we're talking about things like that, we're not getting back to our children and women. We got to go back to the origin. We're not going back to 20,000 years ago, 25,000
I'm
years
trying to
ago,
tell you the origin.
100,000 years
When
ago.
the
We're
continents
going back to who we
just
are.
look, bro.
Go
Look,
ahead.
bro. Look,
Go
bro. Hear
ahead. Go
me
ahead.
out. Just like when the islands first made, they come out the water. All I'm telling you is America was the first land mass that came out of the water. When this is the real Pangea, when they tell you that this is that America is overpopulated, bro. We got land
Facts.
everywhere. We could fit every continent in America. Is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. This is the land of the milk and honey. You can't throw a seed in the ground and it's go plant anywhere just like America, bro. Hear
And
me
I ain't
out.
trying to
I'm
cut you
gonna
off.
get to
That's
you,
Hold up. I'm gonna get to you. All right, Rondo. The only thing I want to add to that is, how is that gonna stop our women and children from getting snatched up to know that America's the
you
holy grail? It don't
okay.
matter.
Okay,
It
so
don't
look,
matter at all. So
you
I
went from
do want
talking
to
about
move on.
now
I got you.
from
I want to move on to Fleazon though.
talk about now to the beginning.
I already moved on.
To do talk about what? What you want to talk
I
about?
already
You just
moved
went from the
on.
beginning,
I'll let you know something.
bro. Come on, man.
Bro,
Go
you're a
ahead.
grown ass
Mute me
man. Why
again.
do you keep unmuting? You're a grown ass man, bro. I moved on. We going to the
Goofy as
next
hell,
person, nigga.
bro. Go keep
You
on
been
talking.
talking bullshit for what, nigga? 15 minutes? No fuck. Like what the? Go ahead, Fleazon.
All right, so you want me to answer this question right here?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right, so these people was genetically modified from somebody called Yakub. Now, the proof is the tricknology. They use something called tricknology. It plays mind games with you. So if you look in the Bible, they got to tell you the truth, but they'll switch it up. Jacob is Yakub. The letter J, it didn't exist back then. It was Y. It translates to Y. So that's the proof right there. But
We can't hear you if you off the app.
yeah, my fault. But yeah, it tell you he brought a certain offspring with him when he migrated, and he did something with like birthrights. He stole his father's like inheritance and all type. I mean, he stole his brother's inheritance. He pretended to be his brother. So the story with Yakub, he basically was jealous of his brother, and then he slept with his brother's wife, and then they had a baby. No. I'm sorry. Yakub's father slept with his brother's wife. And then they created a baby, which was Yakub. That was a baby that was created out of hate. So he already was like, kind of fucked up. He was cursed a little bit. So when that baby grew up, he was getting teased and everything. They say he had two brains. He looked it different because he was mixed with extraterrestrial. He wasn't all the way human, but he was mixed with human though. But the humans back then, they had, their pineal gland was open, chakras was open. Everything was, way different. Frequency was way higher. So they was damn near considered superhumans. But and then as he got older, if somebody getting bullied and they getting whatever, as a kid, it create trauma. So when that baby grew up, which was Yakub, he was trying to figure out how to rule the world because he was getting teased by his own people, the melanated people, but they looked at more regular than what he did because he was also mixed with extraterrestrial. So
How did he get mixed with extraterrestrial?
it was a certain like, all right, so they say it was extraterrestrials living underground. They wasn't supposed to come up. They was never supposed to be seen by surface beings. But they went against that, and Yakub's mother and father, they were sneaking like from the surface to underground. And then they were having affairs and stuff like that. So his father and his mother, they both got punished for that once they got caught because, they had a baby, which was Yakub. They could no longer hide it.
Lie, bro, this is the first time I've ever heard about like Yakub, mama and daddy. That's a first. Like, we've been talking about this shit for what, a year? This is the first time in my life I ever heard something about Yakub, mama and daddy.
Yeah.
It's just like, why would they be punished for having a child on a planet that was fully black and had no problems, no nothing? Everything was flowing naturally.
It's because
who punished them?
The people that was around. So like even the people in their family, because like I said, like he was jealous of Yakub's dad was jealous of his brother. So his brother was really supposed to have that baby, but you know, my bad, I'm getting lost because I'm thinking about some other shit. But basically, they wasn't supposed to be doing that. You know, you don't see extraterrestrials just walking around like that. You don't see them on the surface. They always try to hide, or they in UFOs. They hurry up and go deep into the water. You know, so with that being said, it wasn't supposed to be like that. Extraterrestrials was not supposed to mix with human beings. That's how they got punished. But another reason why they got punished is because it was out of hate. It was out of jealousy.
How am I being punished for Yakub, mama and daddy, and him? How am I being punished? And the children and everybody else.
It's because Yakub is the one punishing everybody. And it's because he had trauma and stuff like that built up from being bullied, being talked about because he looked different, because he was mixed with that extraterrestrial gene. He was so smart because, you know, extraterrestrial is smart as hell. So if he's mixed with extraterrestrial and, you know, a surface being, a human being, then he automatically has an advantage to where he can come up with a plan. Now that's when you look into tricknology. Look up tricknology. Now tricknology, we can go all day with that shit, but we not gonna do that.
I learned about tricknology in the 7th grade. I read a book about it because it was in the library. So tricknology is nothing but just manipulating energy, which is alchemy, which is what you're doing right now and everybody else in this live.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's correct. But I think I answered your question, Brody. If y'all got some feedback, let me know.
All right, so we just going off of Yakub and all that. So, how did Yakub? My fault. How did Yakub create all other races?
Because Yakub, he noticed that he had that extraterrestrial gene in him. Then he noticed that he had the surface being gene in him. So with those two genes, I can't really explain it because, you know, he was smart as hell, but they say, this is the story though. This is passed through word of mouth, and, you know, stories get changed and stuff like that because you're basically playing the telephone game. But they say that they say he was playing with two magnets. He noticed that one was negative and he noticed the other one was positive. Then he noticed that he was similar to those magnets. Like just how she said, when you manipulate energy and then alchemy and all that stuff, you become magnetic and all that shit, stuff like that. So, yeah, basically that's what he did, but he was smart and he knew how to manipulate it and then bring it into physical form in a different way, but use it as a plan to rule against the people that teased him.
All right, so where did he get these extraterrestrial genes from again?
From his parents.
So how was his parents any different from the other so-called black people?
Now that I can't really answer it. They were already
But I
living.
can.
Okay, go ahead.
It's different extraterrestrial beings down here. We not the only blank beings down here. Like it's other different ones of us that's down here. We got ones that's really good with technology. It's a whole bunch of different us in different parts of this globe. Because this global is big, so it's different parts of us on different atmospheres. Like we got some of us in Arctic. I can't pronounce the word like that. And but I seen the true map though. The surface is flat. I seen the true map. The surface is flat, and it's many of us. We not the only ones down here. Like it's many black people down here, different species of us, but they all black.
Yeah, but everybody stems from that very first so-called black woman. So we all genetically the same, and we create replicas of each other.
Bro, I can't explain it on that other level, but I just know, yeah, there's seven different types of black people down here, but they black and they got souls, and they've been mating with different types of let's just say different types of people down here for a long time. Like, it's like different types of beings that's down here.
What beings was they mating with though?
Soulless beings.
So how did those soulless beings get here?
Man, it's a long story, man. How they got here? I just know it's plenty of us that was just making all types of stuff. Like I told you, we had smart people like he was telling you. Like that was one of them. They was just making all messed up stuff because they was messed up. Like that's why you see as to this day a lot of us fighting each other and going at each other like this, even though it don't supposed to be like that.
We in a lower frequency then, or are we in a lower frequency now?
Oh no, the frequency is very low now. The vibration is very low, but the vibration going back at a high
So
vibration.
then why aren't none of our brothers and sisters splicing right now if this is the lowest frequency that our anatomy can take?
Because there's so many different black people in different parts. Because this is just a part of the land. Like this is just a part of the land. There's so many big parts of the land. Like, but this is just one part. Like this whole thing is just one part. Like it's different parts, like different realms that you can go through. Like that's just behind that ice wall. This ice wall's layers. And it's crazy though. Like once you see the real map, you'll see that it's different layers right there. And they restrict anybody from going that far. They won't let you even go that far. They won't even let you go past because they don't want you to see the other stuff and they don't want you to see the other black beings. And they going through their own war and battle styles. High, like so below and so high.
So it's a
As
war
people are
behind
saying.
the ice walls.
Yeah, it's different beings of us that's going through the same war that we going through, but a little bit different though. You know, some of them still got their knowledge, still got their power, where they can still use their power with their magic and stuff. Like it's all messed up. Like it's like the stuff that they be showing you on these movies, they be like some of this stuff has been stolen from different parts of the planet that they've been going to. Now they did try to go to some of the other parts, but you know, some of them fought them back. Like
All right, so
it's so
no.
All right.
it's so much going on. It's just a mess. Like it's so much going on. But however, we don't got one son though. I think we got like 7 sons or 9 sons. That's not the only son, the one that we see up there. We got a couple of them. It's just so much going on. But
All right, I'm
back to it.
gonna say one more thing. I left an important part out. I know that Yakub story sound crazy as hell. I know it's probably corrupt too, cause you know word of mouth, and it been so long. But Yakub, he also had the albinoid gene. The albinoid gene, you know, albinos. Have you ever heard of a white person being? Have you ever heard of a white person coming from an albino?
I did, bro.
No.
I seen all of it. I got the videos.
So since the albinoid gene is the weakest gene of a black person, which is why they damn near look white and they got blonde hair.
That's misinformation. The
So
albino is still neuromelanin. It does not mean that so-called black person lacks neuromelanin just because they have that skin color. That genetic composition of that skin color is still neuromelanin. They are still biosynthesizing the sun. There's an albino Dravidian, but he was spliced.
yes,
So
that's
they
what I'm
don't.
talking about.
But you said black. You said that they came from a black.
Dravidians is what I'm talking about.
That's not black though.
Yeah, when you go
That's
deep into it,
melanin.
they not really considered black. But
They're
that's
not
over.
black at all.
But you get what I'm saying though. And it's
No.
connected to what I'm saying.
Misinformation, and you said word of mouth, and there's no reason to go off of word of mouth when the information is out there.
I'm actually talking about the Yakub story is word of mouth. I was not talking about the albinoid story. The albinoid gene, that we can prove that today. We can look into genetics today. I'm just talking about how all that stuff started back then.
So how do you splice a cell coated in UV light?
Say it again.
If they use the albinos to make these people, how do you splice into a cell that is coated in neuromelanin?
Now I don't know much about that because I'm not a scientist.
So you just said let's dive into genetics, and then we just dove into genetics, and you say now you're not much of a scientist. You don't need to be a scientist to understand the function of how life works, of the inner mechanics of life. So we could clearly see that, like she just said, the so-called black woman can make 48 known shades of herself. Known shades. Our so-called albinos, the albino brothers and sisters, they are just like us. They can biosynthesize the sun just like us. There is no
But they have weaker genes.
We don't have recessive genes. You see what I'm saying? We don't have recessive genes. We can't use any of it to make these people like that.
So typidum stem cells or immortal cells don't replicate into weaker cells. It replicates itself. That means that it was weak, quote unquote, from the beginning.
The ones that's albino, they like weaker genes of us. Like that's a weak gene.
Explain it.
Like that's why those ones like that, the sun hurt their eyes. Like the sun hurt them. Like when they stand in the sun, it hurt their eyes
The
because
sun hurt my
standing.
granny eyes. The sun hurts both of my granny's eyes and my uncle's.
Okay, so
Not like how it affect them. They
How
be
you
getting
know?
burnt by it and stuff.
How you know?
Because my grandma the same way.
So
And it's only
explain it.
because
Can you just explain it to me genetically? And because that's what I'm asking you. Can you explain it to me scientifically, biologically, or genetically how they have weaker cells than you?
Was there?
like I mean I'm gonna explain it to the best way of my knowledge. I just know it like this. The ones like us, the original ones, our gene is way more stronger. But as we kept recombinating, the gene got weaker from mixing with different species, weaker ones.
Get here. In order for mixing to take place, we would have to be two completely different species. That's what interbreeding means.
It was
So
just
how
it was
did
just like how
Let her
like
finish,
how
bro.
like how
Hold
Just
on.
let him go. Let him go. Just go.
I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to turn it on. My fault. Go ahead, bro. I was trying to turn it on. I was on mute.
But before he go ahead, I just want to say that we are all grown ass adults in here, so we can control ourselves and not talk over people. It's not hard.
Hey, what the topic about, man?
Bro.
Bro.
Hold on, I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna get to you, bro. I'm gonna get to you. Just go ahead, Nider.
oh damn, I thought you was telling her to go ahead and talk. But yeah, it was just like what bro said though. It took place with the Yahoo situation though. That's why I was asking you, do you know who Rashi Jamal is?
What does that got to do with anything, though?
That he know too. He knew. Even though he was waking our people up, he was also letting them know the truth. And I went to
So
do some
just
researching
because
on
Rashad
myself.
Jamal said it, that means it's true?
And he ain't let me finish. I went to go see what he was talking about. I did some researching on myself. Then after that, I seen what he was talking about, how everything took place, how the war took place. Then I also seen that it was many beings of us down here. It wasn't just the recessive gene fighting against us. It was some of our own beings fighting against us too. As to this day, it's still going on.
Yeah, we got to quit the mysticism, bro. I'm going to just be honest. Like, I don't got no problem. If you want to go talk about that on your own platform, that's completely fine. But yeah, science don't support none of that. I'm going to be honest.
Hey, yo, Scott, answer the question real quick. I want to hear your answer.
Answer what question?
Where did they come from? Where the genetics and
Introgression.
stuff.
Introgression.
Electroporation.
No, don't even, because they be one, you see what I'm saying? Introgression, bro. That's the
Yeah,
answer.
y'all can go look
Y'all
all
can
these
go,
words we're saying.
yeah, go
That's
look.
why I just said that word, so you can go look it up. Go look up these words and go look up how they're using those same processes today. And they've been using it, and they showing you in all these religious texts, all these they showing you that somebody was genetically spliced on the planet. These historians talk about it. It's on us to put the puzzles of the pieces of the puzzles together. Bro.
Facts. Go ahead, Taylor.
So I see the topic, but it say where did they come from? When you say where did white people come from, that's what you're saying.
Who are the three people that you see at the bottom?
You got Arab, Asian, and whites.
All right, then. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that answered my question. They really come from us.
How?
They basically migrated out of Africa, and basically it's just like if you look at the Somalis in Sweden, right? If you notice the Somalis, they're very, very sickly. Why? Because they're not getting vitamin D. So these people came out of Africa. Evolution started. They was eating. I think they started eating like grain and less sunlight, and in colder weather. That's how their nose and eyes got their shape. It was formed by the climate, and they became white. Simple as that.
Okay, so how did the hair follicles change and the phenotype change?
Through the climate. Like let's say because it was so cold, if you notice a white person nose is usually like long and slender, and it's for them when they breathe in, it like heats the air up. And our nose, black people nose are usually wider because we're like Africa is basically like open land and it's hot. And basically it's just climate change, and they
So that
became
changed their hair follicles as well?
yeah, their hair actually got longer. They actually cover their body. If you ever notice, like let's say if you ever go to a swimming pool party, you notice like a lot of white men are way more hairy than basically black men. And black men, they got like hair on their back, hair on their chest. Like a lot of black, like I don't got hair on my back and hair on my chest, but it's just climate, just the climate they was in. Their hair got longer to cover their neck. So yeah.
All right. So how did the eukaryotic cell get on the planet?
What you mean eukaryotic cell? I don't know nothing about that.
The thing is,
okay.
yeah, I got you, host. I know you probably. I'm telling you, when
To
you
the
do
host.
when you
To
do
the
it
host.
all
What do you
day,
mean by that?
when you do it all day, it get like that. When you hear the same things over and over all day, this teach you a different type of patience.
Hey,
But
I got a
I'm just
question.
learning.
I
I'm
want to
just telling
ask.
y'all what I was taught at Jackson State University. That's it. I don't claim to be a
so then
scientist.
explain. Okay. So explain to us how we went from haploids to diploids. Then you said you brought up university and shit like that. We didn't. Go ahead and explain us how we went from haploids to diploids, which is the basis of evolution in the out of Africa theory.
What do you mean out of Africa theory? It's not a out of Africa theory when everything
Out
started
of
off in Africa.
Africa,
It's not a theory.
and evolution is both theoretical, and they are both talking about the same thing. You
I'm
brought up,
trying to figure out how is it a theory when it
but
actually got
brother,
bones
so
that's over a million years old.
do you understand the theory that
That
you're talking about?
absolutely make no sense.
Right. So you brought up climate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we are talking about what? Evolution, right? Okay. So then how did we go from haploids to diploids?
I can't tell you all that, but
So
you the smart one, tell
the
me.
reason for why you brought up Jackson State
Here we go with
University.
the reverse psychology.
No, I'm saying you the smart one, tell me.
But you the one that went to a university.
That went to D Jackson State University. Yeah. I'm just telling you what I learned
Right.
up
You
from
said you
there.
learned about this stuff.
You said something about cells. I never even heard of that cell you was talking about. That's why I said
Okay,
explain it to
fuck
me.
the cells for a minute. How do we go from haploids to diploids?
You tell me. I don't know.
I mean, you went to study this shit at a university. Tell me.
I never heard nobody talk about that. That's why I'm saying enlighten.
Okay.
I'm here to learn.
What did you
Yo,
study in school?
I got a
How long were
question.
you there? Did you get a degree? What was your degree in?
Physical education.
Bro.
Hey, I got a question, y'all. I got a question.
What's up, bro?
So, do y'all already know the answer, and y'all calling people up here to debate, or is we all trying to work together and figure out?
That's the same thing I'm saying.
Cause I'm hella confused.
Oh, go ahead.
My bad. Ether, the host has on the screen, where did they come from? This is not for hypotheticals or for people who are going based off of beliefs. You see what I'm saying? The host wants to have an intellectual discussion about where they came from. No,
to the host, did you go to college?
That's
Or
what
what
I'm
college did you
asking.
go to?
there is no scientific research rooted in with Yakub. So that's the reason why there's DNA symbols. That's the reason why we're talking about the different amounts of animals with the different percentages within their genome. This is the reason why we're not discussing race or no mysticism shit. He's talking about speciation.
Spell speciation.
Here we go. It's
Hey,
like you
I just want you to spell it.
bro, he a grown ass man, bro.
I want to hear you spell it.
Why would she use a word that she don't even, bro? Just stop. Just stop, bro.
Y'all acting like y'all smart,
Like
but y'all not.
you came up here to play. That's all.
She said something and he started giggling, bro.
Like, that shit
off a
weird.
topic that we're taking serious.
That shit weird
Like,
as fuck,
weird,
bro.
You at least 35 or older, bro.
Bro, I'm 38.
Exactly, a grown ass man came up here to play.
Too fucking big to be doing that
What
shit.
do me being 38 have to do with anything? Genius.
He acts like a child. I know you eat meat. Stop eating meat, brother. Please.
Don't everybody eat meat? Who don't eat steak?
Oh
Give me a
my
black person that
God.
don't eat steak and shrimp.
Nigga, where did the
Eating roast.
gosh? Where did the cow come from?
I don't know, but it tastes good.
I can't get off my live, bro. I'm sorry. Abundance and gratitude. I'm not finna deal with that. That nigga said,
Watch that shit, man.
that nigga said he said, I don't know, but it tastes good, bro. I can't stand niggas.
Okay, eat it raw with no seasoning and see what you do then. Don't season it with nothing that comes from the earth or nothing. I want you to eat it raw, just like the eukaryotic organism does.
Yeah.
I want you to go get it in nature, right? On all fours. I want you to hunt that motherfucker down, and I want you can cook it, don't season it though. And then come back. Nigga said fish and shrimp. We don't fucking eat bottom feeders in here.
The people who want to be carnivores, you could really express that now. You see what I'm saying? So it just, I don't know, bro. Sometimes you gotta watch the live back again, bro. You can't do that, bro.
Man, go ahead, the Goodman.
Okay, it's the God man. But
oh, my fault.
I think white people came from us experimenting with all the species on this planet. That's why they got all them DNAs in them.
All right, so we was experimenting on ourselves.
No, we was making. I think we was making people to work for us. They was the first slaves on
So
Earth.
what do we
That's what
have
I
animals
think.
for, brother?
What do we have? What?
Why do we have animals?
Why do we have animals? The creator of all things. The animals was here when we got here.
Right. So you're saying we need people to work for us. What are the animals for? What's their purpose? Because it looks like all natural animals, they contribute to the planet and the cosmos. So why would we have to create an unnatural species in order to work for us?
To be slaves.
Why do we need slaves?
They not hold up. Let me rephrase. I'm gonna say workers.
Why do we, okay, then it doesn't matter. It's still the same question. Why do we need them?
I don't think we did, but science do a lot of shit that we don't need though, bro. That ain't that what science is? The study of everything, though.
So
right?
Understood how everything interacted and worked on a subatomic level, micro to macrocosm. Why would we need to create a slave race to mine gold when we're the golden race, so-called race?
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. But look, I hear that, and I'd be like, yeah, why would we need that? But scientists do what they do. It's science.
You were the first scientist, brother. You know that, right?
Right.
Imhotep was the first documented multi-genius. He shares the same genetic composition as you. How come you aren't splicing today? Why are none of our people, considering that this is the lowest anatomy, the lowest frequency that our anatomy can take, why are none of us splicing anything? It doesn't have to be people.
No, they are. They are. Look at all this fake food, GMO.
Yeah. Show me
That's
one
splicing.
Show me one
Cloning.
so-called black person. Show me one so-called black person that is splicing organisms today.
I would have to research black scientists. I would have to research that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can put on the screen right now articles about somatic parthenogenesis and gene splicing that was done in 07. I can show you that right now. And every country that was involved in it, and that they took the graft of two Neanderthal brains and created two clones in 07.
Okay, see, that's why I'm on here, to get some information.
No, it's not about that though. The host is asking, where did they come from?
Oh, and I'm telling you where I think they came from. I think they came from black scientists.
I know, and I'm asking you how. If they share the same genetic makeup as you, how come you're not doing the same thing that's coded within their genetics and y'all have the same genome?
Well, I'm not a scientist, but there is scientists who's in that field labeled as scientists. That's not my label. My label is experience. And for us to not have no other reason of where these motherfuckers come from is because we created them for some reason.
So you can tell me that so-called black people created these people, but you can't tell me why, what their purpose was.
Yeah, no, they was the first scientists, and I'm thinking they created them because they was creators using science.
Do you mean you? Do you mean you?
What?
Do you
What'd you say?
Do you mean you?
Who?
When
No.
you say they, you're saying black
No, I created kids with a woman. That's my creation.
You create baby goats? That's what kids are.
Oh. Okay. You dealing with the English language, I guess. But that's what we all speaking right here is the English language. That's why we understand each other.
Dogmatic and satanic for sure. But what I'm asking you is, why do we need to create a species? First of all, the gold, right? The quote unquote gold is you. The crystals, the resources is you. All natural
Yeah,
resources on this
yeah,
planet
and
share the same
I'm
genetic
telling
composition.
you why.
So why would you
Because
create a species
that's what
to mine
scientists
you?
do.
Why would you create a species to mine you? Why would we do that knowing that we can't that first of all their genetic composition does not biologically identify with anything on this planet. So where did we get the materials from?
Okay, that's what scientists do.
Who can really answer that question?
Bruh.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you mean who can answer the question? Okay.
That's
I
what we
can
saying. We
tell
trying to
you
hear
how
your
you
answer.
okay, wait a second. Cause you just nah.
I mean, she said intro.
Okay, no, go ahead. Go
But I
ahead.
can
I'm
tell
listening.
you how yttrium 90 is created. I can tell you how certain biochemical substances are created by understanding the biochemical substance, like pheomelanin and eumelanin.
Yeah,
Maybe you're not going deep
by
enough, but they
information that
just
you sought
okay.
out.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Bro, y'all be too damn grown coming up here over talking. Like, I don't understand it. Bro, my little nephew, he is 7 years old. He can come up here and he can actually wait his turn. He will not overtalk. Y'all niggas is 40 years old. Like, I don't understand that.
Like you're saying, how does anybody know? But you requested up to a fucking panel saying you knew the answer. Like what the fuck? You just asked me how they got here and I told you. So somebody know. If every scientist and historian on the planet can tell you that there's no explanation for how they got here outside of electrical fusion, what type of research are y'all doing? Are y'all usurping what Rashad Jamal said, a nigga who touched children? A nigga who sold his soul for fame and fortune, who had the carrier of the totipotem stem cell twerking, but he's spiritual. Are we just going based off of other people, or are we locking in and actually doing the research? Like that's the thing. You saying, oh, nobody know. You just don't. And it's okay. But when the host is saying, where do they come from? And you say, well, I don't know. Or the question turns into, I don't know. Then it's time to mute the mic. It's time to mute the mic because scientists and historians are saying electrical fusion. That is the only explanation, like the host has. A mouse can't reproduce with a chimp. A chimp can't reproduce with eukaryotic plants like celery or carrots. So how did this information get into their genome? It had to be electrically fused. So everybody talking about Yaqub, that's a hood legend. This is the first time today where I ever heard anybody in my entire life. I'm in my mid-20s. I studied niggas from all different so-called time periods. I never heard nobody say nothing about Yaqub, mama, or daddy. So, and then you're saying word of mouth. How the fuck do you base your whole ideology on how a nigga that you work for off of word of mouth, bro? I'ma need to know everything there is to know about this nigga. So, the questioning and shit is only because you haven't done the research. I don't go to another live and ask people these types of questions. No, I must sit back, gather the information, and go do my own research. I'm not asking another nigga for shit, not when I'm a divine being.
Right, this ain't a learning live. This is for people who already know. This is for people who did the research. We ain't trying to teach nobody. Why would I teach you? But go ahead, Bree.
Oh, I was just invited up here. I don't know if y'all have been seeing my comments, but I'm genuinely trying to learn what y'all are talking about. I just hear a lot of big words and I don't know
Have
what
you
y'all.
looked those big words up?
I mean, I've heard about them in my science classes, but I don't know how it correlates to what I'm seeing in the picture. What really
Well,
are we talking
maybe
about?
you should start by looking them up, doing some research on them.
Oh, okay. Why would you add me up here if you were just gonna be rude and condescending and
I
not?
didn't add you up here. That's the
You
thing. First
definitely
of all,
did.
I definitely didn't
Definitely said
invite
I
you.
was added up here,
Hold
but
on,
okay.
Bree. It wasn't him. There's more than one moderator in the room. So it wasn't either. I didn't
Somebody
even
added
add
me
you.
up here. I don't
Yeah,
know
I didn't
who.
even add you. But yeah, it's not the host that did that.
Okay, well, I'm still genuinely trying to learn if anybody wants to explain to me.
Okay, I'm a swap you back down. We didn't know that you didn't mean to request up. My bad.
I
Abundances. 1
didn't
second.
request, but okay, thank you.
So, if you looking for somebody to spark your neurons, this ain't the live. We ain't the people for that. I'm sorry. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not here to teach you. We're not here to teach you at all. You feel what I'm saying? Like, y'all grown as hell. Go look these words up. Motherfucker came up here saying, I heard the words. You heard them? Why you ain't do no research on it? Talking about, I don't see how it correlates. If you ain't do the research, of course you're not going to see how it
She
correlates.
don't do enough research, so therefore she don't know nothing.
Y'all coming at her. It was a mistake. She was just explaining why she was in the room, and y'all in the comments saying she would probably say, "So y'all don't know her. It was an accident as to why she was on the panel." User, what was the reason why you requested up? Cause did you send a request to him? Mm-hmm. So yeah, you freely came up here. Go ahead, user. User, you're on mute. You gotta come off mute. Now this nigga can't.
Maybe if she did enough research, maybe she would know. And maybe if you studied enough and you did enough research, maybe you would know.
Okay,
Bro,
so where did
what?
they come from, bro? Where did the eukaryotic cell come from?
It came from gene splicing. What do you mean?
Okay, and explain it genetically, scientifically, and biologically how the genes were introgressed.
Wow.
Whoa.
Hello?
Yeah,
User.
I'ma leave. I'ma leave.
All right, abundance and
Bro,
gratitude.
y'all obviously getting up on here, don't know what y'all talking about and don't do enough research, and y'all
Yeah,
just
go
going
ahead,
back
bro.
and forth on some stuff that y'all can't even speak, really don't
I
even
mean,
know
she
nothing
asked you
about.
a question and then you're trying to argue. So, answer her question.
She just said she never even heard of Yakub. How you never even heard of Yakub and you even on this channel?
Are you looking at your phone, bro?
What the?
Are you looking at your phone? You know that woman, that sister is no longer on the panel, right? The fuck is wrong with meat eaters will never out these sun eaters, bro? Uh, sun heat.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. My fault, son. Go ahead.
Nah, it's all good. But this, yo, y'all really something, man. Y'all really are. Skywatcher, this is sad, man. This is really, really, really sad. Really sad. So back to the whole, cause y'all keep running circles around these people for whatever reasons, right? That whole prokaryote, eukaryote thing, you got that wrong. You got that wrong. All plant and animal life on the planet has eukaryote. They are eukaryotes because they have nucleated cells. The only life forms that don't have nucleated cells, which are the prokaryotes, are the bacterias, the fungi, and the algae. Those are the life forms that don't have nucleated cells.
What is the genus
When
of
you say,
prokaryotic cells? What's the genus?
let me get it
No.
out. Let me get it 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 out. Let me get
Because
it
you're
out.
back from Google again, and this is your
No, I'm
second
not.
time coming back
No,
from
I'm not at
Google.
Google.
So
I'm
again,
not
what's
at
the
Google.
genus? If you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong and
Why you
specifically say
wanna?
my name,
So you
nigga,
just
if you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong out of the host and other people that's been agreeing with us, explain to me what genus. prokaryotic cells come from and what type of bacteria, because when we're talking about prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells, we're talking about the function of the cell. It's single cells that make up the function of the organism. So it's referring to it being unicellular, not just one big glob or bacteria. Every organism on the planet is either prokaryotic or eukaryotic.
What is the meaning of prokaryote?
I'm not doing that with you because you already answered that question.
No, you haven't. No, you
Yeah,
haven't.
you asked me when you were on here
Where did the
last time,
word
you
come
said,
from?
what's the difference between prokaryotic and eukaryotic? You said, well, I was just asking you because I wanted you to say it. Like, nigga, the fuck
No,
is
I'm
wrong with
asking you
y'all,
the
bro?
actual definition. I'm asking you the actual definition. What is the definition of a
It's a
prokaryote?
unicellular functioning cell.
No, that is
It's a
no,
unicell.
that is
Yes, it
not,
is. It's a
no, that's
single
not the
celled
definition.
bro. I'm
That's
not,
not the
I'm not,
definition.
nobody in here is going off of
That's not
denotations.
the definition. We talking
Nobody in
etymology
here
now.
is going based off of, I'm not talking about
Oh,
the
goodness.
etom, bro.
The origin of the word. You talking about origin, right? So where did
No,
the word come from?
denotation is not origin or etymology.
You want to play word games.
I'm
You want
not
to play word
playing. You're
games.
the one that's
The
asking
word
me for a
itself, the
definition.
word, you don't know the meaning. You
Bro,
don't know it. And you define this stuff and you don't even know what you're talking
bro.
about.
Okay,
You don't know what
explain
you're
to
talking
me.
about.
All I'm asking you is what is the genus of a prokaryotic organism?
No, we're gonna get to what a prokaryote is because you keep saying that we were prokaryotes and we got nucleated
Okay, so
cells.
explain to me the genus of prokaryotic
You're
organisms.
not gonna play you're not gonna play
I'm
those
not,
games with me, sis.
no, I'm
You
not.
not. You not. You can't. You not. You're
First of all, you're a grown ass man, hype as fuck on a TikTok panel, and this is
not
not your
as smart
life.
as you think you are.
So
You're
first
not
of
as
all, look at you with the trigger words as a grown ass man trying to insult my intellect, but you didn't know what prokaryotic or eukaryotic was until you came into this live, Googled it, and came back, and now you back again from Google. You told us last time that you were sitting there Googling, and now you're
no. I
trying to
didn't say
deny
anything
Googling
about Googling.
again.
Now you.
So again, you brought up prokaryotic and you called my name out specifically and said that I was wrong. So since I was wrong about us being
Post, why you
prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells, then to explain to me, because we're not talking about that shit. You don't understand the function of the cells.
Host, you
Each
gonna allow
cell
me to
has
talk or
a
not?
function, bro. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
You're
right
saying
after she get done, I got you, bro.
this shit. It's just these are
I mean,
grown
she asked you a
men,
question,
bro.
and you keep going question for question. She asked you a question. Just answer the question.
No, bro. If you're gonna do it, you're gonna hold this right. Because you said this is for people who already know, right? And I'm well aware.
Yeah, and I'm asking you the
Here we
question.
go. Here we
So
go.
again, when we're talking about
Here we
prokaryotic
go.
cells,
Can I talk
this
to the
means
host? Can I talk
before
to the host?
nucleus. No, because
I
you
want to talk
asked
to the
me a
host. I want to talk
question.
to the host. I want to talk to the
Hey,
host.
okay, get the fuck out of here, bro. You can't talk to nobody now, nigga. The fuck? You don't come in here and then tell somebody how to run they live, and then say my name, and then tell me that I can't answer the question, bro. Like, come on. Prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells. Each cell has a function. So the cellular function is explaining how the organism, micro to macrocosm, works. So again, prokaryotic means before nucleus, which means that it has no nucleus, because in order to be before the nucleus, which means that it came first, which is what evolution is explaining, that all prokaryotic organisms were the only organisms that were here until more complex eukaryotic cells came into play. So they predate any eukaryotic organism that's here. Self-functioning organism, our cells are running off of neuromelanin. Of course, we have antigens surrounding our cells, but we are not producing the animal proteins. That's why you don't smell like them whenever you get wet, because you're not producing the animal protein that causes that. That's the last time I'm gonna explain it to you, son.
Abundance. Uh, go ahead, the guy, man. What you come back up here for, man?
Look, I just want to know why y'all believe what y'all believe.
It's not a belief. It's a no.
It's a note.
No, we know. We don't believe no more.
Oh, y'all know.
Yeah.
How?
What do you mean how?
How do y'all know what y'all talking about?
How do you think we know?
Y'all keep saying research.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's how.
And then if I do research, it's all what somebody else said, though. I go off experience, how I live.
A scientific experiment can tell you anything, but
But
when you read
are
it for
you a
yourself,
scientist? Are you a scientist?
are you a scientist? You said you're not a scientist, right? So I don't even know why you still up here. You said that you had to be a scientist in order to have this discussion.
No, I did not say that.
Okay, so that's fine.
I
It's
said
it's, it's
that's
really.
where we getting our research from. Scientists,
You understand that you are the Akashic
philosophers.
records, and your cells, your DNA holds 14 billion years worth of information, bro.
You're what scientists are studying, bro.
Like,
You're the ology that they're studying, bro. You're the science that they're studying, bro. So they can't lie to you when they're studying you.
there's nothing
They're
to
studying
believe.
you,
There's nothing to believe. At that
bro.
point, you know your genetic composition because you can look at it. We can look at the phenotypical differences between us and other people and go do the research on that. You don't need to be a scientist for that.
You just gotta understand the function of everything, the inner mechanics, and then you will understand the product or this organism or whatever it is. It's just that simple, bro.
Facts. You can go ahead and respond to that now. The Godman.
I just think that when we researching a bunch of other people's information that they spread.
Who are they studying though?
Science is a study of everything.
But they're
From the
specific.
English language,
So look
though.
though. Hold up. So you have a geneticist, a biologist, a neurologist. You have all these different fields, right? So they study
Who are them
specific.
people? Who are them people? Who are them people?
First, that's what we're talking about. Who was your
Yeah,
first
yeah.
who was the first who was
How
wait. Fuck. Who was the first documented multi-genius? Who was the first documented scientist?
what was documented by a man, meaning it could be a lie. Let's
So what made
remember
you come
that.
up? What made
Let's
you come up
remember
to the
that
panel?
though.
What made you come up to the panel?
What made me?
If everything that you know is a lie, did you just come up here to spread another lie?
That's not what I said.
I'm asking a question. You said that everything that was documented by them is fabricated information, so to speak.
No, that's not what I said. I said everything that's documented, the
Okay,
research that
they
we
documented it and that's fine, but what's coded in our genetics? That's what we're talking about in this room. Genetics does not change. I don't care who wrote it.
I'm saying we don't know that.
How do we not know when genetics does not change? It's been the same since the beginning of so-called time.
And I'm asking you, why do you believe that? Because you read it somewhere?
It's not a belief, though.
You read
It's not a belief. It's not a
read
belief.
it. You read
It's
it
not a
somewhere.
belief. It's not a belief.
You were taught that.
No, I wasn't.
What were you taught then? If you taught,
I wasn't. I was taught that we were all the same species and that we were the same as these niggas and that my people were so-called slaves. That's what I was taught. I didn't know nothing about slavery until 5th grade when I was taught about it in school.
Yeah. See,
Right. So again,
that's slavery shit too.
so understanding the difference between me and other people came from my own curiosity of the soul being all knowing. Real
Curiosity
niggas search for real shit, so I was
experience?
bound to find the truth.
Curiosity or experience, though?
Bro, this is one of these mystical, like, you know,
No,
like,
I'm
I
asking you
don't.
what you telling me. You said they can't.
You haven't done the research. You don't know, bro. Go do the
Oh,
research.
I've done research. No, that's what I'm telling y'all. I've done research.
On what? What did you research?
Why? Why?
I read
Why?
a book.
If everything was written by them, why are you researching?
I didn't say that. Look,
He a semantic ass nigga, bro. Like he want to go like tit for tat, like every detail, like you know, you know, not really wanting to have like a genuine conversation.
All right. Y'all don't want to hear what nobody else have to say.
No, we're just asking a clear question and nobody's answering it for real. They're going based off
But
of
I
beliefs.
answered it though.
We're asking you what you know because if you believe in it, then it's literal misinformation.
No,
The
that's what knowing is. Belief.
Where did they come from?
Unless it's experience.
Where did they come from? Where did they come from?
Look, they came from scientists though. If y'all say they got all these different genes from the research y'all doing, why can't y'all believe that it was science?
Nobody's saying it wasn't science.
Okay.
We're asking where did they come from? You're saying science. Okay, who was dibbling and dabbling with science?
Yakub.
Yeah, and if we was the first ones here, it was us, right? Blacks or melanated
so so-called
people,
black people
right?
created them.
Like, what was scientists doing?
So did so-called black people create them?
Whoever the first people was here, whoever y'all believe the first people that was here, created them because they was the first scientists.
Why did they create these people?
Who knows what them scientists was trying to do?
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Who knows what they was trying to do?
See, that's the thing. Like, I just want to ask you, like, how much and how long have you studied this type of topic?
For years. I used to call white people.
And so you said for years. So and with what avenues have you explored?
Books and the internet and experience.
Which books?
And experience.
Which books?
Okay, I could name a list of books. I read a world history book. I read astrology books.
What's the name of the books?
I can't name all them books I read, bro. I'm just asking y'all.
I can name a couple of books I'll be reading.
I just named
what books have you?
a couple.
Right. So no, you're saying the type of book it is. What's the name of the books?
No, I read the world history book and I read the astrology book.
What does that got to do with genetics? Because you're talking about genetic splicing, and you're saying so-called black people created these people. So what books have you been reading since you've been doing this for years? Right.
Okay, I heard you.
Yeah.
I can't remember all the names of them books, bro.
Nigga, you don't got one book on. Nigga, you been doing this for years.
I just said it.
One book.
I just said the
You're
one.
Saying world history and astrology that has nothing. Listen,
world history books, the Bible, the Quran. That's a few.
Now those are not historical texts. Those are some of those that you named are not even deemed as historical text.
Well, you say his story is his story, right?
Correct.
So we reading all these books and all this information. Whose story is it?
Is it his story? right? So you're reading his story. You'll soon realize that his story is not your story. And then you'll go discover your own story through your genetics. Because
Well,
genetics is telling her story and everybody that came through her evolution.
I do believe that woman is, I do believe the woman's womb is, I do believe that, sister. Okay, let me say that though. I do believe that. Like, and that's from my experience though. I'm not going off research about that. I'm not going off research about a lot of shit, I think. I'm going off my lifetime experiences. And shit.
Okay,
I
so how
remember,
is your lifetime experiences going
yeah,
back and saying that so-called black people created artificial species?
yeah. That's
This
what
is
I think.
okay, but how was your experiences going back to that?
Because we having this conversation. Ain't no other explanation for their existence except for what our scientists was trying to create.
Right, so you should be able to tell me why our people would create an unnatural species. We have all these natural animals, all these natural plants
Right.
on so why do we create unnatural things?
I don't know. Just like we created AI, we creating
Who is
robots.
we?
Right? We was
So-called black
working with
people ain't out here
genetics
creating no
before
AI.
technology, though.
All right, I'm gonna get to the next person. All right, bro. Go ahead, J. Rock.
I don't. How can I contribute?
Where did they come from?
Portals
What portals?
in caves.
So there's portals in caves,
Yes,
and so they came from a whole different place.
a whole nother dimension.
So why do they share DNA with animals that's already here on the planet?
Because the creatures that are crawling on this planet came from the same place they came from.
Right, and where did you get this information from?
I would like to know where they actually came from, the dimension,
Learn,
the star
learn.
system, or the planet.
No, Yakub created a whole world. Like he knew the secrets of the universe, and he created a whole dimension where he
What is it
created.
called? That's what
Learn,
I'm asking.
learn.
Nern. And where is Nern in the cosmos? Rashad Jamal.
No, it's not.
Where
It's
did
not in the cosmos. It's a creature dimension where all the creatures that crawl on this planet today were created, including the white tea people.
So there's a place that exists that's not a part of universe. The universe is what you're saying.
Yes, it's basically hell. That's where they're.
You do know that everything that's a part of non-existence already makes up non-existence, which means that it can't be observed in no type of way, energetic way, or nothing because it is non-existent.
I don't understand what you just said.
Everything that is not. So you're saying that Nern is outside of the universe, correct?
No, that's not.
So Nern is in the universe.
Obviously.
Okay, where?
I mean, isn't the universe like a black void? I mean, it's triple blackness, right?
Right, but the Milky Way is located in a certain place. Earth is located in a certain, right? So all planets turn into stars. So everything is keeping us together through electromagnetism. So explain to me where Nern is and how the climate of Nern actually biological identifies with the rest of the cosmos.
I mean, honestly, when it comes to direction, I can't even. I just found out that I was in Central America a couple weeks ago, so I can't tell you direction. I can just give you what I know. Cause
Can you tell me in light years?
hell no, I barely know how to.
So then how can you tell me about Nern if you don't know if
No.
Nern is located in the universe? Everything in the universe is calculated in distance by what?
Light years?
Okay, so then how are you not able to at least give me an estimate in light years of how far away from any reference point in the cosmos Nern is from wherever the reference point is?
Okay, see, you are a little bit more advanced as far as the mathematics.
No, I'm not.
But you're going into mathematics. You're
No,
talking
I'm
about,
not. I'm not talking about nothing new. I'm asking for an estimate. If you're talking about NERN, you should be able to give an estimate, bro. It's just basic, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, but
Science, the cosmos.
just know that I have something a little different about me. So I can close my eyes and kind of see where it started. They didn't start as this baby that you see on this picture. They didn't start like that. They actually started as a chimp.
Absolutely. And they also have other things that were introgressed with the chimp to create one organism.
Right.
Right. So does that chimp biologically identify with NERN?
Yes.
So you can tell me that, but you can't. So what's the climate like on NERN?
Oh my God.
What are the
Oh
other
my God.
Yeah, because the thing
No,
is,
no,
I
I'm
can
saying it's
tell you
horrible. It's
about
horrible.
what's happening on other planets because I study them.
The climate is horrible there. It's moist. It's dark. It's not livable. It's not livable for our species. That's where they come from. That's where they're gonna return to. This was a tropical place, and then they used technology to freeze this fucking place.
You know, the whole cosmos is tropical and not cold.
Yes, this is the.
So then, how does NERN biologically identify with the cosmos?
Oh, I get what you're saying. So it doesn't identify with the cosmos. It doesn't.
So then, where is it? Is it in the cosmos or is it outside of the cosmos?
It has to be outside of the cosmos. I believe that's actually hell. That's where.
So then, how do we have any information of something that is outside of the one thing that is inhabiting all life?
Wait, say that again. No, she got me. Like she on some other shit. I don't know.
No, I'm just asking you simple questions about what you're saying. You're saying that they come from NERN.
Yes.
Right. And you explain to me the climate, but you can't tell me in light years or nothing else.
No, I can't.
But they share biological identification there.
Yes.
And you're basing that off of climate? Because it's outside of the universe, so how could it be studied or there be any scientific research or genetic explanation as to how they originated there?
Man, Yakub created a thorn to the extraterrestrial race. They are thorns. So when he created this dimension, he used the magic from, I guess, whatever intelligence he got it from. He was very intelligent. Yakub was a man. He wasn't a spirit or anything. He was a man. He died. So it wasn't like he was a spirit.
Everything that is living has everything that is living. Fuck, I forgot what I was getting ready to say, but if he's living, then he's a part of the universe.
No, Yakub did not live to see the Caucasian race.
Oh, so he's not here.
No, he's their god. That's who got. If you watch Twilight and you pay attention to the Jacob character,
all of their genetics were spliced here on this planet along with other extraterrestrials.
No, it wasn't. You can't create a creature.
Well, genetics as a eukaryotic organism says that they were truly seeded on this planet, and that's what eukaryotic means.
Wait, you're saying the Caucasian race was seeded on this planet?
I'm not just talking about the Caucasian.
What are you talking about?
The host.
Look at the whole screen, bro. Everybody outside the so-called black race, they were all genetically spliced on this planet. They don't biologically identify with no other planet, solar system, galaxy. This is the only planet where this is happening at. This is the biggest Netflix show right now that's happening. All the people around the cosmos are watching us because this is the only planet where shit is going on like this. They know that everybody outside of this planet, they know themselves. Because the number one rule in the cosmos is know thyself. We're the only people here that don't know that shit. So it's not there is no planet they identify with, bro. They were genetically spliced on this planet.
No, they come from hell. NERN is hell. NERN is hell.
So hell is outside of the universe.
Well, that's kind of difficult. I don't know.
You don't know, bro. What are you talking about, bro? You don't know.
But you can't say the information I'm giving you.
No, bro, it ain't bro. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. How can we?
You're literally saying you don't know, but I literally just blocked a nigga because he asked us, and I gave him the answer, and now he still want to challenge the intellect after being in here for 5 hours.
No, y'all right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So this is people who have done research versus people who haven't, and I'm not saying you.
Man,
Because I'm
Avatar,
not
shut
saying
up.
that all
Look
of
at your
y'all have
profile.
done research. You see what I'm saying? But how deep have you gone and how deep have you sat with yourself? How long have you sat with yourself?
I sit in
Right?
the I sit in the dark.
And I'm just
I flourish in the darkness. That's how I got it.
This is the psyche of our people, man.
Man, apparently Nern Nern is hell and hell is outside of the cosmos, and Yakub created the people he ain't even see yet. I mean, it's a lot of shit.
Who I can
mama and daddy, and the daddy was jealous of the brother. Like, I've never heard this mystical ass shit until today.
wait, so are y'all disagreeing? Are y'all
how he
disagreeing?
feels, but you don't know
Yeah,
why
you
he
know his
created the people.
emotional state, what was happening with his parents,
But you don't know why he
but you don't
created these
know
people.
where Nern is
No, okay,
located in the universe.
I guess this is hell.
Man,
I
God.
guess Nern is hell. This is hell. I guess this is where they were created. Yeah. So this is
Guess. Now you guess.
Now you guessing and switching up everything. So then that means that you
Man.
now agree with everything that we're saying, because then at
no, because
what
it
you
makes
just
sense.
said, agreeing with it being here, just contradicted everything you said, brother.
No, but it doesn't though, because
Yes, it does.
y'all didn't even
Because
know who
get you want to
Yakub
know
was.
how? Because didn't I tell you that they were spliced on this planet, and then you said no, and now you're saying, oh, I guess they were. So
But
what
I
does
don't
that mean
look.
about
Listen, this the
everything
only
else
reason why I
that you
don't.
said?
Can you please just listen? I don't understand how they were created here if they are not tropical beings. I don't understand how they can be created here.
That's how they were. They were created here through an unnatural process. They
Okay.
weren't birthed through the natural womb of the universe or a natural womb of the woman of the species. You see what I'm saying? They were electrically fused with different animal genetics to make one organism, bro, on this planet. And this is why the sun is removing them off this tropical planet, because they're not tropical people.
The sun don't know them.
Facts.
Like,
It's literally
facts. The
deteriorating
universe,
them.
there's nowhere in the universe, no star, nothing that knows these niggas. That's
Half
why I'm like, do Yakub even know these niggas? Like, the way y'all talk about Yakub, do Yakub know that y'all putting everything on him like that?
What do you mean, Yakub?
Y'all coming in
Yakub
here
is the
saying,
Caucasian's God. That's Yakub. He's their God. When they say God, they're talking
bro,
about dog. He's the big dog.
yeah, bro. So how come you're not?
Yakub in the Bible is God.
So then how come you're not reporting? And you know who else is Yakub? Jesus and
No,
Zeus
Jesus is Zeus.
and
But they're
Moloch
all
the
the same.
dragon
They're all the same
and
thing.
Pindar and all these other names is, yeah, Moloch is still talking about the same entity.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I know.
Right.
But Yakub is not a black, so-called black man.
Man.
Yes, he
It's
is.
not a. No, you said it earlier. Oh, it was a man. It's a man. No, these are just titles to depict an entity that's been on this planet with multiple different entities, different extraterrestrial organisms that have been on the planet genetically splicing other organisms. That's what's been happening on this planet, and there's proof of that. And that's what all of these historians and these scientists talk about. So, yeah.
It's just me personally, and everybody is not me, and I understand that. I'm not trying to force this on nobody else. It's just, if I understand that Moloch, Pindar, Jesus, Allah, Yahweh, Yakub is all talking about the same thing.
Jehovah.
Somebody asked me, where did the eukaryotic cell come from? In order for me to win the question or win the argument or the debate, I'm going to say introgression. I'm not going to talk about Yakub. You want to know why? Because I can't scientifically prove Yakub, but I can definitely scientifically prove introgression and hybridization and how it relates to the eukaryotic cell.
Well, don't.
So it's just whenever the boy that was in here a minute ago that was like, only you and the host know, only you and the host know. Like, no, this, every historian and scientist in the world knows this shit. Right? It's regular niggas that know this. Like I said, my sister, her children are 3. Leland is 3. He can tell you that he's a prokaryotic cell. And he can tell you and point out in nature which animals are prokaryotic.
Yep.
The 6-year-old, the 7-year-old, the 9-year-old be cooking us. She said, how come a cat is eukaryotic, but a lion is prokaryotic? Great ass question.
Wait,
A 9-year-old can tell you the difference between a cat and a lion genetically and scientifically, but grown people can't.
wait. So what is eukaryotic and what is prokaryotic? What's the difference?
Go look it up. I'm just giving it as an example. You see what I'm
So you
saying?
said
It's
so
the
you saying a
difference
lion is
in
natural, but a
cells.
cat is not natural.
What do you think?
Yes,
Okay.
bro.
No, I get it. Because I'm a lion. I'm a Leo. That's why I'm asking. Okay, cool.
All right, Sun Heat Jeans, go ahead.
Yo, host, real talk, bro. Real talk. Because
What's up, man?
I peeped the game y'all been doing, right? So, listen, you gotta allow me to talk. Like, if you don't agree with it, that's fine. Just allow me to get it out, right? It's obvious that people have different degrees of study, right? People
Mm-hmm.
have different sources of references, right? So when this is the game y'all been playing, right? Because I've been trying to explain it. So when you don't agree, you want to mute my mic. Let me finish my thought. Let me get out a complete thought. Don't just jump over me and say, "Oh no, that's wrong." Let me get my thought out.
Stop being
And then
emotional.
it's not an emotion. I'm reasoning. You want to trigger me. You
All
want
right,
to.
Sun Heat. I'm gonna tell you this. Go ahead and get your frequency out, okay? Nobody's gonna overtalk you. Nobody's gonna do none of that. Just go ahead, say whatever you gotta say. Now go ahead.
So again, prokaryote, eukaryote. Right. Prokaryote means before the nucleus. A eukaryote means true nucleus. This is coming from the source of the word, right? We know the English language is not really English. It's a combination of Latin, it's a combination of German, a combination of Greek, French, so forth and so on. We can go down the line. It's a bastardized language. So when we look up these words, we got to see the origin of the word, where they actually come from. Prokaryote and eukaryote are Greek words. In the word prokaryote and eukaryote is the word carrion. Carrion means nut or nucleus. That's what it means. So both of them is referencing what the nucleus is. The cell before the nucleus, which is the prokaryote, and the cell with the nucleus, which is the true eukaryote, which is what it means, true nucleus. Now, plant and animal cells all have nucleuses. They are all nucleated. This can be looked up. Anybody that's in the chat, y'all can all look this up. However, y'all want to look it up. Y'all can look this up. Prokaryotes means before the nucleus. A eukaryote means true nucleus. All plants and all animal cells have nucleuses. So all humans, included black people, we nucleated cells. We are eukaryotes. The only life forms that don't have nucleated cells are bacteria. Look this up. This is a fact. Look this up. Next.
Composed of.
Say it again.
Yeah, as a neuromelanated man, what do you think you are composed of? This is why I asked you earlier about the genus, but then you got upset.
No. At what level? Because I consist of different. I'm vibrating on different levels.
No.
At what level? Don't say no. I'm asking you a question.
We're talking about genetics, bro.
So on a cellular level, right? On a cellular level, the cell. What is the cell made up of? A cell has.
Can you tell me what your genetic composition is?
That's what we got to deal with the cell first. We got to start there because the cell is what makes.
Go ahead and tell me what you are composed of genetically.
Let's do it like this.
Okay, so let's do it like this. No. Explain to me.
Why? What?
Because I'm asking you a question.
But you're trying to trick me up.
I'm not tricking you. I'm just asking you a question. So what I'm trying to ask you is that prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells are composed of two different types of genetic material. One is truly seeded, correct? And one predates the nucleus. So that means that it is a self-functioning cell. which means that there is a biochemical substance that is functioning the cell because it lacks a nucleus. So just because it doesn't have a control center doesn't mean that it's not functioning off of a biochemical substance. The eukaryotic cell has at least 5 different animals that's speaking through their control center. We don't have that. So it's not saying that we're just
You want me to answer the question, or you want to tell me?
It's not saying that we're just bacteria. It's saying that we are unicellular functioning organisms, and that everything that is prokaryotic is a unicellular organism.
You don't even understand what I'm saying. You just want to.
No,
you just
repeated exactly what I said.
You just want to push a narrative,
bro. This nigga's
Hey,
lame.
son, you just had a whole little. Everybody's
but she asked me a
overtalking me.
question.
Nobody overtalked you while you expressed your point.
She asked me a question,
and now you want to overtalk people.
She asked me a question. Then she started speaking for me. She started answering for me. How you want to?
Just stop with the over talking, bro. It's not
You're
hard.
literally,
Bro,
you're
that
just
don't make you
saying
want
the
to
same
censor. You
thing
want
that
to
I
censor.
just said. You asked
She
me
just
what a
asked me the question, so allow me to answer it.
You asked me
Allow
what
me
a
to answer it.
prokaryotic and a eukaryotic cell was hours ago. Okay. Then you came back and then because you keep repeating the same thing that I'm saying after I'm saying it, and you're Googling, and it's okay to say that you're Googling.
I'm Googling.
The only thing that we're saying is that you cannot fully grasp what the host, the discussion that he's having, by Googling something and asking me, and then using exactly what I'm saying after you asked me as fuel for a debate against me.
I'm not
actually
debating.
gaslighting and narcissism.
No,
That's
you're
a
being
mental game that you're
because
playing. Because you still haven't explained how they got here.
There we go.
Just tell us how they got here, bro.
This is really crazy. This is very narcissistic.
Just tell us how they got here.
Keep talking.
Just answer the question, bro. Where did they come from?
I try to answer that. I keep going on and off the live. I got things to do. But when I come back and I listen, I keep hearing the same foolishness. So they have several different processes by which they got here, right? Several different processes. There is a graftation process that did happen. In quote unquote, I won't even say history. We're gonna go to prehistory, because their history, as you all acknowledge, is 6,000 years ago. That's their history. So when we say prehistory, that's going before 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. We're gonna go back before that, right? So the ones that were created or grafted 6,000 years ago, that's only one species of them. Because you was talking about speciation earlier. They have several different species within their race as well. That's only one species of them. They have several different species. Their whole line, or their genetic lineage, is by way of what they will call primates, certain monkeys, certain apes, ones in particular, the gibbon, chimpanzees, the orangutan, and the rhesus monkeys. That's part of their genetic makeup, and in the gravitation process. Right now, the Yaqub story. There's two aspects to the Yaqub story, right? And it's told in many cultures around the world. It's not just told in the Bible. The Bible plagiarized it from the ancient cultures, from the ancient Sumerians, from the ancient Aztecs, from the ancient Egyptians, so forth. And so you can find that Yaqub title or attribute as y'all see it. You can see it in other cultures around the world. And it all it means, coming from out of the languages, all it means is to supplant, to take the position of from the true holder, the true heir, or the true or the rightful owner of something. That's what a supplanter does. So that's what a Yakub is, to take the place of something. The different graftation stories of the world were referencing how they took the prototype, which is quote unquote the black people. They took, because we are the original human on the planet. So they took from us and spliced the gene. Now the question comes in, how do they do it? Cloning, twigging. When you go into a cell and you go into the nucleus and you remove the nucleus out the cell and replace another nucleus in that cell of another species, is how you actually do the grafting process. Because in the nucleus itself, right, the program, the central processing unit, is what's going to determine how a particular cell is going to evolve, develop, grow, so forth and so on. So once you remove the cell, once you remove the nucleus out of the cell, whatever the nucleus is, the original nucleus, you take it out and implant it with another one, right? It could be of a different source, of a different animal life or what.
Hear you. It sounds like you lost connection.
I got a bad connection as to where I'm at. I got a bad connection to where I'm at. So I don't know if y'all heard that. I don't want to take too much time. It's just that the whole thing about this prokaryote, eukaryote situation is all humans and all animal life and all plant life, on the plants too, they are nucleated cells. They're eukaryotes. This is a fact. I'm not giving you no theory. I didn't Google this. I studied this too. I've been studying for years.
What we're saying is we're not denying that there aren't life forms that have a nucleus. What we're saying is that there are organisms whose cells are functioning off of a biochemical substance, and there are organisms who are functioning off of 5 different organisms. So again, we're talking about the function of the cell. Prokaryotic and eukaryotic is referring to the function of the cells. The single cells is what make up the organism. So when they're talking about so-called humans, they're talking about the eukaryotic cell, which is expressing incomplete dominance. Everybody on this planet is not considered humans because everybody does not produce animal proteins or whose quote unquote hair is formulated into 3 structures, which is what makes them a eukaryotic organism or a complex cell organism. Like, we're not really exploring genetics for real.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, bro.
I'm trying to dialogue with you, and the way to do it intelligently.
I really don't want to talk to you no more. Like, I'm supporting the host. Like, I was one a long time ago when you disrespected me low key. When you got off the panel being disrespectful, and now you want to ask me a question in dialogue, but you were disrespectful in the comments. Go ahead and ask your question.
Sister, low key, you're disrespectful because you like to overtalk people. The moment that they don't agree with you, you want to overtalk.
It wasn't about agreeing. It wasn't about agreeing. I asked you several times nicely, wait your turn. So did the host. You overtalked everyone in here.
I don't do that. I have control. I
have
some.
I
know how to wait my turn.
I don't care, bro. I don't care enough. Like,
I know how to wait my turn.
You literally just overtalked her not too long ago. I literally said something about it.
No, and I'll give you that. I'll give you that. There's a period. There's a point when, because if she's, like I said, if she's asking me a question and then she wants to answer it for me, like, what is that? If we're gonna dialogue, we're gonna talk about it. Let's talk about it. I don't have nothing to hide.
It was a rhetorical question. I wasn't
stuff.
actually asking you the question then. In dialogue,
I
there's
don't know
something
that,
called rhetoric.
I don't know that.
I'm good talking to this nigga today.
Yeah, that's good. You're right. You're right.
Abundance to the panel and the host, Abundance host. This was a really good live, really good information, real good energy. Thank you for sharing your space with us. We're gonna tap in with you soon.
Abundance, Ether, abundance.
Yeah,
We gonna
abundance.
go. Me and Ether, we finna tap in live tomorrow. So you know what I mean. So abundance to that. Thank you for having us, man. The number one rule in the cosmos, my people, is know thyself. That's the main
That's
thing.
it.
We don't come from them. They don't come from us.
All right.
That's a
Don't go
fact.
to
Y'all 1000% correct about that. Y'all, I do not disagree with y'all on that. Y'all 1000% correct. We do not come from the same source. We don't. That's a fact.
All right. Go.
Um, I don't know. You want to end the live? It's all good, bro.
No, I was.
No
I just want to see if
disrespect to
my
you
brother
or the Sky
Rico want to
Watcher.
say anything because he came back up here.
Okay, cool.
Yo, Rico. Yo, Rico. I don't think he hear you. If you got anything you want to go ahead and state real quick for the he said phone call. All right, bro. You can go ahead, Saint.
I appreciate the live. I'm gonna follow you.
No doubt. Abundance and gratitude.
All right, family. Keep up the good work.
All right, abundance. But yeah, I just want to say for everybody up in here, or somebody want to come up. Oh, never mind. Just say for everybody up in here, yeah, the number one rule was know thyself. We got to understand who we are. Our children and women keep going missing. I mean, every 40 seconds, a baby is snatched up, gone. So this is why it's important for us to learn thyself, learn our genetics, because once we understand our genetics, we understand that we're not the same as the complex cell organism. They have no explanation on how they got here other than through genetic splicing. You feel what I'm saying? They don't know how they got here, but they feel as if they can police you on your planet. They feel like they can educate your children. They feel like they can medically and psychologically evaluate your children. And they're upholding what you would call mental slavery as a collective as well. Yeah, they might not have us in chains, but they're upholding mental slavery, which is far worse than physical slavery. So I would urge everybody to most definitely go research you. Y'all heard some of y'all who been in here, y'all heard keywords. Look those keywords up. Get a good understanding of those keywords. And I would love to see the next time that I go live, I would love to see those of y'all who didn't come up next time. And we could actually have a discussion on where these unnatural species came from. So I want to say abundance and gratitude. I appreciate all y'all. And I'll see y'all tomorrow.